He's
No, I
done
don't. I don't
that.
So
concern
because I'm
myself.
not,
No,
no, no,
actually, I
so
don't concern my. Wait, hold on, wait, Rob, just some clarification. What I was trying to explain to Beerman is that the long distance observations are, that it's an optical thing, and I don't think that's as significant a determination about the shape of the Earth as all the other things that have made it impossible for it to be a spinning ball, and that's why I kept saying spinning ball in our DMs, because there's no way it's moving. We can't even land an airplane on it, so that we're all automatically I know it's not a spinning ball or a ball. So then how would all these interpretations of your measurements be affected if you had looked into the other aspects of this argument and realized it's not a ball? Then how would that change the rhetoric that you might have about your observations? Because if you were coming from that maybe vantage point, it may affect your interpretation or your the way you word things, like saying actual obstruction, because when you say that, whether you like it or not, in this arena, people are going to think that you mean actual curvature, even if it's just the water that you're saying is actual obstruction. But the curvature of the water is what people are concerned with, whether you want it to be or not. That's the way it's going to be taken, and that's why I think the problem comes up so often. And you get so upset because people are trying to make you, choose a side or something. And I'm not saying you have to, but when you're making long distance observations and using words that seem like you're saying obstruction, and then that means a certain thing to certain people in this discussion, and then you say it doesn't matter to you, people get confused.
Yeah, I
yeah,
am
yes.
confused
I want to
because
no,
hold on,
hold
hold
on.
on.
I want to go to line now. So no, 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 no. You fucking said to me, I'm not genuine here. So, dude, I take that very to heart, because I'm as genuine as it can get. What I'm saying is what I feel, it's what I experience, is what I'm sharing. Don't tell me I'm not being
But see,
genuine.
that's the
That's telling me I'm a
Hold
interpretation.
on, hold on. Let
liar.
me let me. I didn't even get to
That's
finish
Yeah,
what I
just
was
so I
saying,
find
bro.
that disgusting. And then no, 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 hold on. And I want to respond to a new perspective as well. New perspective. You're probably correct in saying that I should give my explanation for why we're seeing obstruction, which I have shared, and that's where I have shared that with my research. The current model does support that there is physical obstruction. Whether it is or not, I don't know. And that's why I said I don't really care what it is. Let's go measure it and let's go find out what it is. And that's what I've been sharing. But
Well,
what I have clearly
wait,
said
wait,
is,
just real quick on
yeah,
that right
yeah,
there. The,
yeah,
the, the, the if it's, let's say it is planar. That's why I was trying to get you to say pretend it is planar,
yeah,
and then start looking at these
yeah, I
things and
tried.
saying, okay, so how did they get interpretation that it's curvature? Well, obviously they took these observations, realized that there's mirages and seemingly obstruction to certain points with vanishing points and all kinds of stuff. But if it was planar, then they've reverse engineered a lot of these observations to be interpreted as curvature. And then when you say, well, okay, yeah, the current model, like it's current, like everyone's on that model
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everyone agrees to
I
it.
got it.
And then you're not including the idea that they've reverse engineered these observations to make it seem like curvature. Then it seems like from the flat earther standpoint that you haven't considered that they've reverse engineered it. You're just accepting it as ball earth measurements. I'm not saying you
No,
are,
so
but that's
that,
what it seems when you say standard
Basically,
model success
no,
that works out.
we, we've had the discussion, dude. And like I said, I've spent a lot of time on this. If anything, I was trying to push the non-curved explanation that's in a lot of my videos as well. But like I explained to you as well, is I tried to do these small explanation, small scale experiments on a planar environment, and it did not match what we see on the long distance. But when I small scale the obstruction model, where there's an obstruction, especially with a curve, it did match the long distance. And I've explained this to you, that that is what happens. So I'm saying, wow, it could be correct that the current model what I'm saying is that the current model that's presented to us does match what I've done for myself, and I haven't used any mainstream information. This is me doing
But
it for
possibly
myself, and
because
this
it's
is
been
when I have
reverse
the.
engineered. But
But
possibly
how
because
can it
it's been
be
reverse engineered to be
possibly?
interpreted that way.
But how can it be possibly reverse engineered if I went and did it myself and it matches what I see in reality? Reality has not been reverse engineered. What I see out there in long distance and I small scale it, I have not reverse engineered anything. What I'm saying is, when I've done this work myself. And I said, okay, I've taken this and this and this and this data, blah, blah, blah. And I small scale it and I go and test it. I say, oh, wow, it looks like what it looks like out there when I do it big. There's no reverse engineering there. This is my work and this is what I presented. And this is why I'm getting so much hate from Flat Earth, because it does not support Flat Earth.
No, it's not hate. It's not hate. It's just trying to make you to make sure that what you're saying is what you're saying, because you're saying it can't be planar now. Like you're making a definitive statement that it doesn't work on a plane. So now we want to know why it is that we have these long distance zoom ins on a boat where it's totally gone, and then we see the boat completely on top of the water, and how that contradicts what you're saying. It can't be planar.
So that's my what I was trying to say to you. Where are we seeing the water change color? Because that would explain why we are seeing what we are seeing. That's measurable. But why, when I asked you why we're seeing a half a ship cut off at such a close distance, you wouldn't answer. You didn't answer me on that one.
Well, yeah, but you acted like I was trying to avoid something. Like I was avoiding calling it curvature. If it's a close distance, there's no way it's curvature anyway. So I don't get what your point was.
Man,
Can I get in now? Can
what
I
is
please?
blocking
Can I
it?
get?
Yeah, go
I-
ahead. I think
I-
I'm done, man. I've tried really, really hard to be honest.
No,
as
Steve,
possible.
Hold on, let me
acting
get
like,
into it,
you're acting like
please.
people are avoiding what you're saying, but you're not saying it's curvature. No one's avoiding trying to acknowledge what you're saying, but you're all over the place. You're saying it's definitive. It can't be planar.
I'm not all over the
But then
place.
you're saying it's arbitrary. It sounds like it to other
Yes.
people, whether you actually are or
You're
not.
being double-minded, bro. You're double speaking all the time. One second you're neutral, and the next second you're promoting the curve, and the next second you're like, oh, I don't really know. But you're brushing off, right? Experiments that people have done and measured zero drop, right? No curvature. You brush those off. You care less about the shape of the Earth, but yet you spend how many years developing this formula for refraction and internal reflection? You spent 2-3 years. So is your motive to gain a Nobel Prize, right? To be honored, and not the actual truth of the shape of the Earth? Because then you're just wasting our time. Because at the end of the day, there's multiple experiments that have been done that prove there's no curvature, right? Yet you completely disregard all that. Like I don't understand. Because all this is redundant. We know that there's refraction. We know that things appear higher in the horizon or lower depending on conditions. We know that. So everything that you're telling us, if you've done, unless you can help us seek truth, like can you help us ascertain the position of the sun, triangulate the sun, and can you calibrate for refraction? Can you do that with your formula?
Yeah. So if you could also do something as well, and not jump halfway into a conversation and assume a lot of things. So you've already assumed that I have not spoken about the non-drop, which I have addressed earlier on, where I said it's absolutely fascinating that people have measured non-drop. Rakia is one of those people that apparently have done that, and I said that's absolutely fascinating that that's been done. So you obviously missed that part of my conversation. What I said, what has been fascinating is that one more thing is you saying I am completely writing off everyone's experiments. So clearly you're writing off all my experiments. So F you as well for that one, because I've done a lot of work on this. So I have not written off everyone's experiments. What I've done is I've done this work myself, and I've also done experiments. And what I've said is absolutely amazing is that the reason, or the when we look at a long distance observation and it does what it does, there's an explanation for it in the current model, and the small scale experiments that I've done have been able to explain it. When I try to do it on a flat model, it does not look like that. I've tried very, very hard to, and I've been able to do it, but with variables that do not exist in the outside world that we live in. So I was able to replicate it, but I couldn't get it to look exactly the same. But when I use the actual data,
could you explain what you did when you tried that? Like when you tried for it to fit the flat Earth, like what was it that you did that proved to you it couldn't work on a flat Earth? Like what actual surface were you using? Were you using the ocean water, which humps? Where you're using like all of the determinations that go in, because there's so many variables. When you got water, when you're looking over water, what seems to be what you're seeing can change from hour to hour. So that's why it's sensitive to people when you're saying you can't get it to work on a plain Earth, because over water it's not completely flat. Are you straw manning it? That's what people are trying to figure out.
No. No, once again, I think you're treating me like a anti-flat
I'm
earther,
not
which is
treating you like
disgusting.
anything. I'm trying to ask. I'm trying to tell you why
No,
people are sensitive. I'm not treating you anyway. I'm trying to help with
yeah,
why people are interpreting it this way and why you're getting sensitive to them being sensitive about things that you're saying, which sound like contradictions, which may not be contradictions, but it sounds like that. So I'm trying to just help. That's all. I'm not trying to argue with you or put you down at all.
yeah. So let me give you the rundown and cut me off when you need to because I'm going to ramble now quite a lot.
Go ahead.
What I did in the beginning is I was under the impression that we are seeing through vertical lenses, and that made sense to me if it were a flat plane. And yeah, because I think the flat Earth argument has got some very very awesome arguments. And if anything, I said to my wife sometimes when we go along for drinks on the ocean, I said, you know, if anyone had to tell you what this place was and you look out over the ocean, would you think that we live on a ball? And we both agreed, no, you wouldn't think that. Why would you think that? And that was a very interesting, weird discussion we had on over drinks one day. And anyways, I was using these vertical lenses and I was able to replicate ships disappearing at certain distances, and we're seeing half ships and seeing things the way we would see them in the distance. But when I went and decided, okay, let me try to figure out why we are seeing what we are seeing, especially with a road mirage, for instance. Oh no, I'll take a few steps back. Recently, I saw that wall mirage, and I said, "Wow, this is fascinating. I'm seeing the same mirage I'm seeing on the road on the wall." So I took the measurements of it, and I started researching on refractive indexes and air temperatures and things like that. And I realized there's there's refractive indexes differences between the air that's warmer and the air that's cooler above it. And there's a boundary layer between the two, and that's where we're seeing this reflection occur. So I said, okay, wow, is this the same on the road? And lo and behold, yes, there were two massive different temperature differences between the two. Then I did the same on water, which weren't that much different, but there was a difference between the temperature above water versus the temperature above air, in the air, about a meter above the water. But what I noticed was I had to be way further at the same height for me to see an inferior mirage or internal reflection occur. So what I did is I took the refractive index calculations and or values, and I was working out the Snell's laws total internal reflection angles, and there's a critical angle you have to work at. I've worked out that whole math. I've got it written down here. Anyways, long story short, I worked out the calculation to see where you would see total internal reflection. So what I did then is I went and tested my calculation. So I went and took the measurements of the air above the road, and I took the temperature of the air above, just above the road and about a meter above the road, and those two refractive indexes. Granted, I use standard refractive indexes for that, but according to the university, they are good enough if you in the same condition, or same day, for instance. In the same area. So I put that into the calculation, and it said to me at so and so distance at this height you should see total internal reflection, and I saw it at that distance because we measured it as well, which was fascinating.
Okay, so
And
wait,
we did the
let
same
me
thing
make
over
sure.
water.
Okay, so you did
Yeah,
the
go
same thing
ahead.
over water. Okay, go ahead. Wait, I was wanting to get you back to the water because the conditions for the
Yeah.
water and the road are going to be different, right? Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah. So then we did the same thing over the water, but we noticed we had to be way, way further over the water. But it was predicted that way. And the reason for that is because the refractive indexes are very, very similar. And so your angle had to be way less. How do I say this? Much more open angle. So you had to be further at a much lower angle, which made
Uh-huh.
sense to me. So I put in the refractive indexes, and lo and behold, we were correct again. And this was the longest distance we had to do was 300 meters, and it was at like 10 centimeters above the ground level. So
Uh-huh.
that's how low we had to be. Where before we could be at 1.2 meters to do like 200 meters. With the water, we had to be like 10 centimeters above. But the calculation predicted that. And this is why I'm telling you that what we are seeing is total internal reflection. And when we see a superior mirage, typically with a Fata Morgana, when we see the inverted ship above it, we are seeing the same thing happen with a new boundary layer above the target. So,
Okay, so now
if
I'm
we're
trying
not
to
seeing
get to
total
where
internal,
we're trying to get, regardless of the total internal reflection and the distance that happens at. First of all, to get the actual temperature over the water at that distance, you can't really go and measure it like you do with a road, exactly the temperature, because you don't know. You got evaporation happening right at the water surface, which affects the index of the refraction. I mean, the index of the density gradient and all that. But regardless of all that, where is the point where you realized that it couldn't happen on a planar Earth over water for some of these observations to work?
yeah. So for that is I took small little model boats, and I actually haven't posted the main ones that we did on my YouTube, purely for the hatred that I'm going to get for it. But
I don't think there's
we
hatred.
took
I think
small
people are
little
just
model.
concerned with what you're saying. I don't think you should interpret it as hatred.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm just trying to pin
So
you
we
down on
took
the details because it's important to them. It's
No,
not hatred.
yeah.
It's concern.
I have racial
So we
hatred for him.
Go
yeah.
for it.
Snacks hates my
Sorry,
accent, so
Snacks.
The
No,
I'm
white
gonna go to
bulb
bed
now.
soon, anyways.
stop. No, wait.
No,
Beer
no,
man,
fuck that.
we're
I'm
getting
done.
there.
I'm done.
Why?
I'm
He's
done.
Wait, you did.
he's right. He's
Beer
obviously
man.
just like overreacting to like what is just his
Yeah,
overconfident claims, like
he's just teasing you. He's just don't
criticism.
let him tease you. Don't let him tease you. Come on. What you're saying is you did a small, then you
Oh
did like
yeah,
a small scale.
are you
Hold
too
Beer
on.
man, wait.
sensitive?
Hold
I
on.
don't
Wait,
know.
beer man. Don't let him.
I'm
Don't let
very
him bother you.
sensitive, man. I'm
I'm
very
not.
fucking sensitive. So fuck you
Who's
guys,
even
man.
saying
Yeah, you
anything to
guys,
me?
hold
Hey,
on.
don't
Let's
say
just
fuck you
hold on
guys.
for a
Come on.
second. Yeah,
It's
hold
one
on.
person.
Let's just not have any personal attacks. Let's just get right back to a topic. Beerman, you were talking about the boat cutting off halfway up. I could share with you why I think that how that's occurring if you're interested, because you had asked that before. You were asking new
Yeah,
perspective, and then you were
Yeah,
frustrated.
please do, Gio.
yeah,
You were saying that you don't feel like you've
yeah,
ever
Gio.
heard any explanation how that happens over a planar surface.
No, I have heard it, Gio, with a perspective, but yeah, I feel very embarrassed to talk because when I get comments like my accent sucks or I make people nauseous, it
Don't
doesn't
let
make
that
me
bother
want to
you.
have
Come on,
these
you're always going
discussions.
to have. Hey, people are
It does,
sensitive in
man.
this conversation. Wait,
So,
people's lives have changed because of this conversation, right? They've had people like abandon them and their family, their friends. People are sensitive in this conversation because you're talking about details that matter. That's the reason. So just don't take it personally, but let Gio explain why that occurs. It's not necessarily perspective, I don't think. Go ahead, Gio.
Well, yeah, this is why not having personal attacks is important, because the personal attacks just take it to a totally different realm of just like throwing rocks at each other. Or I think of it as like a food fight rather than an actual intellectual progression. So I mean, beer man, yeah, we can moderate anyone if they're attacking you. So I just let us know.
But explain,
so
Gio.
yeah,
Explain the observation, Gio,
no,
please.
But anyways,
no,
go
so
ahead.
I'm aware of the perspective one. Sorry, Gio, I'm aware of the perspective, and what I wanted to get at is what we did is we took a flat road, for instance, and we put the little model boats on the road at various distances, and I wasn't able to replicate the ship to disappear. At least the tip of the ship to disappear the way I see it on some occasions in real life. With okay, granted, I'm using the ship tracker, but there's sometimes I use a ship tracker and I can see the distance on this tracker, which is probably GPS, whatever you want to call it. But sometimes I see the ship halfway cut, and then sometimes I don't see the ship halfway cut. But then I see the beginning of the inferior mirage occur before it, which would possibly explain why we are seeing that ship doing that. But how do I say this? There's always a changing color of water before the ship occurs when we see that occur, which is telling me we are seeing a new boundary layer above that ship, which is causing the refraction. And yes, I know it's a trigger word to use refraction, but understanding of what I mean by that is with these two different boundary layers with total internal reflection, is when you get to a critical angle where you see the total internal reflection. Before that, we are seeing refraction, which is very minimal, to be honest. But on some occasions, we do see a lot of refraction. But that would you would need to measure the different refractive indexes at that level. Hopefully that explains it, but I can go into a lot more.
Yeah, let
with
you
it.
explain on the water, because the water is totally different than a road as far as the observations you might be getting. But go ahead, Gio.
Oh, about ships being obscured from the bottom.
Yeah, the halfway. Yeah, explain that, because it's not just
Yeah,
perspective, is it?
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, I was going to share my understanding of what's going on there and how that's occurring. Is if you have an extended planar surface that just goes essentially infinitely, because if you have water that's level, of course you have the tides, but if we remove the tides, or if we even just think of it as like the nodal point of the tides, meaning like the midpoint of the middle of the tide cycle, but we're just leaving tides out of it. If you have a planar surface, at any one time, the tides will be fairly, I mean, they change slowly. So obviously you're going to have that planar surface of water. And then, of course, the horizon being the point at which the ground meets the sky. And I'll try to say it as simply as I possibly can, just so we can get the combo going. And I'll try not to be long-winded. And I'll start it at this. So if you have a planar surface, you have the ground and the sky. And there's a place at which the ground and the sky will meet visually. And that will be like what could be referred to as like the optical extinction point, meaning that optically, that horizon is the extinction of what you can see horizontally. And then that will be made up of the ground and the sky. Now, different conditions allow for a different distance at which that horizon will constellate. Wherever that horizon appears, and I use the word constellate because it's where it's like it's the actual constellation. That's why it's used in constellation, because it's about a clustering. So the horizon is that point at which the ground and the sky cluster. And so where they meet there, as it were, they cluster and with constellate, meaning it manifests there. That distance is different on different days. So one day it might be 3 miles, one day it might be 10 miles, one day it could even be further, like in Canigou, things like that. You get even further. So you have a planar surface, you have the ground and the sky, and the point at which that meets. The point at which the ground and the sky meets will vary in distance on different days. So let's say on one day, if the horizon is at 3 miles, but there's a boat that's at 5 miles, well, the bottom of the boat is going to be visually obscured, because if you're only seeing 3 miles, that's the furthest you can see, and that's your horizon point. That means the last little bit of water is that last little wave right there that you can see, as it were. That last little bit of water is the extent at which you're able to see. And if that's at 3 miles, and then you have a boat that's at 5 miles, well, if you can only see the water level at a 3 mile distance, then anything that continues on that planar water, like a boat with the hull of the boat, anything that extends past that 3 mile point is going to start to visually obscure, because it's past the point at which the person can actually see of the layers of the planar system. It's just layers of the planar system with a distance, and then the objects on the water level are still shrinking due to angular size change. But because the boat would be past that 3 mile point, it's at 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, etc. You are not able to actually visually, you're not able to visually resolve anything that is beyond that point of the planar surface. And everything converges there with all that geometries. It all converges like in a triple layered planar system with horizontals and verticals. Then, of course, refraction effects would be a whole additional factors of things, but I'm just referring to that basic obscuring. Sorry, I tried to make it brief. I guess it wasn't as brief, but I had to lay it out. So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I listened to that, but yeah, I think I shouldn't talk anymore. I'll get too much hate in this VC already. I see a lot of it.
What's up, Beerman?
No, I see the Rakia is giving me shit in the VC, and a lot of
Hey,
people just give me too
don't
much shit.
say
So
don't say
yeah,
when
I'm
you
done.
say this VC. It sounds like you're grouping everybody into this thing. We have Geo that just
No,
went through a whole
look in the
explanation.
VC. Look in the VC.
Don't worry about the
Look in the
VC. Don't
VC,
worry about the
dude.
personal
Give me a
attacks.
fucking
Don't
shit
worry
if I
about
get
one
shit
or two
off.
people.
Fuck that.
Don't worry about one or two people, Beerman. Geo just went through a whole explanation of why it is we see that half boat cut off, which is what you're asking about. Don't worry about the peanut gallery. Just try to engage in the conversation. You're gonna have people that seem like haters because it's a sensitive topic, and that's just part of the arena. But don't let that make you make a judgment about the whole VC when you come in and say, "Oh, people are pushing," like it sounds like everyone's included in that judgment. Don't let that ruin your discussion that Gio just spent some time going through the explanations for.
Well, Beer Man, I would be interested to
Yeah,
hear your
I'll
response.
no.
I would be interested to hear your response to what I was saying. Like the idea that if we can only if we're over a planar surface, if you can only see a particular distance on a particular day, then if you can only see 3 miles, but there's a boat at a 5 mile distance, does it make sense to you that if the last bit of water you can see is at 3 miles, that anything beyond that will be visually obscured over a planar surface? Just on
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So I agree. Yes, that would happen. But Gio, I think, dude, I'm very sensitive, man. I've been sensitive. I fucking inherit that stupid trait from my mother. But yeah, I'm a sensitive person. I don't dig the hate that I'm getting from people, yeah, that I got a lot of respect for, actually. But yeah, but Gio, just to top it off before I go, yeah, I do take that into account. I understand that 100%. We do see that occur. Even on a table, we see that. I've shown that that's possible. What I tried to do was do it over long distance and have Mirage obscure that as well, which I was unable to obscure the whole target at very long distances, which was what was fascinating to me, that I wasn't able to do it. But yes, it does occur, but only to an extent, and that would be due to the mirage in the road as well, and obviously perspective. But it will only get to a certain point, at least in the observations that I've done. But I was able to replicate the um, disappearing or tiny bits of mass that we're seeing disappearing when I use obstruction. Like I've said to a new perspective, I don't know what the shape is. Okay, because I've seen this on a square, on a wall. There's a passageway, and I'm seeing the mirage occur, and this person's walking past the wall, and the person disappears. He doesn't get loomed up or whatever. Um, but for that person to appear the way he's appearing, the way I see something over a long distance, he had to be behind the wall. The only thing I've ever said regarding mainstream's ball, I'm saying that the observation matches what is being presented. Whether it is it, I do not know. I'm not claiming that. All I'm claiming is that the observation does match the presentation to us. But yeah, it needs to be measured, and I'm asking for people to help me measure this. And yeah, I've been fucking being called a glober, spinning earther, anti-flat earther. It's weird. I really don't know why. I've always
Well,
been
when you
pro
said
flat
you
earth,
said you
by the
said
way.
you couldn't. Yeah, but you said you couldn't get the things to match planar Earth. When you say that, it sounds like you're making a definitive statement about it not matching.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's the honest truth. This is why I'm
That's
honest. I'm
fine.
saying I haven't been able to do it. So
Okay.
if I haven't been able to do it, help me try do it then. But what I'm saying is I haven't been able to do it. Must I lie and say, okay, guys, I've been able to do it. Cool. You guys love me again? No, I'm not going to lie
No,
like that, man.
not
I'm saying
about
I
that.
haven't been
No,
able to
no.
do it.
Geo just explained to you why those obstructions occur over a planar Earth. He explained it very. I think you were just reading the hate comments that you are interpret as hate. Just the ridicule you were getting, and you weren't listening to Geo's explanation, which totally explains how it works over a planar Earth.
No, I agreed with Gio, actually. If you listen to my response, I said
Okay.
I understand what what he's saying. I've been able to do it myself, but only to an extent. But if you listen to my comments instead of reading all the messages in the VC, you would have heard me say to Geo, yes, I agree with you that that does happen. But when I've been trying to replicate it, I can't get it to disappear all the way, or even just have a little piece sticking out. That's always
On a
I'm seeing
road.
to an extent of
On a
that
road,
ship.
right?
Yeah,
But not a reed on
this is on a road. Yeah,
Yeah, so it's a
not
different
over water.
condition
No.
already. Yeah, see, over water is totally different in all the observations. So when you make those statements, it sounds like you're making a definitive statement about the Earth rather than just the road that you were using, which might be totally different in the way it reacts, or the observation you might be getting, and what you were able to do with it on that day at a certain temperature. So just it sounds
No,
like
so
you're making it more of an overall statement, which people are going to maybe interpret as what you're saying when you say you couldn't get it to work with the planar Earth, but it works with the ball Earth with the measurements they give us, and we're aware that they give us these measurements based on observations that have been reverse engineered for their curvature calculator to make it seem like a ball. So that's why people get sensitive and start saying, "Wait, what are you saying? Are you saying it doesn't work on a planar Earth? Because it sounded like you were saying that." But it's a road, and it's not the water, and it's only a certain degree. And you're saying it could work, but you couldn't get it to work. So that's the problem, because people think you're making a definitive statement. You're saying predictions, and all these things about like what you've been able to do and how it will be able to help with the argument. But then if you're saying you don't care about the argument and you're not sure, it was just that one measurement over a road that you couldn't get it to work. Those are like the particulars people are worried about and trying to call you out on, and then getting sensitive, and then you're getting sensitive to them being sensitive. That's all. I'm just trying to help.
yeah, so yeah.
Well,
So
no,
you
it
keep
sounds
telling
like.
me
Well, I
not to
mean,
worry. What? No. Hold up.
you're-
Hold up, Jay. I was going to respond to that. So he keeps telling me that I must not look at the people in the VC, but you keep telling me that people are interpreting this. Maybe you're the only one interpreting it that way. I've done this over numerous days. You keep assuming this is one day over a road. No, I've done this over numerous days. But yeah, go ahead, Gio. My bad.
well,
Numerous days over a road, or
Beerman-
numerous days over water. I mean, that's the thing. The surface matters. But go
Yeah,
ahead.
but from what I'm hearing, at least, I don't know all the back history or what all has been with everything you guys are sharing here. Maybe other things happen, Beerman, that I'm not aware of offline or wherever it may be. But it does. But at the same, I just from what I'm hearing, I mean, I think Beerman should be free to be able to share his viewpoints, even if he doesn't think it seems to work on a planar surface. If that's where he's at, then yeah, he should be able to express that and not be
Absolutely.
and not just
Absolutely. I'm just
I-
trying to explain why people are sensitive to what he's saying, because it sounds like he doesn't care about it, but then he's making definitive statements about it. So that's what people are trying to figure out. Like, what are your observations going to help with the argument for if you don't care about the argument? You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying.
I do care so much about the argument. That's why I've brought this up, and this is why I've researched it so much. And like I've said numerous times, what's being brought up a lot of the times is we're saying we're seeing too far, but there's no understanding of what we are seeing. And it fucking sounds like I'm repeating myself. I feel like a parrot saying that. And like I keep saying, it doesn't really matter the shape of the Earth in what I've been doing. Yes, it does matter to an extent, but I've used the chocolate analogy. I'm giving a bit of an ingredient. And Gio, thank you for saying that I'm allowed to share my viewpoint. I will stop bringing my research here. All I'm doing is I'm bringing my little nuggets of my work that I've been doing, irrespective of whatever model it agrees with. I'm just sharing my personal research that I've done, which you can go do for yourself, and you can either use it or lose it. I really don't care, but I just feel I feel obliged to share that bit of work because I'm actually proud of myself doing it and not taking the information from someone else, but I'm sharing the method how to do this for yourself. And yeah, use it or use it or lose it. It's up to you.
Well, it's just
Yeah,
when you
thank you.
say it agrees with the model. Like, when you're saying that your observations agree with the current model, and we know that the current model may be based on reverse engineering. That's why people get triggered, because you're like, wait a minute. So you're like affirming the reverse engineering, saying it agrees with it as if you agree with the reverse engineering, and then people are wondering if you're overlooking the idea that it might be reverse engineered to keep like it could possibly be a ball or it's not a ball idea, and whether you're doing that or not, you're saying it's important, and it could help, but at the same time saying you don't care. So people are like, wait, so if you don't care, why are you doing any of this? That's why I'm not trying to say that personally to you. I'm saying that's why people react the way they do. That's all.
Yeah, it's just you keep writing it off that what if it is a ball, man? What if it's not the ball that's been presented? What if if we're living in a bubble Earth, which is what I've suggested that could possibly be a bubble Earth. But you keep writing everything off that I say and saying no, it's flat, it's flat, it's flat. Everyone knows this. Well, not everyone.
I
It's
didn't
just
do that. Wait a
the
minute. Wait,
people
that
that
was
know
an
that.
accusation that I'm saying
You're
it's flat,
writing
flat,
so
flat.
much.
I'm not
stuff.
saying. No, wait. You just misinterpreted what I
You're
said completely.
writing
I
off
said I'm only
everything that
trying
I'm
to
saying. No,
listen. I'm
you're
not
writing
writing
off
out
everything
anything.
I'm saying. So
You
Listen,
guys,
listen,
we can
listen,
hold on. We can go through this stuff one at a time. Come on. Or
Yeah.
let's.
Yeah,
mean-
wait, guys, let me clarify, Bearman. I wasn't writing off anything you were saying. I'm trying to explain to you why other people are sensitive on both sides of this conversation to what you're saying, because you're saying you don't care about the ball Earth or this Earth or whether it's curvature or not, but you think that your observations will help with the argument. So then how is it that you're helping with the argument is what people want to know, not me. I'm not writing anything you're saying on. And what if it is a ball is the question, right? So that's the thing. That's what we're trying to figure out. But then you're saying it could be chocolate and it could be penises, and like you're trying to like say that doesn't even matter within your research. But then you're saying it does matter, so that's why people are sensitive to what you're saying, because it sounds like a contradiction, whether you mean it that way or not.
Yeah, so the reason why I say I don't matter the shape of the Earth is it's not saying that I don't care about it. Obviously, I care about it. Obviously, I want to try understand it, but I'm saying what I'm doing has nothing to do with trying to prove it. It can prove it, but I'm not trying to prove it with what I'm doing. What I'm trying to do is show you guys that it's possible to measure to that mirage, and if we are seeing it at that distance, that would show if you are seeing drop or not. I don't know how to make it more clear. I'll work on a way to make it more clear, but the only reason why I'm saying I don't really care if it's a flat, a ball, a color blue, the number 6 is because that's not what the research is about. The research is about what we are seeing and why we are seeing it.
Well, you said, but it could tell you if it's drop or not. But then you're saying it doesn't matter, and it could be one or the other. And
Okay, no, dude,
like
leave it. You obviously not understanding. No, fuck it, leave it. You're not
No.
understanding
I'm just
what
trying to
saying.
say why people are thinking that you're saying something that's contradictory. If you're not saying that, that's fine. I'm just trying to say why people are interpreting what you're saying. I'm not trying to say you're trying to do anything. But the bubble Earth idea, I want to hear about the bubble Earth idea. What's that? What's the idea of the bubble Earth? That's interesting.
Yeah.
No, fuck you. Write that off as well. So fucking screw that.
What do you mean about the bubble Earth? Don't say fuck you. I'm trying to help you, and you're saying fuck you as if I'm attacking
I
you.
didn't
That's
say
why.
fuck you. I said fuck that. I didn't say fuck you. I said fuck that.
But
Dude,
what
I mean,
about the bubble
all I
Earth?
can say, hold on, Beer Man. I think you should do it as much as we can on this platform. We'll do the best we can to continue. The thing is with the moderation, we're probably not like super duper super strict. You know what I mean? Like we're probably not catching every little thing. Like obviously, it's everyone's just doing it on their free time and everything else. If anyone is like outwardly attacking you or anything like that, dude, let us know. I mean, that's like the whole spirit of the server is that people can actually share their viewpoints freely and not have the attacks. Of course, because of the intensity of truth of a lot of these topics, there are a lot of different things going on. And, I mean, I think we moderate the whole place to be within a level that there's nothing like egregious happening and all of that, in terms of just blatant, but I'm sure there are little stuff like that. But anyways, no, dude, I would say that, I mean, if we need to, if there's some additional moderation, I mean, let us know on that front. Cause I mean, the spirit of the server, like I said, it's just that we probably are a little bit relaxed at times. And it's, obviously we're all adults too. So and so, I mean, wherever that line is, obviously, within, a balance, but I mean, I doubt anyone is doing any like severe types of attacks, because we do moderate obviously to a level to where that's not happening, but maybe little side things or little condescendings or whatever. But I mean, dude, it's all good. I would say just like stay strong with what you're doing. I think it's awesome that you're inquiring and looking into all of this and doing all the thinking on it. And even if you do sway one way or the other or have different ideas of where your path is leading, I think that is beautiful too. And to honor that, and I honor that within you and honor that within everyone to continue that journey. And people definitely have a lot of different viewpoints, and some people do have whatever it may be in their own psyche that they want to push their viewpoint or they want to defend it or whatever it may be. So people can get on the attacking side rather than just sharing their viewpoint side. And then there's also the debate side of it as well that, so, I mean, there's obviously a lot of different ways of engaging, but I mean, I understand what you're saying about getting flack. I've seen other people in the community who let's say at one point they were somewhat more, let's just, to use the term flat Earth and globe Earth, if they were more kind of connected to that flat Earth to a degree, even though maybe they never really fully like debated it, or they weren't really like fully asserting it, but they were more kind of in that, camp, if you want to say that. And then they just kind of basically, in a sense, really just, some of these folks, like, where they just actually went back, as it were, in the public setting, to saying it's a globe or whatever. And then I've heard some of their different stories throughout the years of them being attacked. And then, of course, yeah, dude, people attack on both sides. And that's why that's the thing. I mean, it's an ongoing process with the moderation as it is. And, it's intense. But anyways, so yeah, dude, it's a heated topic, obviously, when it comes, because of the implications and all of the different factors. So yeah, I know I've been long-winded here, but yeah, I'm just saying, man, I would say just stay strong. Like, if there's anything on the server that you think, that if you're being attacked, or you think it's a problem there that you don't want, in that, let us know. Like, we can remedy that with no problem. And then beyond that, like, yeah, I hope you will continue to do research and bring your information, and just bring, your journey of what you're going through, because I think there's so many different gifts that we all have to offer, and we all have a unique role to play in this entire dimension.
I appreciate that, Gio. So, dude, I don't want to change the moderation at all. That's going to be personal perspective. I am a snowflake. I understand it. I'm a sensitive person. I don't like to be attacked. That's in real life. I will, beyond the internet, these discords, I am as honest can be. I don't like to be called a liar.
Everybody becomes a snowflake. We all become snowflakes in this.
Let him finish.
Right?
Let him finish, dude.
Yeah, I don't like to be called a liar. I have never been a liar. Yes, I've made white lies in life before, but I don't lie about things. If anything, the only reason why I've been so passionate about what I've been doing now, I actually said to New Perspective, fuck that, I'm not hopping into the Discords anymore because it's just disgusting having these discussions. But I found the odd Discord where I can have these sort of discussions without being called mad, without being labeled anything, because I find this valuable work because there's so little information about it. So what I took the onus on myself to share this information, share this way of measuring this thing where you can't find the information about it. And if anything, it should be a tool for either side. It doesn't really matter which side you're on. We are all existing, trying to make sense of this. And if what I've done at least has made a lot of sense to me, especially the ability for it to be objective versus subjective. If someone else can take that information and take it further, they'll be awesome. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to win any Nobel Prizes, not trying to win anyone over to any side. I'm just saying, guys, there's so little information about this. I've done this. Here it is. I don't really care what shape it is. Here's some information of what we are seeing and why we're seeing it. See if you can do anything with it. And I love the discussion. I wouldn't be here if I didn't enjoy the discussion.
Well, Beerman, I commend you for not doing the interview. This is what spurted the whole this is what made the whole conversation more pinpointed on what you think or don't think, because Demon Stride got you locked, or at least had you signed up for a ex-flat earther interview where you decided now that you were a flat earther, and now you decided it's a ball. And that was the way he was presenting the upcoming conversation he was going to have with you. And that's why I DM'd you, because I'm like, wait a minute. Well, really? Are you doing his ex-flat earther interview now that he's trying to get you to proclaim that it's a ball? I'm glad you
did a flat earther, though.
Yeah, and that's why people are like, so did you realize it's really? Did you realize it's not a ball, which is what we think makes a flat earther? When you actually absolutely realize it can't be what they're telling us. And if you haven't come to that point, that's fine. It's your journey, But if you haven't, then you can't do an ex-flat earther interview, obviously. But regardless, I'm just saying that's what spurred this whole idea of whether you're on one side or another, because Demon Stride was trying to present you as being on the other side now, and then you kind of confirmed that a little bit with what you were saying about obstruction.
No, so I didn't even know I had the interview. He mentioned oh, would you want to discuss this new finding in an interview? So I said, yeah, sure, we can chat about it. And then you DM'd me and said, yeah, there's some ex-flat earther thing. Is this true? And I said, oh, fuck, dude, I don't even know about it. I didn't even know that there was an interview set up, and I immediately DM'd him and I said, I don't like this title. I don't like to be labeled anything. So yeah, I like I said to you, I DM'd him. I can show you the DMs if you want it, and yeah, I can
No,
see
I
that.
agree.
And I told him
I
I
believe
don't.
you. Obviously, it never happened, and that's good. I was commending you for not letting him trap you into that definition.
Yeah, because I don't like it. I don't like these stupid labels. I'm just a being, man. I'm existing, and this topic was introduced to me, and I found it fascinating, and yeah, I'm sharing what I've been doing in this time period that I've been introduced to it.
But I wonder why it is that, like, when you were talking with Travis and about all this, and you were doing like the lens, like the double, the total internal reflection, because we see through like a lensing effect through and all that seemed like you were, kind of like seeing how it would work on a planar Earth, and then it seemed like you were kind of stepping back from that for a certain reason, and that's what people are trying to figure out, like what happened, like was Travis's explanations not agreeing with yours? I think at one point you said Travis agreed with
No.
you or admitted something. I don't know what that was, but what was it? I'm trying to get those details.
Yeah. So what I was saying is, we were both agreeing on that it could be. Well, I introduced the idea of these lenses to Travis, and yeah, he was agreeing with it. And you would see on the older videos that we were doing that, or I was doing that, and then Travis started doing it as well, which was awesome because he was able to replicate what I was doing on these smaller scales. Granted, it's little bowls of water, etc. But what changed the idea, the reason why I say it can't be that, is because when I went to go measure the actual measurements in real life, I go out, not into a laboratory, I go outside and I did the measurements and I applied the logic to that. It wasn't possible for it to do that, to be these vertical lenses. Then I saw these horizontal, if you want to call it, lenses, and that's when I applied the math to that, and I was like, holy shit, I'm able to say I'm seeing the mirage at that distance, and yes, I was able to see it. And that's what gave me the understanding of what we are seeing, why we are seeing it. And this is when I'm saying, wow, this is objective, but I only know so much. Here it is, guys, help me, let's look at this together. But no one's looking into this. This is what I'm saying, which is so weird.
But
Because
the thing
there's
is
something
people are
objective.
looking into this. But the thing is when you say no one's looking into it, people have been looking into it. Why we see so far, what the actual objective truth of it is what people are concerned with.
Yeah, I wanted to
No,
actually.
so
If oh, go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. Go. Okay, yeah, I want to say, I'm not saying no one's looking into the topic. I'm saying no one's looking into what I've been able to do, in the sense of taking these refractive indexes and say, wow, he's correct. Because I would love people to go confirm it beyond me, because I could be biased to myself. But no, I got my wife with me that helps me, that do these things. But I'm saying, okay, guys, here it is. Go do some more. See what else you guys can do, because you guys are in the US. You guys got all the damn equipment. Yeah, in South Africa, for me to get a fractometer or fractometer, whatever it's called, it's going to cost me like $150. For you guys, it costs like $20. And I just think you guys can do so much more with this information. But yeah, go ahead, Gio.
Well, yeah, we'll get it all done as time and resources continue to allow for abundance and expansion. Well, I was going to say before too, it's a little bit. It is going back a little bit, but I mean, of course, refraction is a real effect, and the question is, how is that all playing out within the environment when it comes to the Earth surface itself at distance and so on. One of the things I was just going to say, it's actually way back, even though it is linked in with all this, but it was actually just when I was talking about the distance of the horizon, how that varies on different days. Some days it might be 3 miles, some days 5 miles, some days it's 10 miles. Within that distance changing, and then an object that's on the water that is beyond that point, and how it will visually obscure from the bottom. I was just going to add that, like, it's all horizontal and vertical layers. So, like, if you're looking out, you can only see 3 miles. Like, the water looks like it's going to ramp up, and then the sky obviously is going to meet that. And if the longest distance you can see is 3 miles on that day, and then if you have a boat that goes past 3 miles, well, because that's the last bit of water you can see, as the boat goes beyond it, the hull will start to disappear visually. It will obscure from the bottom because it's all like stacked layers. So like the boat layer on the planar water surface is beyond that 3 mile point. Therefore, it will have that obscuration point from the bottom. And anyways, but yeah, just how it's all in layers. And it's like which layer of the horizontal are you able to see due to all the different distances and all of those different factors that are all stacked. And I'm saying they're stacked in a planar fashion. And that's another way to note that it's not the globes. Like even with the refractive effects, it all stacks with planar geometry.
That's interesting. Yeah. No, dude. Like I say, I'm just a random dude here sharing my work, and like I say, I've heard the discussions. I appreciate it. I do take that sort of argument into consideration, and I'm trying to make sense of it myself. So, if anything, I am. Yeah, I know a lot of people perspective doesn't like the fact that I'm seeing the universities, but they're the ones that have the equipment for me to go test
I never
these
said
things.
that. I never said you're not. I didn't say I didn't like that you
Yeah,
were going to universities. I just saying that I was interested in what the universities might say about whether you're trying to talk about the shape of the Earth and if that might block your papers being published in a serious way. If you ever had any kind of definitive observation that said it might be planar, and if they might have an argument with that, or if that might, I was just wondering if that would be something they would even be concerned with, or because there's people that do get their credentials taken away, or their work pushed aside based on this actual argument being of planar nature or not. So if you're not including that, the
yeah,
universities, that's probably a better way to go because they might be sensitive to it. Is all I was saying.
yeah. You mentioned something about people. If you got a PhD, you're less creditable in this discussion. But it's fine. Irrespective of
Yeah,
that,
exactly. Well,
yeah,
but that's the thing. That's what we found. PhDs are having to go with the
yeah.
mainstream narrative all the time, and that's the problem with when we look at it like peer-reviewed papers that get published because the peer review is biased. And if that's the case, then it's less credible, not more credible.
Yeah, so that's why I keep the shape of the Earth out of the actual argument, or not argument, out of the work that I do, um, because it won't have an implication until the longer distances have been measured, and I think the universities have the ability to assist. They have read my paper, they have heard my claim, and they find some credit to it. Whether it is worth spending the finances on this research is now what we're waiting for, because this is not, in a sense, changing the world in that way. But yes, it is something that can help understand or change something in another field, maybe. I don't know. But the universities are looking whether this is financeable, whether it should be financed or not, to take further than our current understanding.
But for what reason? What
I
would they
am,
want to finance it for? What would it be telling them? Like, what would it change
yeah,
if it's not about the shape of the Earth?
exactly.
What kind of things would it change?
That's what I think is under discussion now. So I'm hoping that this is going to get taken further, because I would love to get these things measured further. And if I'm correct, wow, I'll be so proud of myself for doing that. I'm pretty confident that I've got this right to an extent, but like I say, I've only done it up to 300 meters. But within 300 meters, I've been very accurate on different days, which is wow. I would love to get this further with more accurate equipment and take it
See, and
further.
then the
But
reason
it
this is
is
like
a
a
little
big
bit
deal for
difficult.
most people, the reason that I mentioned the universities and our DNs is that the reason this is a big deal for most people is if the universities are going along with the standard narrative because they have to, rather than that's the actual research that people are coming to. That's the reason that we think this is a big deal. Because if the universities are biased based on the shape of the Earth being a ball, then it gives them less credibility. And that's the reason that we're talking about this, because that's a big deal for all of us. We want to be able to go to get a degree in something and have it be a degree based on like the actual truth rather than some kind of biased narrative. And then when you come in and say that people are like pushing a flat Earth narrative, that's like the opposite of what we're doing. We're trying to get to the truth rather than just push a mainstream interpretation with a refractive index that confirms a ball that's reverse engineered. So that's why people are getting sensitive. And that's the only reason I was trying to explain it to you. Not that I'm attacking you for that, but I'm trying to explain to you why people are snowflakes, and then you're being a snowflake in reaction to them being a snowflake, which is all freaking valid because it's a very like sensitive subject. And when you act like it's arbitrary, like it could be a penis or the color blue, then that makes people even more sensitive because you're saying, oh, it doesn't really matter, but it matters. It matters to people in here. What these observations are actually telling us about the possibility of it being a ball or not. And it sucks. It sucks that a degree or a PhD in something doesn't mean the same as it used to. We'd love it for it to actually have that significance and that honor that it should go with that. But it doesn't anymore. And that's the significance of this conversation. Like the higher up you get in education, the more indoctrinated you are, or the more you're just following the mainstream narrative. And that sucks. But that seems to be the case.
Well, I would say Beerman in terms of refraction. Maybe sometime if we had, at some point we can go through more of it as well. But there's several ways that I've been able to decipher. If you're talking about footage, like long distance footage, there's several ways to decipher the difference between the planar geometry and the spherical. But there are some overlaps in the way that refraction works with spheres, because I think ultimately we see in a sphere, we see in toroidal field patterns, which is why it looks like a hemisphere to us. I think so. There's that factor, and then refraction itself is happening within what could be referred to as the atmosphere. Like even if you have a perfectly planar surface of water or with land, topographical features, but it has an overall planar type structure to it, you can you would then have some kind of a hemispherical ceiling. And when I say that, meaning you would see in a hemispherical way. So that already brings in spherical geometry right into this entire realm. And then that even gets into the difference between planes and spheres, like straight lines and curves, and how it seems to be at the base features of geometry. So there is some overlap with certain explanations on a globe model for certain refractive effects. So that's why it is a very nuanced topic, and there's so many particulars and a lot of factors that are involved. But like I said, we could go through, like I said, in more detail, or I could do a presentation on it someday, perhaps as well, to go through all of the particulars, showing how there are actual discerning characteristics that show one versus the other, even though there is overlap as well. There's some overlap, so.
Yeah, Gio, I think you and I can have a discussion, possibly privately or preferably privately. I would love to go into more of what I've been doing research-wise regarding the observations, both short and long distance observations. So if you want to set up a time, let's do it. But preferably in a private discussion with no interruptions and no name calling, etc.
Well, I mean, we can if you want to, but you're saying still have it live stream, because we can do that on the server either with a stage channel, or we can have it to where when like everyone else is automatically muted basically when they join, or you could do it in a stage channel where it would just be 2 people on the stage or 3 people or whatever it may be. So yeah, I mean, you could do like, we could do it more where it's kind of like an event that you're putting on where you're presenting your information, and then we can give feedback on that. Or we could do kind of like a joint event just on the whole topic in general, just do like a joint event. And then, and then there's a lot of different options. I mean, you could, if you wanted to kind of host it, then you could also moderate it as well. So like if you want to bring other people in, that would be your choice. But if you don't want to, then that would be your choice as well. Like if you were hosting it in that sense. So yeah, I mean, those are all options. And because yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of different viewpoints, but to be able to sometimes just hone in on some particular information, then that's what that's good for. Cause then, yeah, then there's not interruptions. And if you were like hosting it, or if we were if we were jointly hosting it or whatever it may be, then we could stick on the actual topic and stick to it and keep the content exactly in that way, rather than sometimes when the room is packed and there's a bunch of people jumping in and bringing different points or whatever it may be, So, and there's something good about the open panel as well. Of course, it's awesome that, for what it's good for as well, but to really get into certain things, then yeah, I think having an event or like a set time for it, and then, and it can be on the fly too. It doesn't have to be, we don't have to like plan weeks ahead necessarily. I mean, even like today, instead of having this, like we could have just just done an impromptu event as well. So, just to in that moment as well, like, but if we plan it out, that's all also works. So yeah, I mean, those are all possibilities because, yeah, I'd like to see more of like you present everything you've been working on.
Yeah, I don't need teammates, or I don't want teammates. If anything, I just want to have a civil discussion. So yeah, but maybe possibly muting the people would help. But then again, I've got this confidence problem, I guess, because of my accent and the comments I get from it. So that's why I prefer it not being live streamed. But yeah, if that's the way you want to go, sure. We can look at it that way.
Well, on a stage channel, let's say right now, if you and I were on the stage, let's say, then we would be the only ones on the stage. So like no one else even can talk. Like one of us would have to, or a moderator would have to like invite someone on the stage. So anyways, it's much more like, it almost reminded me of like a coffee shop kind of vibe or something, meaning that, the people that are on the stage are, yeah, I don't know why I thought of coffee shop, but yeah, just made me think of that.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think I think it'll be a healthy discussion. I think I have got something to bring to the table, or I know I have something to bring to the table. Whether people like it or not, yeah, it's sad that if it doesn't fit a worldview, it sucks a bit. But this has opened up other possible worldviews for myself, at least. So, irrespective of what it brings, yeah, I think we can have a healthy discussion about what I've done, and maybe you can point out possible errors. What I've done, except instead of attacking what I've done. So yeah, I do trust you that you can have a civil discussion with me regarding it. So yeah, I think we should set it up.
Yeah, for sure, man. Well, yeah, it's always open to anyone that wants to do an event. Can let us know and can set it up. And yeah, like I said, I mean, you could be like, if you're hosting it, then you would have the role to be able to even mute people yourself. So, if you want, even if you want to have more of an open panel, but then you'd be able to mute and unmute. Because if you're hosting it, then you know how like in like radio shows when like the host is like taking calls, and you know how the host is often like very almost kind of controlling about when he dumps the person. He's just like, okay, thank you, and he just
I'm not that guy, man. I'm not that guy. I'm probably too old for that.
I know, but I'm just saying, like in that same way, it's not like you're necessarily censoring that person. It's just that you're hosting. Like that host is actually just hosting. Now, sometimes maybe they do blend over into censoring if they dump the guy when they don't like what he's saying or something. I guess that's possible as well. But anyways, I'm just saying that but in the idea of just hosting in general, like if you're curating the content for that stream, then, you may want, have particular type of content, like either the topic or to stay on topic or, having certain individuals involved, etc. you know, in that type of setting, if it's, you know, in that sense. So like often on this panel, this is like an open, very open panel show, and it has the open organic kind of vibe to it. But yeah, being able to do an event like that, you know, and then when you're doing it that way, like, yeah, you could bring people on, bring people off, you know, the stage basically, or mute and unmute to like either answer questions or things like that.
I got you. Yeah, I think yeah. Let's try to keep it just a discussion. I don't want this the whole thing that I'm trying to present something to change anyone's worldviews or anything like that. If anything, all I'm trying to do is say, guys, if there's something that I can add to the table, yes, some valuable information that I don't see anyone else talking about. There's no other information about this, but this is testable, it's measurable, it's provable, it's objective. Here it is. I would love to share it. I would love to discuss it. And yeah, let's keep it more just a discussion, but possibly with the without the interruptions, if anything. Yeah, I don't want to control it though. I don't want to be the guy that mutes people and tells people to shut up and stuff. I'm just not that guy. I tell a lot of people to fuck off though when I get pressed on. But that's me being damn sensitive and hard-assed as well. I'm a South African after all.
Well, no, yeah, that's all good, man. I hear you on that. I mean, yeah, sometimes it can get rowdy. I don't know if something happened earlier. Maybe I wasn't listening, or if there was something that I missed. But yeah, sometimes perhaps, you know, people can get activated, as it were, in their viewpoints, whatever it may be. But well, yeah, but well, what I'm saying about in terms of like somebody's hosting an event like that, what I'm saying is that if they are the host, then, you know, if it's not like this is like an open panel show, this particular live stream. So obviously it is open and has that open organic. But what I'm saying is that if it's like sanctioned a little bit more in terms of being an event, and let's say like this could go for anyone. Like let's say I'm going to host an event, or who else in the VC? Eggshell is going to do an event, or New Perspective, or Jeremy, whatever it may be. You know, if they're curating that content for either that topic or that discussion or whatever it may be, then yeah, they would be essentially a live stream host. And when you're hosting in that sense, if you're doing it in that way, then yeah, you could be selective. It's fair. What I'm saying is that it's fair to be selective, not necessarily like mute people in the middle of them talking or anything like that. But if it was like okay, here's an example. Let's say it's you're going to present something. Maybe it's two people, you and I. You're going to present. I'm going to respond just in a very like, you know, let's just say just in a very just discussion oriented type way. And then you present that. Perhaps I share some reflections on it, whatever it may be. In that example, if we then opened it up to the rest of the room, or we let people like if you use a stage channel, they can like raise their hand basically on the Discord. They click a thing, and then if for any of the moderators, they then have to like click on a thing to bring the guy onto the stage. And then that person's on the stage. And then you can still mute and unmute even when they're on the stage. Although you didn't used to be able to when it was new, but now you can mute and unmute in that. But anyway, so I'm just saying, if you're doing it that way, now let's just say that you're going to start taking questions. You're going to start fielding questions. Okay. So someone raises their hand, they come on the thing, they ask you a question. Maybe it's really good, really positive, productive. You're like, this was good. Okay. So you talk to that person for a while. Okay, great. Then eventually maybe we remove that person from the stage, and then someone else comes on the stage. Now, maybe the second person is not as much the kind of vibe you're looking for. Maybe they're kind of attacking you, like you said, or they're being condescending, or they have kind of an agenda that they don't want you to think this way, or whatever it may be, that they're in some trigger, or whatever it may be, if it's a trigger or not, or you know what I mean? If they're a negative vibe, whatever it may be, what I'm saying is that, like, if you're hosting the show, I'm not suggesting just muting people, you know, in the middle of them talking, perhaps, but I'm just saying, like, in theory, if you and I were hosting, like, in the same way that like a radio show, when they take call-ins, you know what I mean? Like, they're curating that content. And so it's expected that the person who's coming on the stage or coming into the discussion at that point, it's expected that they have somewhat limited time. You know, they got their moment to kind of say something, contribute to the convo. Maybe if the people find it interesting, they'll go longer. I think Jaronism does a thing sort of like this. It's like he gives people like 3 minutes or something, and then And then if he likes the convo, it'll go longer. I think I've seen in one of his things that it's similar to that. But anyways, there's a lot of different ways to do it. But I'm just saying, if someone comes in and, you know, is not really the kind of content or the type of discussion, so I'm just saying it's a way to have it open, but also have it moderated in that way. Of course, another option is just to have a set panel where it's just 2 or 3 people and that's it, or it's just 2 people for the whole thing. The whole stream is just those 2 people. I mean, that in that way, then it's literally just those 2, and then you have an audience that's listening.
Yeah, I think let's rather stay in touch, discuss it. I'm so damn sensitive. I'll probably mute everyone and eventually mute you. So yeah, I think that let's just discuss a way forth. I think it's valuable information. Let's get it out. I'm sure we will figure a way out to get this out.
Yeah,
there,
just
this
continuing the
info.
journey of it all. Yeah, because like I said, I do think there's spherical components to reality on multiple levels. And as I said, I think we see in a sphere, and I do think it's toroidal. We see in essentially a field, a toroidal field. You know how they say turtles all the way down? Have you heard when people have said toroids all the way down?
I haven't, no, but I've
Or like,
considered that this realm is a toroidal field. If anything, there's that what's solipsism? What's that one where you think that you are creating this reality to solipsism, or what's that, solipsism or something? There's some weird name. Come on, help me with that word. Solipsism. What's it called?
solipsism, if that's
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
If anything, if that is what's creating possibly a toroidal field, it's definitely been a mind boggle for me. But yeah, I think what I'm going to present, or what I'm trying to present, is objective. It's something that you, Geo, you can go out there tomorrow and test what I'm saying and say, oh wow, Beerman is right. Jeremy can go out there and he can do the same thing and he say, oh wow, Beerman is right. This is not something that I'm making up. This is not something. Yeah, this is objective, if that's the correct way to say it. And I don't see anyone else doing this and taking it further, and I would love to see it get taken further. I'm asking a favor, I guess. But if it can help with this discussion, I think, guys, please hear me out and please help me. I think this is very, very valuable. Because I love the discussion. I really do love the discussion. I listen to this so much. I've stopped for a while after what I've been sharing because of all the hate I've been getting for it. But I decided to come in today. I know I said I'm not going to come back into this again, but I saw Pete was in here and I was loving his. I love Pete's discussions. I think he goes into a very cool realm of thought, and yeah, I had a discussion with him, and then this damn discussion of mine came up. And
Well, hold on. Can I just ask for in terms of for the server, the moderation, what are these attacks? Because I mean, we moderate the server pretty darn. I mean, it's not like 100%. You know, I'm sure in terms of catching every little this and that, but I mean, I'm always, you know, I don't see everything in the text chat. Are you talking about these things happening in DMs or on VC? Is it happening elsewhere, or is it and then are these attacks like egregious type things, or is it just sort of
no, dude, it's
just
me
minor?
sensitive. It's me sensitive. I get called. I've been told that I make people nauseous. My accent sucks. I'm a
this is
liar.
honestly, bro. Like, this is too much. Like, you can't cite me as like 50% of the problems here. And I said one statement, but it's because it's my reaction to like not your accent. And you know, previously to that, like I had supported you on like the fact that you speak English really well. Then you got a fine tone of voice. What I have the problem with is like that. If I feel like I listened to you for untold amount of hours, talk about your spiritual growth, talk about your different learnings in that, right? I like listen to that. Like I'm listening, I'm forming like emotional connections to like how your voice is, how it connects to these things. You know what I mean? I mean, if I'm to listen to you for hours talk about something, and then you joined in that day and proceeded to just bowl over whoever needed to talk or whatever, it didn't really matter. And then we try to give you time anyway. I think the room has been like super accommodating to you, and I assume it's gonna definitely continue to be that way. And the thing is, all I said is that like I just got to go because like I literally can't like stomach listening to you rationalize things. Like it was literally making me like uncomfortable. Or maybe I just had a bad breakfast. There was a bad comment. Sorry. But it wasn't towards your voice or your master of English. It was really just about an emotional center that your words were coming out of. And it just like, it seemed untruthful to me. And I was not used to that because you had been speaking so much about like your spiritual journey. And I find so much resonance and truth and sonically. So that's really the comment. Let's not make it personal. I didn't mean to touch such a chord, but I was trying to be. I didn't mean to like turn that like that. So my apologies. All right, that's about all I can say here.
Yeah, let's just chalk that up as a misunderstanding because I've never heard anyone criticize your accent. I think your accent's beautiful and you speak very good English. I very much appreciate hearing your, and I've never heard anyone say anything negative about your. I mean, you're very well spoken. So. I think hopefully, if that was just a misunderstanding with whatever happened earlier, I mean, with Snacks or the way he just tried to clarify that.
I appreciate that. And yeah, if I ever did bulldoze someone, I do also apologize for that. I don't hop much into this Discord. When I do, yeah, I tend to be long-winded, and yeah, I do apologize for that as well. I try to get as much out as quickly as I can, because I got so much to damn say. But yeah. But yeah.
Okay. So aside from me, what else is there?
Yeah, it's just the when I get called, when I get labeled something, when I'm a globe earther, or I'm a flat earther, or I'm lying, I'm not telling the truth, I'm making shit up. I really don't understand why I get told these things when I'm clearly saying, guys, here it is, please go test it. But then it's like a nah, no, leave it. Time waster, blah blah blah. I get some DMs here. I can show you guys some DMs as well. I can screenshot and share it. And I really don't understand why I get this shit. It's very, very weird for me. And all I'm trying to do is shed some sort of truth. And yeah, it's just for me, it's weird, and I don't even know why I'm in this damn Discord. But I find this so important to share, and like I say, I love the discussion.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, we cover a lot of different topics, and I mean, I hear you. The liar thing is, yeah. I mean, there's a lot less of that these days. I mean, I think there was times there where, yeah, people are typing it a lot in the text chat and stuff. But I think in general, there's a lot less. What I've seen is the. But I'm sure, yeah. I mean, you know, I think, I mean, dude, like if you're gonna be, I would say in today's world, it's fairly safe to say that if you're going to be involved in the larger discussion, just the larger breadth of components and factors that go into truth in today's world, truth in a very obviously a generalized sense, but also in a very specific sense of what is true and what isn't. And in today's world, because of the level of corruption, the way the system's been set up, in my viewpoint, it is the whole kind of global paradigm, as it were, the globalism and the world banks and the way that all of this is being been orchestrated. And it's all interconnected for the same individuals selling us the globe are also doing the world wars and doing all this takeover stuff. So anyways, but I mean, because of all of that going on, the world as we know it, basically the level of corruptions and everything going on, it makes it so that even discussing truth is like just opening, in some cases, Pandora's box to, in some cases, an army of people that are going to want to try to shut you down in that sense. So, but there's even people that might even be trying to link onto a truth, and then they're trying to cause some negative thing to it as well. So like there's even ways that people can use some or like cling on to some certain truth and use that for harm as well, even in that case, even though the thing they're saying might be true, but they're using it in a harmful way. But anyways, but I'm just saying on the larger picture, just discussing truth, yeah, it's a huge cluster of energy in today's world, to say the least, and people are going to have all their different viewpoints. But yeah, I mean, that's why like a platform like this, like we can moderate it obviously to the best of our ability. If we need to be more or less strict, we can do that. But I mean, in general, like we're trying to obviously keep a good enough balance with everything. But I'm just saying at the same time, if you're wanting to be involved, I would say it almost like the old thing of like having a thick skin. There probably would have to be some component of that because like if this was like a community discussing like knitting, I would imagine you wouldn't get attacked very much if you're just talking about knitting patterns. But the fact that we're talking about some of the most would it even be said sort of controversial truths in a sense, or controversially discussed. It doesn't always have to be controversy, but you know what I mean? There's a lot of different viewpoints, and then the implications for this. And some people get into like a cult-like mentality where they feel like they have to defend their thing, in that way, or they get aggressive in some cases, or they just want to get you off the trail, or stop, or they troll. I mean, we've seen it all. So yeah, there's a lot that goes on, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to just give the old cliche, like, one has to have a thick skin, but I do think that like trying to engender that is going to help you in this environment, because yeah, there is a fair amount of tension involved with it. It's kind of what comes with it in today's world. Like to use that that term, like a truth warrior, just to kind of use that archetypal concept. It's if you want to view it from that way, like in some sense, it takes a lot of fortitude and strength to continue forward.
I got you. And there's no need to change the moderation. That is a me issue. Like I say, I'm pretty sensitive when it comes to feelings, but I think it's because I'm not used to the online thing. Generally, in real life, you sort out something right there and there, and if you want to say something fucked up to my face, do it and let's sort it out. Either way. But something you can't do that online, and for me, I just feel so. I don't know how to say it. It's just weird. So it's not a moderation issue; it's a me issue. But it is what it is. I just don't dig it that much. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing, and yeah, don't change things because of me.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's just a lot involved, a lot of factors involved in all of these discussions and interactions. That's for sure. Just in terms of like I was saying before, the implications, and then the foundation of like our entire worldview, and then the entire perspective of what the Earth is and who we are. So it's a huge like cyclical shift. And I mean, I think there's something very noble about pursuing, all of this research. So on a spiritual level, like on the spiritual plane, this is it's a very high, as it were, like a high octave or like a high frequency path to even take this on and have the fortitude. That's partly why it's kind of just the way everything is balanced with the way it is currently.
Yeah, but Gio, it's 2:27 a.m. my side. I'm gonna head to bed.
Okay, right on. Let me just finish on this one thought, which is I wondered if you would agree or disagree with this. Let me link together what I was just saying, just as a last thought here. If you're going to jump off in a minute, so if I'll just use the word if just to be neutral. If it's not a globe, and if it is some sort of a extended planar type surface with level water, and then whatever's above, etc. And if the globe paradigm has been what's causing a lot of like the poisoning of the earth and the GMOs and all this other stuff, from the perspective of Mother Earth, if you see it as Mother Earth, like that there's like a spirit or an archetype connected to the earth itself, would the earth then in a sense, be depending on those of us that are willing to actually seek this truth and assist in this process, that we actually would then become like one of the highest frequency or highest octave, like stewards of the earth itself?
Oh, it's a hectic question. um, I don't even know how to answer it. If anything, uh, my recent thoughts of this place is that it is just what it is. This printer is here next to me, but it's just a printer. I'm here. I'm just here. You chatting possibly on the other side of the world. But these are all just vibrations coming through my ears. This is just a light coming off something, and I can feel it with the senses of me. Is it my vibration that's not going through that vibration? Is Earth just a vibration? This is all just a vibration. I'm experiencing this experience. Um, am I, if anything, I'm just a part of everything. Um, I really don't know how to answer that question from that viewpoint, if that makes sense. Um, Maybe I went completely derailed it or misunderstood the question, but you can ask it again if you feel that I may have avoided it, but I didn't try to avoid anything. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, it's all good. It was just an open kind of thing there. So yeah, I appreciate hearing your thoughts. And yeah, if you have any more to add, feel free. But yeah, I just wanted to, it's just the idea of just in today's world, the path of pursuing um the nature of the earth on these larger scales. Essentially, like, and even cosmography, like there's cosmology, but then cosmography is the actual physical layout of this realm of the cosmos, as it were. The actual
If it was,
layout in those ways. And then in today's world, that, the truth of what that and the implications has such a representation that it becomes like almost like a spiritual path of sorts to even carry the torch forward in the research in general. Like, whatever the truth may or may not be, I'm not really putting any in this statement. I'm not really saying anything. I'm just saying just even the pursuit of it and the tension that one might come up against, considering the paradigm and then all the different dynamics involved. So yeah, it is quite a process.
yeah. So if it was this physical ball that is in the way it's been presented to us, this thing in space, and we this little speck on this physical thing, and we all these physical beings that evolved, and the way I'm very laymaning it now. But if it is that, and or if it is a flat realm, but also a physical flat realm, which is something hard, and you can chop it down only to up into a point, and it can't get any smaller. But there will still be something there. If it is that, and there are people in control and have presented or made us think that we are on this ball, trapped on a ball. um, I I don't even know what to think of it. That is the world I've always lived in, up until recently, when I said, "Oh wow, I'm possibly a spiritual being," and even thought that I am living on an atom, but on a micro scale. Am I just a thought? I don't know. Am I someone else's thought? I also don't know. All these things have been popping into my head since I've been introduced to this topic, and this is why I say it's completely fucked over my life. But I'm grateful for it as well. I never thought I could ever think like this, and it's pretty cool to think. Oh, I've been having a lot of fun thinking like this, philo- philosophizing about it. I'm in the process of writing a book about it as well, which is something I would have never thought I'd do. So, like I said, I wouldn't even know how to answer that question with where I am now. I can give you so many answers or thoughts. I would really need to think about your question before I answer it. Other than that, yeah, this is a very, very strange place that we're at. And if there's someone controlling it, well done to them. They've done a damn good job. Um, I'm excited to control it after this, if I do have the opportunity to play around with it myself. But yeah, let's see what happens when I have my end, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that could open up a whole with this. There's so many different strands of layers of that because I was just thinking how well yeah there's so many like so I mean if consciousness is viewed as like light and sound and then everything is made up of that light and sound, then yeah, that would mean we're an infinite being with infinite creative capacities. And this is just the one cycle that we're experiencing now, which from that perspective, um, if you view it in a way that we're all one ultimately, then the one is then just experiencing all these different realities within the totality of itself and being able to create or recreate these different types of cycles. And so this current one where in my perspective, I'll say that the Earth isn't a globe. It isn't. We're not on the outside of a sphere. Then that would mean that from that perspective, then the creator, the one creator, as it were, decided to create this type of cycle where the Earth geometry is taken from its rightful status as being the ground of this whole realm, the ground of the universe, as it were, like the actual ground, and then the heavens are the heavens, removing it from that, saying that the ground now is on a ball, and then the whole globalism and the whole modern day that we see today for the last from that viewpoint, then that would just be the creator deciding to create that this cycle where the globe paradigm, the globalism, and everything that's gone along with it is playing out, and it's just perhaps one of many many cycles. And even though it may feel like it is like you were saying, it was messed up, like because there are things that are out of sync as well, but even if those are actually part of this cycle, they're actually part of the intentional process. And then like you were saying, like could if that creationary process can happen, then could you then regain consciousness of how you could create that? And I would say absolutely, it's within all of us. Like you had that exists eternally, that you, me, everything that is has the ability to create anything we want, literally anything infinitely. And this is just what we're creating right now. This is what we've decided to do.
We only have, for instance, now, which is something I learned recently as well. I can't live in the past and I can't live in the future. Yes, I can think about them, but I can't live in them. If I want to do something, I have to do it now. I can't book something tomorrow. I can only book it at that. I can schedule that time, but when I make the booking, I make it in this moment. Um, I've always thought of, or not always, recently, or thinking of it. I think of it now. If death is anything, uh, you still carry on. And the reason why I've say that is I thought of it when I've said this before. My wife's uncle went into a coma and he lived a whole new life when he was in the coma. When he came out of the coma, he wanted to go back. He didn't know why he was back to this place, and then he passed away shortly after that again. But he lived a whole new life. So actually last night I watched a movie called Source Code and I said, wow, this makes so much sense to me. So if you've never watched the movie Source Code, that resonated so much with me, where I said, oh wow, I'm surprised that they made a movie about what I think. And which made me realize, am I the only one? I'm probably not the only one that thinks this way. And is it a possibility that this is what reincarnation is, that when you do pass, you just move on to a new life with whatever you've learned now? It's weird, man. Like I said, it's a weird place.
I would say if you choose to.
Yeah, it's a weird place, this. And my grandmother, she passed away at 92 years old, quietly in her bed, in the old age home. But man, that must have been so boring for her. If anything, the last thing that she had was just lying in her bed. It's like did she just decide, okay, no, screw this, I'm going into La La Land now, and she's living a whole new life? I think time is just a concept. Yes, we do measure it some with our little tools, but it's still just a happening. I think time is experience. I don't think it's a thing. I just think it is what it is. It's weird. We can have a discussion like this for hours.
Yeah, I mean, the question would be with that, it's like, you know how we feel a continuation when we're in a human body? Like, we obviously, days pass, we age, different cycles happen, different things happen. We experience that passing, and we experience some form of what we would call an evolution of sorts. Now, I'm not talking about Darwinian evolution. I'm just talking about the word to evolve, like just expanding over time. We grow, we learn, we refine ourselves in all these different ways, through trial and error, and through, learning what works and learning what doesn't in all these different ways. And so the question would then be, when we die, from the perspective that that we do continue. I know some people might think it's just lights out, extinguished, goes black, or just you vanished. And I'm not, that's a whole, like within atheism and different things like that. But from the perspective that we do continue, in that beyond, as it were, is there some form of evolution in that as well? And again, I'm not talking about Darwinian. Again, I'm just talking about, is there some way in which our soul is actually, even though we might not be in time in that way, is there some way that it is like, okay, that was my previous life. Okay, I just died in this life. I'm going to go back to the spirit world. We're going to hang out for a while and maybe plan another lifetime and decide what you want to do next. If you want to depart, go elsewhere. If you want to stay on the earth track and all that. So like the idea that it is still in some way like unfolding in some pattern.
This was intense. You need to decompress after this. You may want to hang out for a minute.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of souls do, and they may not come back for a long time. They're just like, I'm done with that for a while. Yeah, exactly.
So Gio, you talk about remembering past lives and things, which I find interesting because there's a lot of people that share the same experience as what you're sharing. I've had thoughts that I've experienced something different before, but is it just my imagination? I don't know. I haven't had it vividly that way. I do experience a lot of deja vu, is what you called it. I share that a lot with you, and that's only something recent, which is so freaking weird. But wow, it made me realize a lot of weird things as well. But it's things I never noticed before until I say this topic was brought up to me, which is why I say, man, fuck this discussion. I hate it so much, but I love it so much. I personally can't say I know what's going to happen afterwards. But what I can say is that I don't remember anything before this. And as much as I can't see behind me now, I can't prove it that there's something behind me, but I can see anything in front of me. I can possibly feel something behind me. Is it there? I don't know. Is this a rendered world? It's weird. I don't even know how. Yeah, dude, we're going very deep into this.
My
But yeah.
library of knowledge has not been added to in this lifetime. My logic, my common sense, my opinions were here when I was a kid.
So
Interesting. The origin. Yeah, good one.
Would World War II have occurred if I didn't exist, or if I don't exist, would it have happened? Not in my world, at least. It feels that everything that I know or has happened is only because I am here. Whether I learned something new, that only occurred because I now know it. That comes to that solipsism, or however you say that. It's deep philosophical questions and thoughts, and there's no evidence for it for being yes or no. So no one can discredit you that way. Even if people say yes, or even if people say that, yeah, no, scientists disagree with it, there's still no proof for it. As much as you can say we're in a simulation or not. So yeah, we can go very deep down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it goes back to like intelligence on deeper levels and what our origins are, and absolutely. Well, and in terms of other lifetimes, there are people who spontaneously have memory recall. Of course, there's a lot of cases of children that do because they're kind of closer to being born, so they seem to have like a more kind of direct access in a sense to their memories in their soul, essentially, or in their spirit life. And then generally, as people get older, that in general can disconnect more, although it can reconnect in later age as well. And then, of course, everyone's different too, so it depends on what your kind of level of, yeah, kind of just one's own either awareness or kind of spiritual processes, whatever might be going on, um, of a capacity to do that. But so there are people, and there's adults that have spontaneous previous life memories as well. But in general, as far as I'm aware, in terms of the entire field of study around memories of recalling other lifetimes, for the most part, it seems to take some kind of an activation of the psyche to access a more deep level of recall, meaning that like the average human mind that's in the average, like as it were, ordinary state of consciousness in a sense, meaning just operating, crossing the street, walking, driving, whatever it may be, that kind of part of life. Generally people don't have just, oh yeah, I remember my life, this one and that one and this one. Like there is, like, in a sense, like in this perspective, there's like a form of like an amnesia. So like in the ordinary state, we're not generally directly connected to the memories, even though perhaps our emotions are even driven by them, or our perspectives, like our entire worldviews, like our skills, our knowledge, our talents, our challenges, all of these different things are actually, still actually influencing or connected to those previous lifetimes. But in this perspective, though, what we don't actually have the detailed memories. So to get the detailed memories, that's where some of the different techniques of either forms of like meditation or different plant medicines. There's many different ways that people have accessed. Also using breath, like using forms of breathing techniques as well, and different ways to be able to actually, basically like take a journey in a sense in their own mind, as it were, to actually access these deeper parts of ourselves in that way.
It's almost like we have consciousness reversed. It's like we are unconscious.
Right. We're like the opposite of what
Yeah.
is, of what all is. Yeah. We're just these little sparks of like, oh, we don't know stuff. We're just little, we don't know stuff sparks of, yeah. And we're trying
Yet we might
figure it
inside,
out.
right? There's that whole other part of us that might be knowing, but it's part of the learning process to separate the two.
Well, and then is that perhaps like the impetus of creation is because if the creator is all knowing, or if that ultimate source of consciousness is all knowing, would it then desire to not know? Would that actually be what it would be desiring? So it's like, oh, I want to see what it's like to not know everything. So I'm going to be this human that doesn't know everything. Seems like it's into it because it's doing it.
Yeah, what got me away from Christianity is the how do I say it, the sky daddy concept. Well, at least that's the way it was presented to me, and in being introduced to Hinduism and Buddhism, different cultures, made me realize, wow, there's more to belief or reality than Christianity, and that's when I delved into these discussions or ideas and thoughts, and began philosophizing myself and coming up with my own thoughts of what this place is. And then what I did was what I do is, if I've never heard of something and I come up with a thought, I search it and I see who else has spoken about it. And then if someone else has spoken about it, I research about it, because that would make sense to me then, because I'm experiencing something that I've never been taught, but it's been spoken about. So that to me is reality. That I'm not the only one, at least, that has felt that or thought that, which is weird. But that works for me, trying to make sense of what this place is and who I am and why I'm here. It's weird, but yeah, guys, I gotta head to bed. It's getting very, very late now.
All right, beer man. Yeah, cheers. It's good.
Yeah.
Good to chat. I hope you have a good evening, and yeah, man. Cheers.
Cool, man. Cheers. Bye.
Yep.
So you think we have a small enough audience to talk freely?
As long as everyone talks at the same time, it'll be really free. We'll all be free.
So I get a direct message from Jaron 2 days ago, and he's like, "Are you going to Vegas?" And I'm like, first of all, like, what are you doing reaching out to me? It was so cute. It's like, are you kidding? You really got no one to talk to? You know, I'm like, no, I'm not welcome there. And he started just chatting away. It was funny. It's like he's impossible to reach when you want to reach him, but all of a sudden he's like, "Hey, buddy." It was pretty funny. They're having fun.
Yeah. So that event is happening this weekend, or
Yeah, they're having fun over there. Stavely's been showing it, and Witsit just spoke. He did the full toroidal thing, you know, on everyone that really's never heard any of that shit. And you know, Mark opened up. Jaron spoke. People are hanging out, having a good time, as far as I can tell. And it's sold out and shit. Like, it's full. So it's, you know, it's cool. There was a little bit of drama. Some guy showed up, like, on behalf of his own channel. He was being a smart ass. And they eventually threw him out. He did, like, a whole drama, go up to the stage and pull off a shirt saying he was flat, but now he's not. Kind of like what's his name? What was the mic drop? Jake Paul thing,
right? Logan
Paul.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a copycat of that.
So he did kind of like a troll thing, sort of. Yeah.
Danny Faulkner's there, but he's just sitting around being cool.
He's either sitting in this VC or now he's over there sitting around. He's just he's just an observer, that guy. He likes to just observe. That's funny.
And
It's just he's just quietly sitting there being like, it's probably not a globe. And I'm just going to sit here and watch the show. That's like the vibe I get from him sometimes.
Well, he makes content out of us, you know?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. And he's trying to, his writings are all about debunking. Yeah. Yep.
That's where the money is. Goofing on us, not being us.
But that's cool. That sounds like everything's going good there. Yeah. It's always a potent energy to get a lot of people together that know about these truths. That's for sure. So especially just the earth itself. It's like organic humans.
But to be honest, I mean, if you start going through who's not there, the list is pretty big. Like, pretty big. You know, Pontius isn't there. Robbie isn't there. Rick isn't there. Paul on the Plane isn't there. Morgile's not there. Of course, Bob's not there. Of course, Skiba's not there. But it's a lot of new faces in a lot of ways, you know? It's not the same old, same old.
Yeah.
A lot of new people.
We gotta get a huge toroidal planar toroidal Earth on that sphere thing they got, that big amphitheater. Have you seen that?
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be sweet. You hear my idea? My idea of like using the inside of one of those as like a massive,
like
planetarium. Planetarium. Like if you could be on the inside with all those LED, all the screens going all the way up around you, and then if you could like replicate the sky, and then you could have, you know, if you had like a planar foundation of a floor, and then be able to replicate the entire sky exactly how we see it over a you know, essentially just a flat planar surface.
And Chris Pontius wanted to do the floor on something like that, where he could do the AE map on the floor.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
But he was tripping on the overall height. Like, mountains and stuff aren't that big. Like, he was trying to scale everything down to, I think, can't remember what it was, like a mile to a foot or something like that. And when he scaled it all down to be able to fit it within an acre or wherever his dimensions were, I can't remember, but there weren't a lot of variations. Like the dome would have been really low for him to be able to put the stars up. It would have been really low to the ground. Not very domed, that dome. Not much height. If he was using the height that the 58 Encyclopedia Americana said.
Right. Well, if you had a planar surface that's like an AE map type layout, and if you had the sun, let's say, some, Robotham and these other, 3,200 miles, 4,000 miles, these kind of 4,000 mile ranges in terms of triangulating the sun. Well, let's just say between 3,000 to 4,000 miles. When you think about how tall that is over a planar surface, I mean, 4,000 miles, when you think about what 4,000 miles is, like, let's say in the United States or something, and you have to take that and then angle it upwards. I mean, the sun would look from a zoomed out perspective, the sun would look like it's almost touching the earth. It would be really low down there.
So
in comparison with only 4,000. I mean, that's only like a fraction of the entire radius. It's not that low down, but I mean, if you took 24,000 miles and you split that up, into all of its sections, and then you just took a 4,000 section of that and then angle it up. So, I mean, it is above the surface, but I'm just saying the idea that it's like way above it is would not be that proportion, at least. It wouldn't be the proportion of it being way above it, or the dome being some huge, it would be a very slight curve to the dome. If, whatever height that would be.
Pontius wants to make a theme park in East Texas, like a flat Earth theme park.
That's interesting. What do you mean by theme park? You're talking like rides and stuff, like entertainment, or are you talking what
the features that we're talking about, and a Foucault's pendulum, and all the kind of things that we might want to put on display. And then he was talking about having it right next to a restaurant and a hotel, so people could stick around.
Yeah, I mean that'd be cool. It'd be fun to have it's a lot of different.
He
cool
wants it
setups.
to be like a tourist/commune, is what he wants. He wants people to live there, but he wants people to be able to leave also. Since he's had Nathan Thompson in his house before. He knows you can't invite everyone forever. I did not see Nathan Thompson in Vegas. He's been laying low.
Yeah, I can't say I've heard much from him in quite some time. I mean, he used to come into some of these servers at times over the years, and I don't think he's been in any servers I've heard. And then I haven't really, I don't know, is he still doing stuff or content, or what is he?
Kind of, sort of. Every once in a while he posts something, but I can't keep up with when his groups are active or not, and which one's really his with all those similar names. I can't tell. The real obvious, not exactly Globe Earth Discussion Forum, exactly genuine. I don't know which one's what anymore. Or if they've been taken down. He always says it gets taken down. Then it comes back with strong numbers. But a lot of religious debate there. What do you think we should do with that? Religious debate. I mean, there's a lot of good people that want to do that. And it seems
It's definitely at times can be a very heated topic. That's for sure. In various ways, either going heated in a way of just being on fire, like going deep in certain parts, but then in certain avenues of inquiry and putting things together. But then also when people get into disagreeing, then there can be almost it's like this spiritual warfare kind of vibe.
I want to pit them. I want to put them together like MMA, where they could throw their artifacts and their books at each other and work it all out, you know? It sucks that we got to sort it out. They're the ones with the differences. Right? I mean, if there was something to go along with, we might go along. But clearly, anyone with logic could go, oh, wow, they're all arguing about different aspects of the same stuff.
Well, when I think of people if they're going to be in like a debate or an argument about anything related to religion or spirituality, it probably is because it's more likely because they have some kind of an agenda, maybe, or some kind of push or a drive to either get other people to think the way they do, or convince others, or have some kind of influence. Because at the end of the day, whatever our religious or spiritual viewpoints are, whatever our individual religious and spiritual viewpoints are ours. Those words are our. That was so many R's. AREOURS. Yeah. So, but anyways, I'm just saying, like, they're ours at the end of the day. Meaning, like, whatever my viewpoints are, you would be able to say, okay, that is his viewpoint on everything, as it were. And then I could go to you, Dan. Okay, Dan's viewpoint. You know, Jeremy's viewpoint. My own viewpoint. We all have our own viewpoint. And now, maybe people could be persuaded by others, and then that gets other people to want to persuade them. So maybe there's that going on. But I'm just saying that, like, at the end of the day, it's really our own personal journey or viewpoint, what we resolve to when it comes to that. Although at the same time, the thing about the debate, if the question is to get to some truth, then yeah, if within the context of maybe those structures, when it comes to some of the religions, then there's that too. But I'm just saying that usually it comes from someone's desire to want to, like, control other people's mindsets, rather than necessarily just coming to truth. Because if you're just going to come to truth on it, you don't really have to have like spiritual warfare. You can have like a lively spiritual discussion where everyone's sharing their viewpoints and you're all able to glean things from others, which we have a lot of those conversations too. And even though we may disagree dramatically in the actual overall things, we can actually have like certain conversations that are when there's just mutual respect, where there can actually be like almost like that quest for truth, but without all of the actual tension and the fighting part of it, and actually just being able to hear everyone's perspectives and then take from it what you will, as it were. And then that could be like it's like a session that everyone can reflect and perhaps even refine their own understanding of things in some way.
It actually ties into what we were saying before, because the religious people tend to suffix everything with, or you're going to die an awful death. Like the whole premise is like, you're not going to die right. You need to die proper.
Well, that is linked with a lot of different traditions. Yeah. Like even in the Tibetan Buddhism, they have the Book of the Dead, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. And it's not about dead people. It's actually about how to die, meaning it actually is like a guide to help you navigate after you pass on. And it's like you can like practice it while you're still alive, so that when you do die, essentially you know where to go, to put it simply, and you kind of have an awareness of the process instead of being shocked by it. So they have like entire spiritual practices focused on that.
I've been practicing the hokey pokey just in case the song's right, and that's what it's all about.
Nice.
Whole self. I put my whole self in, my whole self out.
But I mean, the Tibetan Book of the Dead, like a navigation path for like, yeah, that's actually very different than some of the other stuff you were talking about. When certain traditions, when they almost like threaten you that if you don't believe their thing, you're going to hell. And that's pretty dark. That's pretty dark.
It's fucked up.
Like think if you and I disagree, and I'm like, Dan, if you don't agree with me, Dan, when you die, dude, you're going to be judged, and the God is just going to extinguish your soul.
It's like, I really like an indica.
Woo, jeez.
I like sativa. You should die.
What a sentence. My God. Straight up coercion.
It's rough.
To get into the heaven they're claiming, you have to just totally believe their thing. Undoubtingly, too. Like, you can't doubt it. You can't praise other things. You can't be involved in anything else. I'm saying in some of those traditions, they're not all like this, but yeah, there are some that go that full distance with it. I mean, that's like the word inculcate, which is similar to indoctrinate, but with inculcate, the difference, like indoctrination is where like, yeah, there's some kind of information that's being repeated, but inculcate is like a much more like stricter, like repetitive, just like implanting the idea in someone's mind through like repetition. Yeah, that word inculcate. It's like basically like planting an idea in someone's mind and just getting them to accept it repeatedly.
I've never heard the word.
Yeah, it is a little bit more of a less commonly used word, but yeah, inculcate. I'll post a little thing for it just so you can see it.
Yeah, so it's a kind of a new world with a lot of new people coming who are going to have their own sense of momentum, and then probably burn out too. Really, I mean, the new people are going to have a real sense of wanting to be part of something. You know, going to these meetups.
I mean, dude, every link to the term flat earth, as it were, like every flat earth type gathering I've gone to has been just off the charts amazing. Just absolutely incredible. Like every moment I've had at all of those. I told you the only thing that happened that was sketchy is at the one that was at a bar, there was a globe earther. So someone brought their friend that was a globe earther and he got drunk and like got kicked out of the bar. He tried to like fight the bartender, and then the bartender, like they literally had to kick him out, and like fists were thrown. Like it was a whole thing. I mean, so that was the only like negative thing, and he was the globe earther, ironically, or not ironically, yeah, whatever it may be. That was who crashed the party.
Uh-huh.
But other than that, like all the vibes from like all like flat earther people, as it were, have just been absolutely just lit, like just amazing. Just everyone's just smiling and laughing and just hugging each other and just like so happy to have found each other. And we're just like talking about all kinds of different ideas, and people are so just like friendly, and it's awesome, man. I've had amazing connections, especially the one that I went to that was like that flat camp. That's when ODD was there as well. But like everyone at that, dude, that one was because we were like partying and it was like a bonfire. We were cooking food. You know what I mean? That was like a whole chill session. So that was even better because then everyone was feeling really good and looking at the bonfire, looking up at the stars. And that was amazing.
Flat Earth used to be amazing.
Dude, if we could have that every day, like that feeling where everyone's just accepting each other, like there's no judgment. Now, granted, you're in person, first of all. So you're not, anyone that would be like talking shit is probably not going to last or whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't really do any of that in person. So like, I'm not saying people can't do that. I mean, people could troll or do whatever. But in this case, it was basically just all like, pro flat earth, as it were, people, like there weren't really any like globers that were trying to debate us, or there wasn't even anything like that. And there wasn't flat earthers trying to force others into flat earth. Just none of that was going on the way that some of that goes on the internet. Right. None of that at a meetup. It's just everyone that basically knows the earth's not a globe. Maybe a couple people were on the fence, but I mean, pretty much everyone knew it was up. Even the kids, their kids knew what was up. Like the couple kids that were running around as well. Like it was just amazing. Like that everyone, it was just, and it just felt like human, like organic humans, like just the human tribe, just being humans and just accepting each other and helping each other and just like sharing knowledge is amazing.
It sounds silly, but I went to a concert recently. I like this band out of Maryland called Jimmy's Chicken Shack, and they were on tour. And I seen them like on a Sunday, and they were pretty good. But I saw them on a Tuesday, and the crowd was just ridiculously friendly. Like everyone was huggy and kissy and selfies and dancing, and it was truly amazing. And the band wasn't any better, but the crowd had a different experience because they were into each other. We were into each other. It was funny.
Well, there's something to be said. Like, if you get a bunch of humans together that actually are all like just being accepting and loving of each other, like I could even get into some of the ideas within ether, but like you're actually creating like an etherical bubble right there. Like you're actually creating a safe space, if you will, an actual safe space, where amazing things can happen when there's that much positivity and like the mindset that comes together in some of those ways.
You remember
And
the TED shows where there was totally unpoliced, where they wouldn't let the police in, and there was never problems.
yeah, this is why they want to divide us, because yeah, like that many people, exactly. It's at concerts like that, shows like that, and just communities like that in general. Like they want us split up and broken, because when we actually get together, I mean, even like people barbecuing, things like this, family gatherings. I mean, it's seen in many walks of life, but if we're not like tied down by a system and we can just enjoy life and work together, then like the positivity that humans can be, I think it's like there's no limit to that and the potential for that. The potential for harmony, like really high octave levels of harmony.
Yeah, I think free energy would do it.
Yeah.
If we weren't competing to survive. Place is abundant, man. The place is crazy great, you know?
Yeah, but dude, we need to be able to live free on this thing. Like it's messed up. Like, so I would say that well, the other thing is that I mean a lot of people are suffering, like mentally, physically. So it's like the food obviously needs to be improved in huge ways, and the mental health situation needs a huge improvement as well. And with certain plant medicines that can be utilized, like nature gives us the plants that we need to heal from mental and physical ailments. And if you utilize those plants correctly, then you don't, basically an entire human group like can have no depression or like no anxiety or no addictions, things like that. I know these tribes in South America that have been, some of these tribes that go back way back, and they've been using, for example, ayahuasca is one plant medicine that they use there. And some of these tribes that regularly use ayahuasca, for virtually everyone in the tribe, has worked with the medicine, especially if someone is suffering, they might even work with it a bit more as well, but they also work with it regularly. And within their tribes, like within their whole communities, they don't have like any depression. They don't have anxiety. They don't have addictions. They don't have people stealing from each other. They don't have people like yelling and arguing. They don't have aggression. Like nobody's punching or fighting each other at all. There's no thievery. There's no sexual abuse. Like there's zero sexual abuse. Now in today's world, of course, a lot of those tribes have been broken up. So I don't, and what's going on today, there may be corruption in those areas now. So obviously there's, to some degree, but I'm talking about the original peoples themselves. And also when the Western world found them, like they didn't have these things. They didn't have sexual abuse. They didn't have physical trauma. They don't have like parents beating their children, because they use the ayahuasca to keep them healthy, like mentally and physically. And if someone is having some kind of a problem, then they would go to the shaman. The shaman would support them with maybe extra ayahuasca sessions or whatever it may be, or other medicines as well. And they would, the shaman would work with that person until that person is well, until they are happy and in a good place. So we're gravely lacking that in today's world. So then, and then in addition, we're being kind of, locked down a little bit through the money system and the taxing system and stuff. So yeah, these are some of the major crises I see just on that scale of it, on the larger cycle.
I have hope, I guess.
Like if we had access to our medicines back, the way it should be in that sense, and then if we also if enough people, I really do think the truth will set us free, and I do think that the truth about the earth itself will actually be the shifting point for the entire thing. That once enough people are aware that the earth actually isn't the globe, that's when their cabal, as it were, to call it a cabal, that's when their cabal fully will fall. Because I don't think you'd be able to find anyone that would like if it's definitely not the ball, the globe Earth, then there absolutely is a cabal of some sort, or there's some kind of organized structure. I would say that virtually 100% of people would agree with that. It can't just be a mistake at all because they're showing us pictures of it and all this stuff. So if it's not the globe, then that means that all the fingers at that point are pointing to them, whoever they are. And it may be hard to find them, as it were, like whoever they are. But I think they're linked into the system. So I think we'd go through it all and get it all sorted out. It's going to probably take a whole decade, but
the problem is, if they prove a globe, all the other things we care about are still on the table. All the other problems are still there. You know what I mean? Like the abuse and the war and the lack of solution, I guess is the word I could say. You know, how we just keep getting deeper and deeper, like our debt situation. It's an impossible situation. What do they expect, right? The inflation thing is just the way it's built. It can't survive.
yeah.
Nuclear, same thing, nuclear power.
I think I saw a meme the other day where if we taxed the churches, there would be no national debt. We would be at like a giant surplus of taxes. Like people could pay less taxes. That's the solution for the national debt right there.
Yeah, and can we get a defund NASA going or what? I mean, what are they doing?
There's that. Yeah.
That's just a mess. Well, the thing is, I think the globe has people mind controlled in a sense. And I'm not trying to call, attack anyone for being mind controlled if they believe the globe. I'm just saying that in a general, from like a philosophical sense of it. Because in my viewpoint, the globe is not true. So in some way, their mind is being controlled to think it's something that it isn't. And I think the grip of that keeps the authority. It seems to keep the authority in some way able to maintain its grasp on people's minds. Because the globe is linked directly to like technology in the modern world, and they've linked it in such a way that the beginning of every movie, people have seen the globe. So yeah, they've got it through repetition. But I mean, if that's able to be fully established, also with physical measurements, tangible physical measurements, that there isn't curvature, things like this, then at that point, more and more professionals will actually look at it because they'll see that there is, actual tangible results. It's not just refraction or optics or anything like that, which I'm not saying anything negative about refraction and optics, but I think a lot of people can write that off. I think there's a lot of benefit to that field, and there's still tremendous purpose to working with that. But in terms of really getting something definitive, I don't know if the realm of optics will fully be able to do it. Although I think with a really good presentation and showing the differences, I do think there's a lot there with it in terms of the shape of the Earth. But to have like tangible physical measurements at that point, and even ones that people can double check themselves, there will be some scientists, some professionals in each field, maybe not all of them, because some of them will be too scared to lose their job or not to speak out, or they just won't actually be into the truth. But there's going to be some percentage of all these fields that will actually look at it. And then at that point, they're going to then start telling their colleagues and everything else that's going to happen. And who even knows if they're going to try to do some kind of World War III or whatever they might be trying to plan as well. But I have a sense that they're kind of retreating in a sense. So I think we have an opportunity, and we'll continue to. But I mean, at that point, if with having tangible measurements, then the Earth not being a globe is established. And at that point, it's just a matter of all of these fields starting to come to terms with that. And then I think it's pretty clear that virtually everyone on Earth would be like, all right, well, then who's lying? What's going on? Now, maybe we wouldn't get to the bottom of it right away, but over time, in all these different countries, and all these countries would start actually getting their countries back, and whatever transition might occur as well, because there could be some total other shift or something else that could occur. But this would obviously be an outcome that where like the NWO does not get their, whatever they want to do, because there's no doubt I think they have a plan of their next major cycle they want to do. So in this perspective, what I'm saying is that they don't get that. And we actually like the truth actually does win in terms of the truth getting out. It may take years and years. I'm not saying this is going to happen overnight, but that in the end of like, let's just say for the next 2 decades, like the next 20 years, that we actually will be yeah, that the truth will actually take center stage, and the power structure that was pushing the globe for all this time will be dissolved, and then there'll be an entirely new cycle for humanity that will be based on the ancestral truth about what the earth is, and then will be based on values that actually connect us and help us to synergize rather than break us apart and cause all this division and divide and conquer from this other force that's doing this in this cycle.
Imagine some of that energy put positively. I mean, imagine if there wasn't just ridiculous amounts of squabbly waste, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of squabbly waste, Sean G's here. So I'm going to go see if they're broadcasting any Vegas stuff. Stavely's been broadcasting all day. You weren't tempted to go?
No, it wasn't really on my radar.
Do you have a disguise when you go in public?
Do I have a what?
A disguise. Do you have a persona in public?
No, dude, it's just me. It's all me. No, I mean, no, that part I would love, dude. Yeah, I love, dude, having like, as it were, flat earthers like together, dude. It's some of the it's like medicine. It's amazing. Yeah, I love it on every level. That part of it, I'm all about. Not a big fan of Vegas in general. I mean, I have been there. I have not been there like since the scamdemic thing. I imagine it's even more intense. And my guess is that even more money came in there. You know, it's like the rich got richer, the poor got poorer. And I imagine this like the Sin City part of it, I would imagine is even more so as well. I'm not sure. I'm not really up on Vegas. It's been years since I've been there, but yeah, I'm just not really looking to go into that energy field, I think, for myself in general, and then to make that trip. Yeah, it just wasn't really on my radar to do. But I mean, in terms of being with all the people there, yeah, I mean that is worth at the end of the day, if it's the right lineup for someone in their life, like that is worth long travels. Yeah, it is amazing. Like I would travel long distances to have like retreats or gathering with people that are connected to these truths. It's a very special thing.
Yeah. Last time I went to Vegas, I got dragged there for a Fish concert.
No, yeah, that's worth going for. Yeah, that's awesome. You saw Fish in Vegas. What year was that?
I don't know. I think their last year before they took their hiatus.
We talking back like 2000 or because they played there.
Yeah.
Are you really? Oh, so you know about that first hiatus? Yeah, because they took like a 2-year break. So if you're talking 2000, I mean they've played there later year, all recent years too. But if you're talking somewhat old school like that, yeah,
definitely old school. We brought nitrous to sell nitrous to the guys that were with. They had a whole method of spotting and looking out, but they were insistent upon having the nitrous pay for the trip.
Yeah, make your cost back in some balloons. Some $8 balloons. $5 balloons. It's the only time I've ever paid $5 for a balloon. I'll tell you that.
But back to what Beerman was saying, if you do enough nitrous, you sort of separate mind and body, and like almost like there's this feeling when you go unconscious that you feel like, personally, I feel like in my head, I feel like it's home. I go, oh, I'm back here again. So anytime I felt out of body, it felt oddly familiar. but it's better to breathe. Don't get me wrong. Much smarter to just breathe. But when you have that much nitrous in your system, you don't care. It's like
yeah.
your body's dying off, and your brain's happy.
I don't really feel like it's anything dying. I don't. When I've done nitrous, like it doesn't really feel like if nitrous is intense. Yeah, it's very intense. The state of consciousness it creates is actually like very interesting
Yeah,
on multiple levels. It's like very like pleasurable and interesting. Yeah, it's very
all
interesting stuff.
sensory. Yeah, sensory. All the senses. Everything's interesting. Yeah, it's different. Textured. Everything's textured differently.
The way like audio sounds, like it echoes in this really beautiful way. It's like wow, wow, like echoes.
My
It's
friend
really-
Mark. My friend Mark comes running out of the shower naked to fill his balloon. I'm all, dude, you got a problem. He goes, no, man, it sounds great. It was funny because he wouldn't
Yeah.
put the balloon down even while he was in the shower. But he's like, dude, it sounds so cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, nitrous is the kind of thing that's like it's fun to do, and I don't even think, especially if you have like medical grade, it's not necessarily even bad for you. I don't really get a sense that it is. However, it's definitely not like good in the way that you would, because it's nitrous oxide gas, obviously, and like I don't have a sense that it has any like damaging effects on the short term, and that's why they use it in the medical field and all that. But I think like repeated use, yeah, it's definitely not good for your brain overall, probably, at least in the short term, and it's probably not. So
Well,
yeah, it's something to be done on occasion, if ever.
And don't forget, don't do it alone, and don't do it through any apparatus. The balloon is your safety valve.
Well, there can be actual real problems that people, because the thing about nitrous oxide gas is that if you inhale it like that, you start to go into this altered state, and you can actually pass out. And it's a way that it like I don't know if anyone's ever died on it. I don't think so. Like I don't think it kills you, but like it can make you pass out, and people can
There's
like fall.
There's people that died on it. I know some people that died in the Volkswagen. Because it was relatively airtight, and they cranked it open, and it overtook the oxygen levels. I'm sure they were comfortable, but they didn't live.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they're saying it can kill you, which makes sense. If you just were to keep breathing it in some overdose thing, yeah, I mean, it would make sense. It would.
So no masks.
But I guess what I'm saying.
Don't hook yourself up. Don't put, no masks. Do not hook yourself up to that shit.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly. Don't do it anyway like that. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's why a balloon is good, like you said, because ironically, a balloon is good. First of all, you should always be sitting down. You should be safe, all that stuff. Now, I'm not recommending anyone do anything. I'm just using this in just a general sense of just in general human, engagements with using nitrous, because everyone knows, even within kind of a party environment, that people are enjoying it, that if you're standing up and you're because you can basically they put the nitrous in a balloon, they fill a balloon with nitrous oxide gas, and then you can put your mouth on it and kind of breathe in a little bit, and then you can kind of just keep taking little inhalations, and you can kind of have a little bit of it or whatever, the way that people do it like that. Or if you just breathe in and out of the balloon, like you take it in, you breathe back into the balloon, you breathe back in, you go back and forth. You breathe into the balloon, out of the balloon, into the balloon, out of the balloon. So you're kind of taking in the nitrous, and then you're putting your own breath, and you're recycling it. That's like you get the most like bang for your buck out of that, because the balloon will last for like hours if you keep doing that. Like it's amazing how much, and then you can get a really strong effect, but you can get in some cases too strong of an effect. And so if people are like standing up, they might like fall over or something. So you don't want them to hit their head or hurt themselves. Obviously, like just in terms of that. So they should always be like sitting down or have people around them that are, make sure that, that's not an issue. And then the other good thing is that, like you were saying, like if they kind of like lose consciousness a little bit, they might they'll probably let go of the balloon. So
yeah, that sound. Whoa! Bud.
It usually comes in a combination if they're standing. Yeah.
Whoa! the balloon sound and then them hitting something and knocking something over. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
You need spotters if you're not sitting down for sure.
Yeah, you gotta enjoy safely. But it is a very interesting. You know that William James, like one of the first like psychologists in our modern time, like even before Freud and all that. William James had experiences with nitrous oxide gas in particular, and he had these like spiritual experiences, and like it helped him like formulate his theories on psychology. Like he actually used it like in a
Wow.
medicinal way of sorts.
I knew about the acid and alcoholism, scaring people straight, basically. Like people, were definitely alcoholics were scared straight by an LSD trip.
Well, it's interesting you're using the term scared straight. I mean, well, they may need to face something deep within them that they then heal, and then they're not addicted afterwards. That's usually with something like LSD. If they're using it like in a therapeutic sense, you're saying to get off of an alcohol addiction.
Yeah.
And even the guy who created AA, he actually had like LSD experiences, which is really where he had his breakthrough. But of course, in his like whole AA program, because LSD was made illegal, he couldn't actually. He did speak about it in some context. Like he definitely did admit that that's really what. That's
so
really
a friend of Bill means you've dropped acid before. If you're like, I'm a friend of Bill's, that's like code word.
Someone told me yesterday that you can take a whole nutmeg seed and crunch it up and put it into a smoothie and drink it, and you'll get like a LSD style experience.
You can definitely get very, very high, as it were, on nutmeg, but it's not really like a psychedelic. It's more like a. It's not necessarily visionary, although perhaps it can be in some cases. It's kind of like this. It's an intense like inebriant, basically nutmeg. It's an inebriant of sorts for sure.
Like you can experience some hallucinations, right?
Well, that's the thing. Like I don't think in and of itself, like it's not like it's not like a sort of entheogen or a psychedelic in that sense, but because of its like intense inebriation effects, yeah, I think it can even put you into like a dreamlike state at higher doses. Yeah, I mean, I haven't experimented too much with it, but I know like people that have talked about it and have done it. They say you can get really, really altered, as it were, on nutmeg. Like you can get very altered. Maybe that's not the best term. High. I don't know what the term is. Not you can get into an inebriated state, a different state of consciousness, as it were, with nutmeg. Yeah.
Maybe that's why the Dutch are so strange. They put nutmeg on everything, like even on like savory dishes like chicken.
Well, I think in the small amount, it's not necessarily doesn't really cause that. You have to do like a higher amount of it to kind of get into that more like. I guess the chemical in it is called myricistine, and it's the compound that creates part of that effect. At least it's in the oil of the nutmeg. Myricistine is actually, I think, how it's pronounced.
Your wealth of knowledge.
But yeah, what we were talking about nitrous. Yeah, dude, nitrous is definitely intense.
Talk about safe compared to other things. It is safe. You're fine.
Yeah, I mean, I will say
you're fine.
Yeah, I haven't done it in years, but I have definitely had some. There was one time. This is probably the most I've really kind of gone deep on nitrous. Is one time. A friend of ours basically like got a tank somehow, or someone that it wasn't really a direct friend of mine, but it was in terms of like people that we were hanging out with and everything else. And so he just had it at his house, like an entire like medical tank, and he basically just had like a nitrous party. So everybody just there was just bags of balloons, and you could just go up to the tank and just fill your balloon, and then go sit down, find a nice comfortable spot. They have music playing, all that good stuff.
That's the way to do nitrous, so you can get enough in the system. Whippets are stupid.
Whippets are toxic too. Yeah, I'm talking about like real deal, like the actual nitrous oxide gas in as pure as a form as you can.
Yep.
So you can just kind of you go fill up your balloon, you go sit down, and then you just whatever pace you want to go. Like if someone is going, they're inhaling a lot of it, or then maybe they're just going slow and just kind of. But it is a very interesting substance, like just nitrous oxide gas in and of itself, and it really can create a very, I would say, enjoyable at times and very interesting state of consciousness that seems to have even, I would say, like some correlations to perhaps even what might exist on like higher levels of consciousness. Like whatever it seems to do to the body, it seems to have like at least a capacity within it to even like
you're
elevate.
leaving it. I think you're leaving your body. That's what you feel. I think your body's dying off, literally.
Or you're like disconnecting in a way, or having a little more.
Yeah.
Well, but it doesn't really feel like my body's dying though. It feels like my body's like flooded with oxygen. Really, like it doesn't feel like I'm like when I've done nitrous, like it doesn't feel like I'm lacking nitrogen. It feels, or I mean oxygen. It feels like there's like an excess of it, because the reason I can say that is because when I've done a lot of like breathing exercises, like breath work and different forms of breathing, there's actually a bit of an overlap with the way that nitrous, and I know that they claim that nitrous does have some effect on the oxygen and so on. So it's like it potentizes it, but it also maybe does make it less as well, like in some other way.
It's
I'm not
like
sure.
an accelerant.
Yeah, it seems like it's delivering or accelerating oxygen in some way. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I have a theory that dumb people don't get enough oxygen to their brain, and that's why mouth breathers are mouth breathers, because their body knows.
Yeah, breathing is sometimes like people start breathing more shallow because of different things. So yeah, it's always good to remember to keep the deep breaths going.
And people with sleep
Don't
apnea
worry.
and people that snore, I don't think they're healthy.
Don't worry, Dan. I just ordered you some oxygen tanks.
Dude, I used to be that nitrous guy. I had the connection to the automotive place that was like grandfathered in. They didn't have that nitrous plus. They had the regular nitrous medical. And I had this rig set up in a golf bag, like all the balloons and the clips and everything right in the golf bag, and a couple golf clubs sticking out. So I just walk around. It looked like I was golfing, but it was the nitrous rig. It was fun.
Oh, that does sound like a trip. Yeah, dude. I mean, nitrous can be it is pretty fun. It is a very enjoyable feeling. That one night though, where we did it, like when he had a nitrous tank and you could just fill as many balloons as you want. That's another thing. Like if it's like a concert or something where people have tanks like in the parking lot and you buy a balloon or two, then you just do a balloon or two and then you go on your way, But if you have like a whole tank where you could just keep refilling your balloon, we definitely, like that night, we stayed up all night and just people were just filling balloons. And I will say the next day, like my brain was not working to the point where I was like, yeah, that was too much in a short period of time. Like I probably will never do that. Like if I ever do nitrous again, I'll probably just do like one balloon or something, like I'm not going to do another marathon because that's definitely not good for the brain. It seems, and I don't know how pure, maybe that one wasn't the most pure ever, maybe that wasn't like, cause any toxin in it is definitely going to probably mess you up too. If there's, what I mean? That's why the medical grade or like, and I'm sure this one we had, it was probably somewhat decent grade, but I'm not, who knows if it was really the purest ever. So it could have been that too. But yeah, I think like moderation would be key with that one. It's a very interesting way that it alters consciousness, but I don't see any reason to ever overuse it. But people do get like a little bit addicted to it. That's why they call it hippie crack, because people do get kind of a little bit addicted to it. It's not like fully addictive substance, but Dan probably knows what I mean. People get into repetitive use. I mean, even at like a moderate dose, it feels so good. Like it'd be kind of cool if we just felt like that all the time. So yeah, I can see why people might want to replicate it a lot. What's up, SC?
Since we have quiet, let me ask you guys your opinion on this. There's a lot of people that think wars are fake. Like, not in the sense, like, I think they're fake too, in a way, like behind the scenes, right? Like the leaders. But some people think that the soldiers and the war, the battles don't actually happen. Well, what do you guys think on that? Not to change topic, but I think we were done with the other one, right?
Yeah.
I think that some aspects could be like. Have you seen the video of those people carrying what was supposed to be a dead boy, and then they got bullets raining down on them, and the boy got out of the body bag and ran away?
I haven't seen that one. No, I have not.
Yeah, so that's like a form of propaganda. So I think the war people are dying, but they also play some tricks for their own selfish needs to get their agenda across. So I don't know, like some people think it's totally fake. I don't know where they're coming from.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. Yeah.
Well, what's the claim, SC, that everything is fake or just some of it? Because I mean, people have definitely been in situations. They got people out there shooting bullets and launching bombs and missiles and stuff. I mean, like the Vietnam War, there definitely were people shooting each other in the jungles and doing all of it. Yeah, the Agent Orange, and it's intense. I mean, they get these men to follow orders to where they'll basically do anything because that's their honor and that's their for their country, and they think they're saving their families or whatever it is. So they definitely get people to do all that and to shoot each other and to. So yeah, I think that's all. There is very real battles that have gone on. Bullets have been shot and people have been shot, and because they're following these orders. But I don't doubt that there's also a tremendous amount of deception in war times as well, with propaganda, with all kinds of misinformation, false information, false flags, corruptions, lies. Some of it is probably fabricated as well. So I think there's a lot of factors.
Yeah, I'm on the similar mindset. I think that, of course, there's skullduggery, there's deals behind the scenes and all that, right? Like, I don't believe the Americans and the Russians are true enemies. I'll put that out on the line, right? I'm pretty sure they're doing deals behind the scene. Like, I'm almost convinced. I can't prove it, right? But my point is, and I'm sure other countries too are doing deals behind the scene, but my point is the people that they put to fight are actually the poor suckers, that go and get killed, that actually go and fight. Like, I don't want to call them suckers because they're heroic people fighting for their country, but suckers in a way that they've been manipulated to fight for a falsehood. Like Iraq, for example, right? Weapons of mass destruction, nothing there. Yeah.
Exactly. Well, this is what they did with the Vietnam War. All those, like the baby boomers and all that from World War II, and then into the 50s. And then once they fired up the whole Vietnam situation, they were getting all these young men to go into war, all the draft. And that's why there was all that rebellion against it and everything. And people were talking out about it. And then the sort of other movements that came in and around all that. But I mean, that's what sparked off like a lot of the tension in the 60s, of course. Because there were these children that were just very indoctrinated children that were just going right with it. They're just, yep, I'll go to war. And that meaning that they were like just going from high school to the military, in a way that was, and then with the whole Vietnam type situation that was going on. So they were getting a lot of young men to be convinced to go into it. And, yeah, so it ends up being obviously just traumatizing. It's not really even resolving anything that they think is resolving. So yeah, I think they're being deceived, and that's not to degrade anyone's honor or anything. I think there's, in fact, I give thanks and respect to their honor and to the parts of what they're doing that is in integrity as well. And just honor to them as a being that they're doing what, in their own way. If they don't have a nefarious type thing, if they do have a nefarious thing, well, then that's nefarious. Like if they're actually going into the military because they want to shoot other people or be a murderer or something like that, or they want to harm children or something like that, and that's why they're going into the military, well, then that's a whole different thing. But the ones that are doing it, with what they think in terms of that they think they're actually doing is actually of honor in that sense. Like I actually reflect the honor back to them, but I also can see it as perhaps misplaced because, I don't think that military system is legitimate at all. And I think that they're deceiving people and sending people to war that are completely needless, like truly needless wars, just to create tension and conflict so they can get more power. So it's literally not helping anyone and is only hurting everyone. Like if we put that money into just upping the police force so that we don't have people shooting and doing bombs at each other, then we actually could just have a safe world.
That's totally insane. Look, your president asked for 100 billion or 100 million. I forget. I think it's 100 billion because millions are nothing nowadays. So it's probably $100 billion he asked for aid for Ukraine, the latest package. How much money did he put for Hawaii, the disaster relief? How much money did he pledge for that?
Zero?
See what I'm talking about? Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's like, yeah, we have our priorities all messed up. Not us, the military industrial complex, as your great president warned everybody about. Eisenhower.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, people don't want. Well, okay, there are some people that have some intense challenges going on to where they do want to hurt others, or they want to kill people, things like this, or they want to control. So yeah, that is going on. But the actual reasons that they tell us for these wars occurring, that's where I think there's a tremendous amount of deception as well, like what the actual reasons are and what they're actually doing. So that's where the huge disparity comes. And because if all the militaries of the world were actually just keeping each other safe, then they wouldn't need like tanks and bombs and stuff. They would just need ways to contain people that are being violent to others. And then other than that, as long as there's no violence going on, then there's no need to create violence. There's just a need.
Unless you're a company that sells bullets, tanks, planes, armaments, those guys.
Well, yeah, of course. I know that's business to them.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They get these men to follow orders, and then the men follow any order they're given. So when you have a guy in the military, even when he gets into a little bit of a higher ranking, he is going to follow every single thing he's told. His livelihood depends on it. His entire training and his education, he's convinced of the system, whatever it may be, he is in. And so if you send these guys over to another country and you tell them, aim your gun here, shoot here, aim your missile here at these coordinates and shoot that, do this, do that, then they're going to just do what they're told. And they're going to just shoot the missile in that direction. And then, then the other side is going to shoot the missile in that direction. So they're creating conflict because they're controlling both sides. Just like they control all the space agencies as well. They're controlling these countries that are even involved in this. And then the other types of war scenarios is when they're just taking over countries, when they're just going in and trying to uproot. And in that case, those people are just trying to protect themselves, but then it creates a lot of conflict as well because they may not have the police, to contain it. So then they start fighting back. So there's that scenario as well. But yeah, a lot of that conflict is totally fabricated in my understanding of it.
Or maybe there's factions that we don't quite know in the background, right? Like they're making us think Russia and the States are enemies, but I don't think they are.
Well, you're saying
No,
if
what
there's
if-
like a faction within their cabal network, you're saying if there's like a faction that is fighting another faction, basically?
No, I think there's another clique. Like, for example, the BRICS now, right? Maybe that could be another clique. But not them specifically, but other countries like China, Pakistan, India, other big players in the background. or they're restructuring right now. It appears that put it this way. From what I see, we have a chessboard, right? And all the pieces are moving around now. This is a big movement. This is like pre-World War stuff happening right now. We got Israel, Palestine, we got Russia, Ukraine, we got Korea, not Korea, sorry, Taiwan, China, like, and everybody's forgetting about the Turks. The Turks are a very, very bad. It's like almost like a cancer within NATO. They're making trouble everywhere. Like right now, they're threatening Israel. So there's a lot of stuff going on, like right now that I'm telling you, I'm kind of scared. I'll be honest with you. Like legitimate concern here
For what?
for a big war breaking out, like a huge war, like a World War III kind of a scenario. Think about it. Iran is just itching right now, itching. Hezbollah wants to get in there, and they're like, they'll make the other group they'll make Hamas look like puppets. Iran is itching to get in. A lot of the Turks are itching very badly. They're very, they hate Israel. They're very supportive of Palestine, and anything could happen there right now. And what's scaring me is look around the world. The world is fed up. The world is fed up with this one-sided justice. And guess who they blame being on the right? It's the West. We always appear to be on the wrong side lately of history. Iraq, all these countries, like, and this, I mean, I don't know, man. The world is pissed off, like really pissed off at us.
Well, it's a
At
lot
our
of
double standards.
it's a lot of programming in the media. I mean, if you view it like each individual human is their own human, I mean, it's kind of tough to start putting it into categories and then going off, in my viewpoint, going off the narrative and the vibe that the news is giving of what they're claiming. But I mean, real missiles or bombs or guns or whatever. That part's real. So yeah, I mean, if your neighborhood's getting bombed, then that's a problem for sure. That's coming right to your doorstep. But beyond that, I think there's so much just hype around what they're claiming the conflicts may or may not be. And in the news today, I don't really watch the news cycle these days, so I don't know exactly what their programming is. But the way you're describing it, and I'm not just saying that you're just repeating what they're programming, but at least the way you're describing it, it does sound like a sensationalized version of conflict that may be perhaps magnified or may even be kind of a selective narrative that is maybe happening within a certain kind of, I guess, lineage of whatever humans are doing on Earth, like a particular channel in that sense.
You know, you know how I said about the boy getting up from the body bag and running away. If you click on the link that I just posted to the channel Green Greg's and go to 2146, that's where he talks and shows the video of them carrying their body bag, and then they get like rained on by bullets, and then the boy like gets out of the body bag and runs away because they just leave him lying on the ground. It's
Where is this?
So I just posted in live text one, right? So you click on that video and you go to the timestamp 2146, and that's when he shows the video. I don't know where he got it from, but yeah, you can see there's a lot of propaganda in war.
Oh yeah, definitely. That there's no question about it. That's a fact.
You click on it and you see the boy get out of the body bag and run away.
Well, yeah, there's
21.
the way that these countries work whenever the militaries are being ordered to do certain things, because that's at the end of the day, that's what it is. Like they control the media, they have control over the airwaves in that sense, the social media, so they can put out any narrative they want. And then there's the actual governmental things of the paperwork that they're claiming that are at stake or whatever it is in terms of that part of it, which is a whole charade as well, I think, in terms of who really is controlling that system part of it. And then if they're then those countries have control over the militaries, meaning there's somebody that can tell this soldier or that soldier to push this button or push that button, aim the missiles there and shoot there. So they basically are doing that. So they're creating the media conflict and all of the other narrative stuff while controlling the actual paperwork and governmental side, while then selling the story, but also making it somewhat real as well by ordering some of these military guys to, to shoot the gun or point the missile or, employ whatever weaponry, which, I mean, is bad. But when you compare that to what happened, like in the Maui fires, for example, I mean, their entire city was just being attacked with, I think, ultimately some sort of a directed energy weapon type thing anyways. But I'm just saying the whole place was on fire and people were just being burned in their cars. So, I mean, how much worse could it get from that? So we already know that exists. And then, yeah, if they're promulgating more of it, or if they do more of the war stuff, then yeah, that's obviously very concerning. But it just seems like they're able to control the narrative and tell the soldiers to push the buttons to either cause chaos or to get people to believe that the actual conflict that they're pushing on the news and the media is actually correlated to this missile and the different actual sort of violent parts that they're doing as well.
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of that, but we got to understand that there is actual people, races that hate each other. And there is actual true history. Don't think it's all made up and fake, right? I assure you, that's true.
Yeah, it's true, SD. Just a lot of the stuff we see on the media is made up and fake, just to evoke a reaction and an emotive response from the rest of the world to slant our opinion in one way or the other, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah. Are you guys saying that you don't think there was an attack on Israel? Or are you guys saying that's not real? And what's going on right now, you guys think that possibly could be faked?
No, it definitely is. I know some people over there. It definitely is going on.
You think it's definitely going on, okay?
Yeah. I saw a video a couple of days ago, and it was a guy who was filming an alleged attack on a Palestinian evacuation convoy or something. I don't know if anyone else has seen it, but a guy in real time is filming this convoy going past a flatbed truck. It's got some women and children on the back of it, and there's a pickup truck in front of it. Anyway, they're all slowly driving past this guy, filming it on his mobile phone or whatever it is. Then the image just cuts to a post-rocket attack footage where the flatbed is on its side and there's bodies strewn around and the guy's walking around filming the carnage. And if you just on a single watch through, it looks like this is what's happened. But then you go back and replay it and actually pay attention, and it just looks like a setup from a movie scene. There's a child on the ground, and his arms and legs are in funny positions, and there's a so-called pool of blood, underneath him. But there's no craters in the ground. There's no dismembered bodies. Like if a flatbed truck got hit by a rocket or an RPG, people would be blown up. But all the bodies that are supposedly part of this scene, they're all intact. They're lying there with their eyes closed. But if you look at it closely, that's not the scene of a rocket attack or a bomb attack. It just, if it is, it's the most fortunate outcome as far as nobody's dismembered. There's the road doesn't have any damage to it.
Yeah.
It just looks like
it out. Check it out. I got a little bit of info for everybody about that. What you're talking about. Take a look at the buildings that they say are being blown up. There's no windows in them. There's no furniture in them. They're completely unoccupied buildings that they're showing are blown up. Nobody's in those. If you look, there's no furniture. Like I said, there's no windows. There's no doors. There's no clothing. There's no end tables. There's no furniture of any kind in these buildings that they keep showing. Those are abandoned old buildings that they're showing, saying that people are being blown up and stuff. At least a large portion of them are, especially this one in the live stream at the bottom there. You see a little, it's a cartoon, but there's no, look at the photos that you're being seen. These buildings got nothing in them. I mean, if people were living in these buildings, you'd see couches and furniture and draperies and all. There's nothing like that. These are completely abandoned buildings. What does that tell you?
How do you know they're abandoned?
Look at them. You think people are living in there with no couch to sit on, with no curtains on the windows, with no doors on, they're completely empty. What do you mean? Who's going to live in
Did you
there?
post something? Don't get defensive, bro. I'm asking you. I mean, did you post something on it?
Just look at all I'm saying is look at the photos. A lot of the photos that they're showing you about all this destruction, and these buildings are just empty. There's nothing in them.
Okay, I'll have a look. That's the first time I hear that.
Yeah. Take a look and see, and let me know what you think, because that's what I think. I mean, I've looked at them, and they're showing a lot of what they're showing is just abandoned old buildings that are just crumbling apart. There's no drapes. I mean, if people were living in those buildings, there would be couches and furniture and doors on the ones that didn't get blown off, I guess, or whatever. There's not a single piece of glass in some of them. It's completely empty. I mean, that's just bizarre to me. That's just bizarre.
If that's true, that's messed up for sure.
Yeah, take a look at the ones they're showing everybody. They're just what I said. A lot of them are just completely empty buildings. There's nothing, no curtains, no windows, no doors, no furniture inside. You think nobody's
That's
living
what
in those things?
that's what we call a false flag, isn't it?
Yeah. I'll pull some up and post them just for you. How's that?
It's like they're doing some of these things false flag style on purpose so that they can get the attention, to get some funding, to get someone on their side. The war is real, but in some aspects they need to sort of get some friends on their side.
Yeah, you don't know what to think anymore. I know for a fact war is real. I've been following war for like years and years. It's one of my things. Now this new stuff, right? This new stuff, who knows? I mean, if they're pulling the wool over our eyes, that's something. Because they're saying in Ukraine, they're estimating 400,000 Ukrainians dead and about 100,000 Russians. Now that's 500,000 people dead. That if they can make that up, I don't see why they can't. Probably could be done. But you'd think in a big, huge city like Ukraine with cell phones and that, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think
Ukraine is a beautiful city. If you've ever seen that place, they've got beautiful buildings in there. That's an awesome city, man. Those people must be rich over there. Ukraine is an awesome country. I'm telling you what, they got some beautiful buildings in their city and stuff. I mean, awesome.
Ukraine was Russian almost forever, right?
Yeah, it was. Absolutely.
Whether you're ready for an art upgrade.
Sorry?
City neighborhood what's known as
You sound like you're underwater in a bag.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
But you came through there.
All right, it's late night. 7 o'clock, 7:03 my time. John, what's going on with you, God Rockin'?
Oh, I'm just showing a couple of photos of Ukraine and whatnot. I just posted one in the live stream. These buildings that they're showing everybody that are all blown up and stuff, I think they're unoccupied, most of them. There's no windows, there's no doors, there's no furniture. They're just empty concrete buildings that have been abandoned for a long time. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are. So I'm just saying there's at least some deception going on here with this war. If you look at the buildings, I just posted a picture. I don't know if it's for some reason the one I posted just says CNN on it. Anyway, if you look at the places they're saying are all blown up and stuff, they look abandoned to me. There's no windows, no doors, no furniture. I think there'd be furniture in there, couches, drapes hanging on the windows, all that kind of stuff. There's nothing. They're just completely empty, stripped down, empty concrete buildings. At least a bunch of them that they're showing that are all blown up. Why would nobody's living in those? It's ridiculous.
It's a deception, John. I mean, this is like ping pong when Satan plays ping pong on one of those big, what are the pinball machines? What are the old school things that that's all this is, man. You have something that's you have to cover your face a couple of years ago, and then the Russians are having problems and Putin's an issue, and now there's going to be the holy war thing. Like, this is just going down the line. Every year there's got to be one of these things to make sure that we stay stupid. That's all it is.
So you're a ex-military man, so you think war is real? This is the topic we're having now. What's your thought on that?
Suffering, and yes, of course it's real. There's also a lot of rumors, and there's a lot of there's fakery. I don't want to really get into it. There is. I saw some fakery stuff 2 weeks ago, and I was like, this is terrible, bro. But it's so obvious.
No, the
John's
battles,
probably
bro.
right
The
about that
battles.
stuff.
When the U.S. went into Iraq, was that real?
Oh yeah, people died. There was engagement. Yeah, I paid attention to that.
Tanks
Sure,
went in. Yeah.
Right, I remember that. Sure, the M1. America had to show off some technology back then. That was their great way of showing off, and it killed 7 birds with 1 stone. That's how the deceptions work, and yeah, all that stuff was orchestrated, though. Sure, and they set up these countries to be taken, of course. Just like the Nazi stuff and all that trash, just like the paperclip stuff and all this. It's a 70-year running boomer outer space religion. Just so I can keep it on topic. Isn't that nice? Yep.
What do they call it? Operation Shock and Awe? Yeah.
Yeah, and that got people excited about warfare. God bless America. We're the best people. It's like bringing back all the boomers together. Look how great we are, God rockin', because we're America. We saw I never forget it. I was 8 years old, and I was absolutely in love with the AH-64 Apache helicopter. They flew them out of my hometown near McDonnell Douglas. And I had to go to the school fair to get this big poster of an AH-64 attack helicopter, which apparently recently has killed several people in Iraq. But that was the most exciting thing to me as an 8-year-old man. I was a soldier because of it. I loved it so much I could never shake it. Yeah. So that's what indoctrinates us. That was a war also to get people to sign up for the military. Yeah.
Yeah. So all them soldiers that were coming back limping from Vietnam and in body bags, missing legs and limbs, those were real, right? That was real.
I don't know. I don't know about all those things. There's a lot of, I don't know. I can only see what I can see with my eyes.
All I know is there's some deception going on there. Like I said, I just posted this video again. It says CNN. Scroll, if you care about any of this stuff that I've been talking about, click on that, go to the YouTube site, and then scroll through that video. Just kind of click along. When these buildings that are all blown up come up, the ones that are just in shambles, look and see there's no windows, there's no doors, there's no furniture. They're just empty concrete. Some of them, they do show a few buildings that look like there's maybe some people in them or whatever. But for the most part, they're showing a lot of completely abandoned buildings. There's no way nobody's living in those. There's not a single curtain on any of the windows, not a single piece of furniture sitting inside. I mean, come on. What does that tell you?
I don't know about these wars, but I personally knew a guy that went to Nam. So
All I'm saying is just take a look at that video I posted and scroll through it, and you'll see a bunch of buildings like exactly like the ones I just described. You'll see just dozens of buildings, and they are completely.
Are you saying Vietnam is a what are you, John? You're talking about this thing going on right now, right? You're not.
Yes.
You're not talking about right. You're not talking about Vietnam, right?
No, I'm
You're talking about this right
Ukraine.
now, right?
Yeah, Ukraine.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Right, right. So
Gaza.
this thing looks fishy as heck. Oh my gosh, this thing going on right now, dude. Well, I don't even have to look. It's embarrassing. I can't get the truth movement to care about, what words mean, bro. So I mean, bro, 3,000 people were murdered in this country today. Nobody cares, bro. I mean, this is a great deception. And I'm sorry, but yeah, you're not going to find me afraid of any of this trash, bro. I'm going to continue to read my Bible and find out the deceptions, and I'm not going to care about this trash, man. Not going to make me want
the Bible's a deception. It's a big deception.
That's what they're counting on, EXO. That's what they're counting on.
Well, that's okay. I mean, Jeremy, that's the difference. I have evidence for my claims on my channel, and the entire flat Earth community is probably scared of that, actually. So one guy uses the Bible and destroyed the entire truth community, bro. I can't even talk to truthers. They're so scared to death, John. All I got to do is use the Bible. It's done.
What are you talking about? We talk Bible all the time. When we talk Bible, you run away, bro.
No, you just slander and attack. Yep, you're already. You're doing it right now.
Shit talk, bro.
Yep, that's all you do is hate.
When are you going to leave now? You're going to
That's
leave
right.
in
See,
30
they're not
seconds?
asking to see the evidence.
Start the
Let's look at
countdown.
Nope, they'll never do it.
30,
They'll never ask for
29,
evidence.
28.
So
You
I have a
guys,
channel.
let's just stick to it. Let's stick to a topic. EXO, would you like to put forth the topic, please?
Yeah, I got several videos, and when I show them the flat earthers, they get scared because they're 2 and 3 times the distance of what they've seen FE Core and these flat earth groups do, John. And it's embarrassing, John. Flat earthers don't want evidence; they want glory and worship. That's all I know.
You can't have a conversation, bro. You just can't do it, can you?
Yeah, I'm trying to have a conversation. I have evidence, and you're still not asking to see it. That's the point. You live in a little box.
Let's see it.
I already shown it several times. Yeah.
There was a combo happening before this all happened, so I don't know.
Back to the war talk. Right, back to the war talk. I'm saying, yeah. I mean, Jeremy just said the Bible's a deception. So I'm just saying, like, it's funny that the guy that uses the Bible has 10 times more evidence than any of you guys. So what are you talking about? That's amazing. What a miracle.
And what did I say after you said that? I said,
in the chat.
My turn. I said, every time you bring up the Bible, you run away when the conversation starts.
No, I leave when if I get muted and you attack me. That's a lie. You're just lying now as usual. That's what haters do. Yeah,
hang on. Did you know when Jeremy said the Bible is a deception, right? The correct response, my friend, should have been, why do you say that? But
no, I don't need to. That's not the correct response. That's wrong. I'm not interested. That's your religion. No, that's your religion. Don't push your religion on me. That's your personal religion. That is your religion. That's your personal opinion. You're already doing it. You're already pushing your opinion. I don't care about color commentary opinions.
I'm
you
driving.
should be nicer. That's what you're already doing. Let's talk about holding hands and feeling.
Just mute him for a sec so I can finish my thought.
We go one at a time here, EXO. So
can I finish my thought, EXO, please?
He left.
What I was about to...
He left. He purposefully does that where he won't stop talking, so he has to be muted, because if someone just never stops talking, then obviously, it's just he does that every time. Honestly, I don't. Go ahead.
Permanently triggered, like he just flies off it. And all I was going to say is, for everyone else listening, where Jeremy said what he said, the correct response, if you have a different opinion, is, oh, okay, Jeremy, why do you say that? And then a conversation ensues, but instead he immediately jumped to judgment and just slammed Jeremy and then went on the attack. So curiosity is probably the smartest initial reaction to see why the other person thinks what they're thinking. Anyway, that's just my thoughts. Thanks.
Yeah, in an intellectual discourse, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, it's just why do you say that? You know what? That's really different to what I think, Jeremy. Why do you say that? Then Jeremy can say something in retort, and then they can, maybe thrash it out a bit. But anyhow, the guy clearly is not interested in a conversation, so I'll chime out now. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, well, what I didn't like is when he said, well, we can't have a religious conversation in here. What? Are you
But
kidding
wait,
me?
I was in a politics server, and he were there too, and he did the same thing there, and he left.
Yeah, he's been doing it for about 5 years now, straight.
I'm
So
telling
he's
you, it wasn't about 30 minutes or 1 hour. We were both in the same server in politics, and he did the same thing. The others stayed quiet, and he left.
And we were having a good combo too. It was a good conversation.
Now, like I said, I don't know about these new wars and shit, but not Vietnam. I mean, that shit was probably real because this dude was he had like PTSD or some shit. He was fucked up.
Oh, I think the Vietnam War was real for sure. I got friends that went. I mean, I missed the draft by like a couple months. So yeah, there's a lot of people I know that went to Vietnam. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that war being, real.
Yeah,
And
they're
I
putting
think
dudes
this
there.
war in Ukraine is real as well. It's real to a certain degree. I think they're hyping it up, and when they're showing these abandoned buildings and whatnot, they're just making it. I just think they're making it out to be more than it really is. I think they're putting on a show for the world and being deceptive about what's really going on. But I do think that there's people dying. There's definitely because they don't care. They don't care about who dies. You know what I mean? If they to push their narrative and to push their deception on the world, if a 500,000 people have to die, they don't care. You know what I mean? They don't. I'm just saying. I'm not saying it's fake, 100% fake, because it's not. I'm just saying there is quite a bit of deception going on, and I'm not sure what that means, and I'm not sure what their end game is with all of that. All I know is that people aren't living in these buildings I'm talking about. They're just not. You can't live in a building that has no curtains, no furniture, no nothing, or just concrete, buildings. They look abandoned, and then they look like they're been blown up abandoned buildings. Not all of them, but a very large percentage of what we've been shown seem to me to be abandoned, old concrete buildings with no curtains, no furniture, no nothing in them. And there's just a few people walking through the streets. And they're not, they're dressed normally and just walking around looking at stuff and whatever. I mean, I don't know what to think about it, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm just kind of throwing this out there to you guys because I guess I'm asking for a little bit of help with my opinion. Maybe you guys could take a look at what I'm talking about and give me your opinion of what you think's going on because I certainly don't know. All I'm saying is there's some fishy stuff going on here that I believe there's some deceptive things going on with this war in Ukraine and Gaza and Israel and all this stuff. It just, I don't believe everything we see on the news is necessarily true. As a matter of fact, I know what we see on the news. A very high percentage of it is propaganda. And I think everybody here understands that. It's been that way for quite some time. That's their main propaganda machine is the TV, And there's a lot of people when they see it on the TV, oh, it's gospel truth, period. And because of that, they use it to the fullest extent. They keep throwing it out there and milking it as much as they can because there's so many people. When it's on the news, it's true, period. And that, my mother's that way. I had to point some stuff out to her the other day. I said, look, Mom, there's nobody in those buildings. Oh, but the old people, she says, the old people don't have money. They have to sleep on the floor. That's what my mom said. And to sleep on the floor in an abandoned building with no windows, no curtains, no doors, no furniture. They're sleeping on a cold slab of concrete with no blankets. Okay, Mom. Anyway, all I'm saying is there's certainly some questionable things that were being shown. Highly questionable. And if you look at them closely in the light that I'm presenting to you, that these buildings are abandoned and empty, I think you'll see that, yeah, I'm probably right, that a large percentage of them are. Why they're showing us empty, blown up buildings, I have no idea. What their purpose is behind that, I don't know.
Is it possible the stuff caught on fire inside the building, or it got
Well, I'm
looted
sure
or
that is
something? I
possible
don't
for
know.
some
My
of
man,
them.
hold on one second, bro.
Okay.
Hold on one second. I'm saying there's reasons why it could be empty right now. Maybe it got looted. Maybe the Scud missile hit it and it caught on fire and shit. You know, who knows what happened to the stuff, right?
Yeah, well, look at it for yourself and then tell me that's what happened, because I just don't see that. I mean, you're right. You're right. That could be possible in some instances, but I'm saying every single one of these buildings and windows in some of these photos, there's no glass, no broken glass. You tell me that when the bomb went off, that it shattered every window out into such small pieces that there's not even a little piece of the pane left anywhere, and there's no furniture hanging halfway out, burnt halfway out, or whatever. I don't know. It just is.
Yeah, no, I see what you
you're saying-
mean. I see what you mean. I'm looking at it. I see what you're saying. Are these supposed to be newly bombed buildings? Is that what they're claiming? Is this what CNN is claiming? Are these supposed to be like just bombed, you know, people's homes and stuff? Is that or
Yeah.
well then yeah, I do see what you're saying. At least some of these shots do seem to be very like it almost looks like just like an old something that happened previously, because yeah, I know what you mean. Like a lot of the floors are just completely what looked to be just nothing in them. However, there's a one shot at the beginning of this clip where the dude is in his like apartment and he's like being
Right.
interviewed. He's being interviewed, and it does look like there's a bunch of like couches and kind of everything looks all dusty and blown up, and the like it does look all destruction. Of
Right. Right. A little bit of truth for sure. Yeah. I'm not saying there's not. I'm not saying that there's not buildings that people are living in that get blown up. What I'm saying is there's a bunch that are not being lived in that they're showing us. Why? Why are they showing us these ones that are obviously unoccupied? In my opinion, they're obviously unoccupied. I don't know how many of them, but there's definitely quite a few that I've seen. So
There's
I just
another.
want to know, why are they
My
showing
bad.
us that?
They might have hit some vacants. You know what I'm saying? If there were some vacant buildings, they might have hit some. You know, when you shoot missiles at a city, like you just hitting buildings and shit. They might have hit vacants, places that were
Why
already
would they
vacant that didn't
show?
have.
Why would that be pertinent in the paradigm of war to show us that some empty buildings got blown up? What I mean that what does that prove? I mean that doesn't say that people got killed. It doesn't say any of that stuff. It's just I just think it's I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
I just saw a bit of the video, bro. It showed a building blown up with furniture inside of it.
Yeah, there's some of them. Yeah, but there's a bunch that aren't. I just want to know why they're showing us the ones that are not. I just said a minute ago, yeah, there are some buildings that are shown that have furniture in them, but they got the windows still in them still too.
Bro, if somebody fired some, let's pretend somebody fired some missiles at New York City right now, and they hit a whole bunch of buildings. They hit some people were living in, and some vacants. The news would be going through and showing you all the buildings that got hit.
Show me vacant buildings in New York. This massive,
tons of
the
vacants.
quantity that we're being shown on this from Ukraine and Gaza. I mean, this is like droves of them. There's no place like that in New York. There's a few abandoned buildings here and there, yeah, but not. I mean, this is like a whole city block of abandoned buildings. Several city blocks of completely abandoned area. I just don't understand why they would show us that stuff being blown up. I mean, just tell me what you guys think. That's all. I'm not saying
I
I'm
see what you're
100%
saying.
right.
Yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying. It could be different things. I mean, I would assume that this is in the city, you know, that there's landmarks in terms of these other buildings, that this could be looked up on Google Maps or whatever they're claiming it is, meaning that like the idea that this would all be just set up or something like a Hollywood set seems a little less likely just from what I've seen, just because it does look like, I mean, I don't know that area, but it does look like city streets and landmarks, and there's people walking around in the rubble. But it is possible, even another thing is that maybe like this was a region that was sort of already vacant buildings, and maybe whether they purposely hit these vacant ones just to get the footage so that there's not as much like wreckage and carnage, or, you know, so they could get like somewhat palatable footage that's not just, you know, bodies everywhere. Whether they like purposefully hit this area that was already kind of vacant buildings, or something, that's even an idea, or whether it just happens to be vacant, or whether there is some material in some of these. But I know what you mean. They do look, it just doesn't look like a fresh thing. Like it looks like they're all dusty and old, and it looks like, yeah, there's not a lot of like, there's not a lot of color in all the rubble. Like you would think there would be all
Right.
kinds of
They look
stuff.
completely abandoned to me.
It
That's
looks
just
like
my opinion.
yeah, it looks like an abandoned area that got hit. It looks like abandoned buildings, yeah, or at least buildings that had very little in them, yeah.
Right. And this is not the only one picture of that. I've seen several of this scenario here. That's all I'm saying. I've seen several pictures of these abandoned area. Maybe they're just taking it from different angles. I don't know. Maybe it's, you know, I don't have the answers. All I'm saying is this threw up some red flags for me, you know. And if it doesn't throw up red flags for anybody else, that's to me it seems kind of, I don't know, kind of naive, at least a little bit, because I just think that they're using this kind of stuff for whatever propaganda for whatever reason. You know what I mean? I do believe that it's propaganda, at least for whatever reason. Maybe there's not as much as I think there is of this stuff, but I think there's quite, honestly think there's quite a bit of this kind of stuff they're showing of abandoned areas that are blown up. And I don't know why they would do that. Accidentally hit them. And it's like, well, I guess, you know, you have to come up with a reason for it to be not what it looks like. I mean, I don't know. It just looks like to me that it's propaganda. They're blowing up abandoned buildings, showing us this massive destruction of all these abandoned buildings. Why? Doesn't make any sense to me. Because I think people are thinking that people were living in these. I honestly think that people out there that think, oh, look at them buildings, look at those poor people. Their houses were completely destroyed and they're all blown up and shit. Well, in this photo, in some of these photos that I just posted, there's no people in those buildings. I'm here to tell you. There wasn't. There's no glass, not a single piece of glass in any of those windows, not a single piece of furniture in any of them. They're empty and old and, like you said, gray, and just like this old part of town that's been abandoned for years. I mean, why would they waste bombs on that? Well, propaganda. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. All I'm saying is I'm throwing that out there and help me figure it out. I'm not a genius here. I'm just saying this shit looks fishy to me. And especially these abandoned buildings being blown up. Why are they showing us those? I mean,
I'll say this. I don't see any blood in any of those pictures. That's highly unusual. No war scene. I'll give you that. I don't know if you thought of that one. And I'll also say this to you, buddy. Like, I hope you know that in Gaza, right? It's not a regular city, right? Gaza is kind of like a controlled environment. So it's not like you have your Home Depot there where you can go buy your lumber and build your house kind of a deal, right?
Right.
So keep that in mind. So those buildings could have been partly finished, or
well, these look really old to me. That's all I'm saying. These don't look like partially finished new buildings. This looks like an old abandoned area, and I could be wrong, but that's certainly what it looks like.
Well, that's why I was speculating that whatever the controlling factions are going on with the militaries and medias and claimed groups and whatever it is, maybe if that area was like an area that was either somewhat abandoned or somewhat unfinished buildings or whatever, and then they actually purposefully hit those with some kind of explosive to then get that footage. Because I would think if that was like freshly hit, like, yeah, you'd have a lot more like fresh looking destruction. There'd be, yeah, it just seems like it would look different than that. Because yeah, it does look like an abandoned kind of bombed area in a way, or at least partially abandoned.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
that's all
can't
I'm
have
saying.
a war zone without blood. Can be there couldn't have been people there. A bomb hit there and there's no blood. That's impossible. There's no way. Like everybody left. No way.
All I'm saying is just kind of take what I said and either look at it or don't or whatever. But to me,
Oh, you
there's
have a
something.
point. You definitely have a point. Definitely. That's unusual. That scene is unusual. For
Right.
sure.
And there's more than just that one scene that are just like this. I've seen probably a dozen of them like this. I don't know why
Like
they
if
would show that.
this is one thing for sure. If that was a purposely bombed building with people in it, right? Then this scene doesn't look right. There's no blood.
Right.
There's no like it just looks like a like
There'd
you
be
said, like
curtains.
an empty building bombed or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there'd be curtains hanging in the windows and furniture halfway blown out or laying on the ground and furniture laying inside the building. I mean, some of these pictures show inside the building and it's just empty.
Yeah,
The only
he's
thing
right.
in there is
They'd be
chunks of
furniture,
concrete.
splinter woods all over the place. They'd be pieces of curtains. He's right.
Yeah,
Think about it.
exactly. If you scroll through this video, it will show you several different pictures of abandoned buildings. It'll show you other parts of the city, and they don't look bombed. They're the part that looks occupied. It'll show smoke in the background. It'll show some guy in his apartment. He's got windows in his apartment. Yeah, I don't know. It's just not making sense to me, man. That's all. And there's a couple of them that do show, like one floor I'm looking at right now, the second floor, it looks like there's a bed in there. And in another room, it looks like there may be a couch or something in there, but the floor below it is completely empty. The 2 floors below it, nothing at all in it. And the roof's all collapsed. And, they probably did, even in these abandoned buildings, they probably did leave some furniture behind, but nobody wanted it. So they just left it. It's been sitting there and it's all rotten and whatever. I don't know. Just, food for thought.
The more I think about it, the more you're right. This was not a habited, bombed place. This was abandoned
Right.
beforehand. There's no way there was people there in that building. They're living there. The one that Jeremy posted there on the bottom.
Yeah, anyway,
No way.
that video I posted, if you scroll through it, you'll see several different buildings in the nature that I'm telling you. And the ones where there's people around, the buildings aren't blown up. People are just walking down the streets, but the areas where like I'm looking at this one area right now, it's 1 minute, 1 hour, or I don't know, 1:12 in, hour and 12 minutes in, or 1 minute, 12 seconds maybe. And it shows all these buildings. It's just like this round little section of buildings. You can tell they're abandoned. There's not a single window in any of them. There's not a piece of glass anywhere. There's no furniture in the buildings. But right behind them, there's a city that looks occupied. And there's no destruction there. None. It's all just this old building. And it's just, I don't know. And as you scroll through it, you'll see buildings that are occupied and they got all their full of furniture and people are walking down the streets and blah, blah, blah. But, the area that's blown up, there's nobody there. There's just a few people standing in the street walking. They're dressed up. They got better clothes on than I do. I don't know. I just look at it, guys, and form your opinion and let me know if the next time you see me or whatever. That video I posted, just scroll through it, click it every so often. And everywhere there's a massive destruction, concrete laying everywhere. It's like, it looks abandoned. And then you can see the buildings that are occupied behind it. They're not destroyed. I don't know. It just seems like some serious propaganda going on here. And they look old. They're all gray and they're all dusty looking. And I don't know. It just looks like an old part of town that's been abandoned a long time ago. And it's all blown up. And they're showing it as, you know, a war zone. That's just fishy to me. Like I said, I'm not a genius about any of this stuff by any means. All I'm telling you is what I see, my opinion of what I see, and what I see is blown up, abandoned buildings right next to buildings that are occupied that are not blown up. They're better aims than that. Accidentally hit abandoned buildings.
Maybe they, yeah, I was going to say, maybe they just don't know how to hit the building.
I don't know. To see devastation in Gaza after Israel strikes is what the caption is at the bottom. And I see devastation in Gaza, but it's all abandoned buildings.
I know, it's really sad. Even when they were talking about, you know, that other thing that happened a couple years ago, I went over a bunch of footage from TV of them showing people getting them, and I realized that they weren't even real. I was like, why would they fake that? They do.
Yeah. I mean, it's showing this picture right when the video starts. It's like the very first image of this. I mean, there is concrete piled up in the roads. It's like 10 feet deep. Do you think the bombs hit and just threw everything into the road? This is weird. This has been like this for a while, I think. This is not recent devastation, I don't think. They might have thrown a couple of bombs in there to make it look smoky and whatever, but these buildings, not one of them has a single freaking window in them. Not a piece of furniture in any of them. There might be a couple pieces here and there, but there might be one window here and one window there, but for the most part, there's no windows, furniture, there's no curtains, there's nothing but rubble. Just bunches of rubble everywhere. And it looks extremely old. So I don't know, guys. Just, you know, I really don't. All I know is what I see definitely does not look right. Does not look like Gaza is being destroyed, the city that's occupied. And this doesn't, I don't see that. I see the unoccupied part blown up. And I can't believe people don't notice that. They look at that and go, wait a minute. There's no furniture. There's no, I mean, there'd be, if this was recent destruction, there would be droves of people on the streets pulling out mangled bodies, pulling out, you know, there'd be ambulances and whatever else, and they'd be cleaning up, you know, looking for bodies under the rubble. None of that's going on. Nothing like that. It's just this abandoned, rubbled up place that, so you blow it up and then just walk away and leave the poor people.
It's because they know there's not any dead bodies in there.
That's right.
No, I've seen footage. I've seen footage where they're pulling people out of rubble. Literally, I've seen a little boy buried.
I have too.
Yeah.
I have too, and I think that's also part of propaganda. I think that'll
Could
show
be all
you
fake,
a little bit of
Could
that.
be.
It'll show you a little bit of that, so you think, "Oh, that's going on everywhere." I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but you know, think about that. I mean, maybe it's just a little bit of, hey, let's show some rescue going on. You know, I mean, these people are good at what they do. They're good.
Look, there, I don't doubt they can control, because it's literally a prison camp, right? You know, Gaza is like a walled off thing, right? Fenced off.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the most controlled. That's another thing. Check this out now. I don't know if you know this. It's one of the most controlled borders in the world, right? They compare
Oh, I
it
do
to
know
like,
that.
yeah, okay,
They can
okay.
the
I'm
part
sure
that's
a lot
along
of
the
people
ocean.
know that. But
Yeah,
check
there's
this
a
out
part
now,
that's along.
bro.
Okay.
Give me 30 seconds to speak,
All right.
please.
Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. I know you're excited. But check this out, right? One of the most secure borders in the world. I heard one guy say, even if a dog passes through, a stray dog, they'll shoot it, like, or they'll capture it. That's how secure it is. But then he goes on to say, but on that particular night, thousands of people came in, slaughtered all kinds of people, took all kinds of hostages, and the IDF took 6 hours to respond.
It makes no sense now, does it?
Yeah.
There's a part of Gaza that's along the water. I don't know if it's what sea it is or whatever, but there's a portion of it that's along the water. And I heard, along with what you just said about it being highly controlled and highly, like you can't just like leave Gaza. If you try to go over the border, you're automatically snatched up and whatever. You can't even go by water. You go out into the water more than like 20 feet or something, and they snatch you up. You're like trying to escape Gaza or whatever. Like you said, it's this very highly guarded, controlled, area. And yeah, even the part where there's water, nobody even tries to go get in a boat and escape because they get snatched up right away.
Oh, yeah, there's no chance. They don't even let the fishermen go out more than 6 miles. They do that purposely. They can let them go out a little bit further and control them, right? They're just fishermen. They have patrol boats. But all the
Right.
good fish is out there. They don't even let them do that. It's like they take pleasure in torturing these people. These are
Right.
God's chosen people, by the way. Yeah.
Yes, I agree, and that's sad. And you're 100% correct. And I was aware of these things. I just, talk about it. I just feel like these buildings that we're looking at that are this devastation in Gaza is not occupied areas. Not most of it. Some of it maybe, but I've yet to see a new building blown up. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Max Hagen. He makes YouTube videos and he's very good at what he does. He was in Mexico on the run or doing on the fly like YouTube channel stuff because they were like looking for him or whatever. It's what he said. Anyway, I don't know how truthful that is. He was talking to some dude in Ukraine and he had his cell phone. The guy in Ukraine says, okay, you guys just were shown that these certain buildings in Ukraine were bombed and floored and were no longer with us. It showed on TV that these buildings were destroyed. He turned his cell phone around and said, look, they're still there. There's people on the streets driving their cars, walking up and down the sidewalks and blah, blah, blah. All the shit. And then come to find out, those buildings that they showed on the news that said that that was part of Ukraine that got blown up was from like 10 years ago, some other city. The actual buildings that they showed on the news that were blown up in Ukraine, it wasn't even Ukraine. So there's a lot of weird shit going on with this war, I'm telling you. A lot of propaganda, a lot of deception. So be advised. That's all I can say. Yeah, this picture I'm looking at now, I'm just like, it's not very far in. 7 seconds in. Yeah.
Targeting it says Hamas infrastructure.
Oh, and it says
I got very discouraged. This guy got. What did I do? What have we done? You destroyed an entire neighborhood. He says never fire a rocket. It is one of the most densely populated patches of land on Earth. Bombs crashing into crowded neighborhoods rarely differentiate between fire civilian.
So you
That's
think
just not true.
you think it's all
Crashing
staged?
into, yeah, you can
You
see the
think the
buildings
whole
were next. I don't know about the whole thing, but yeah, I'd say most of it. Yes, I
how
definitely
about
would
the
say
part
that.
where how about the part where uh, people with hand gliders literally penetrated the most secure one of the most secure borders in the world? How about that part?
I didn't see that part, but who were they?
What do you mean, who
Israel
were they?
Army.
The
Yeah,
supposed terrorists came in. You didn't see the how they did it, how they said they did it. They
no,
had like
I
this
don't watch.
power glide.
I don't watch the
Sorry.
news at all.
Dude, it
Okay.
looked like some straight up Red Dawn kind of shit. If you've ever seen
Yeah.
the movie Red Dawn, right? Like,
Yeah. There's
Well, you
no way that could have happened, man. There's just no
right?
way.
Okay, so you're on board with the propaganda, right? At least some.
No, no, no. Look, I don't know I don't know what happened, right? I really don't. How they got in, but the way they showed that they got in one of the most defended borders in the world. On you know which day this happened, by the way.
No,
This
mid
was
October.
or something.
Yom Kippur, I think they call it. When
Yeah.
yeah, and this is like one of the holiest days for Israel, right? And they got
Yeah.
attacked massively many years ago. That's where the have you heard the 10th man? Have you heard the saying the 10th man?
No, like I said, I
Okay,
don't
that's
really follow up much. But are you familiar with the Red October stuff? The Red October, the battleship that was just launched. It was the Red October battleship, or I can't remember which one.
Isn't that the
Um,
movie with Sean Connery?
yeah, it. They're playing this movie out from years ago. It's like this. It's like they made this movie years ago, the Red October movie, and now they're playing it out almost identical to the movie. It's like
with the
really weird.
submarine. You're talking about the
Oh,
one with the submarine.
yeah.
No,
And
that's
not just that, dude. Have you seen the movie Wag the Dog with Dustin Hoffman and
oh yeah, that's really quite the movie there. I love that movie.
dude,
Talk about yeah,
did you see what was
that's
going
some
on with the Russia Ukraine stuff where they showed the
oh,
one woman like she was in the background and it showed them like picking up the blocks from the broken wall and she totally tell it was a prop because she was like picking up these giant like what should have been like 30-pound pieces of stone and just like throwing them in her arms like she was doing the fucking laundry, dude. Like
yeah.
it's
Wag the
crazy. I've
Dog's
been
one hell of a good.
the
If
last
anybody
week
here
or
has not
so.
seen the movie Wag the Dog, I suggest you watch it because it will let you know just how corrupt our government is. Because Wag the Dog definitely shines some light on that, doesn't it?
Hell yeah, dude. Like at this point between Wag the Dog, Idiocracy, and what was the other one? Shit. Oh, Demolition Man. Like, dude, that's like the trilogy of fucking the future right there.
Yeah, Wag the Dog. I love that movie. I watched it twice. I watched it once and then watched it again back to back because I was so blown away by it. That was a good movie.
Dude, the last
Dustin
week
Hoffman. What's that?
because of all this stuff that's been happening with Hamas and Israel and Palestine and all that, right?
Yeah.
Dude, I hadn't really paid a whole lot of attention to it until now, right? Just because I keep hearing everybody talking about it. And I finally went and started looking at some of the footage that they're putting out on this, dude. Man, I don't know how long you've been in this game. I don't know how many of these past like false flags you've seen. I don't know if you were a part of checking out like what happened in Vegas, what happened with the Boston bombing, any of that stuff, dude.
Oh yeah,
But
I followed it. I
watching,
didn't look into it like like crazy. But I did look into it. Yes.
Yeah, so watching this footage and how this conflict in Gaza is being covered, right? It's all those scenarios 2.0, you know? Like
Yeah.
these last few years we've been asking for better psyops, right? We've been telling them that that like they're horrible because we can see right through them, and now
Right.
we're getting psyops that are confusing the conspiracy people.
Well, that's because they don't believe that they could pull this shit off like they're doing. Because they're doing it because they don't care. They know there's nothing we can do about it. You know what I mean? They don't care. They're just blatantly throwing it in her face, bro. It's a blatant fucking. Here you go, you dumb fucks. There ain't nothing any of us can do about what they're doing. I mean, I don't think. I mean, it's just out of control, you know. And you're right, you know, that they're wow. All I'm saying, guys, is there's a lot of deception going on with this war, and I mean a lot. Just think about it, look at it, look at these buildings, and just, you know, I'm telling you, this shit, what they're telling us on the news is not what the fuck is going on. Not. And I don't know what they're trying to accomplish by saying all this shit's going on, but I mean, I don't know. They keep saying, oh, it's Bible prophecy and it's all this shit. You know, I don't think man has the ability to fulfill prophecy. It's false flags. Deception at its fullest. And that's the main thing it says in the Bible. The most apparent thing you're going to see in the end times is going to be deception. Deception is the main thing that you're going to be experiencing in the last days is deception. And talk about deceptive. Right now, we are going through a fucking boatload of it.
I remember something being said about wars and rumors of wars, right?
Yeah. Exo's he's a friend of mine. And I've tried talking to him to calm down and quit doing that shit, but he just won't listen, guys. I'm trying to get him to be more, just carry on a conversation. You know what I mean? I mean, he's a friend, but he just gets going and gets so excited. I don't think he can help himself. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to figure it out, guys. I feel bad. I hope I don't come across like that anyway. Please tell me if I do, because I'll certainly knock it off. Anyway, this guy's in this video. He's saying, "What did I do?" He's got his apartment, and he threw all of his pillows all around in there. He said, "What did I do?" He just made a mess in his apartment, but his windows are fine. There's no destruction. How did his apartment get all torn up, and the windows aren't even broken? How did that happen? I mean, come on, man. Think about it. It's 24 seconds in, and he's sitting there complaining about this, this destruction, and his windows aren't even broken, but all of his furniture is thrown all over the place. How did that happen? This shit ain't real, guys. Not much of it. A whole bunch of it's just not real. I'm sorry. It's just not. I know people are posting stuff in the chat. I never read the chat. I'm not a chat guy. I could care less. If you can't use your mic, I don't want to talk to you. So if you're responding to everything I'm saying in the chat, look, you need to open your mic if you want to talk to me.
You got it, Rock, and I'll speak to you, man. Are you there?
Yeah. What's up, brother?
So I was just going to say, if you do read the scripture at all, right, and you're
I do all the time.
okay, I would say read, some prophecy concerning the land over there that hasn't come true. Specifically like Ezekiel 39, speaking about who's going to come up against who and how they're going to fall. I did put some verses for you in the text chat. And
Okay, thank you.
yeah, if you read Revelation and you see the marriage supper of the Lamb, and you see the birds of the air are called to eat of the flesh of the soldiers and the mighty men, right? If you're familiar with that, compare that with Ezekiel 39. There's some verses in there that say the exact.
Okay.
It says the exact same thing. It's speaking about the same time period. So I would say there is things we can look for, and there are things written that we can see. And of course, there's deception in the world, right? And men trying to make things happen or men trying to copy things.
Right.
But at the same time, the way we can expose that is if it doesn't line up perfectly, we know it's not truly prophecy, right?
Right. 100%. You're thinking exactly how I think, brother. I'm with you 100% on that.
Cool deal.
Absolutely. And that's why I'm saying, there's just, I don't know how much of what I've been talking about is actual deception, but I think there's a good portion of it that is. You know what I mean? Now, I'm sure you probably feel the same way, right?
Oh yeah, man. I believe men have been trying to make things look a certain way so they can take advantage of people's beliefs for a long time.
Right.
I don't know if you
100%.
caught. I don't know if you caught this earlier, but the Hebrew word for violence is Hamas, and I thought that was very interesting
I
because
did not
even when
know
you
that. Thank you.
yeah, when you go back to Genesis, the reason he flooded the earth because it was full of violence.
Right.
Violence is Hamas. Yeah.
Yeah. Back in those days when he flooded the earth, there were the fallen angels and their children and the Nephilim and all that. I mean, you believe in that, all that stuff, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And so you believe that the Nephilim were, breeding with animals and you name it. There was all kinds of weird abominations on the earth before the flood. And it was a necessary thing that the Lord flooded the earth because all of the abominations were just out of control. And people don't understand in the Old Testament, why people were told to kill everything, kill everyone, the children, the animals, because they were all defiled by the fallen angels and the Nephilim. And, it was either the Israelites kill them or the flood. And one way or another, it all had to be reset. Do you concite? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I look at it, even like a garden or anything. I mean, if something's only coming in to kill, steal, and destroy, I'm going to destroy it. Like, eventually, if I can get to it, I'm going to destroy it so it can't destroy anymore. And the things that,
Right.
appreciate life and do not practice those things, yeah, I'll keep those things around.
Sure. Yep. I'm with you on
That's
that
what
too, brother.
yeah, I think people don't get that a lot of times, but, that's the way we're supposed to be. And many
Oh,
people,
100.
they don't, yeah, many people don't see why we should, have to have someone good die for us, right? But what's that?
I swear you'll
Nothing. I just had a friend say something, so I muted my mic. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, some people don't understand why we have to have a good man die, for other people. But they sure understand someone going to protect their family and maybe dying in the process. So when you have men who do wicked things or men who do evil or come to kill and steal and destroy, um, good men die. And it's a
Oh
necessity
yeah.
to,
There's many different ways to be a martyr. There's no doubt. Yeah, I study the Bible with XO quite a bit. I know you don't get along with XO. He's talked about it. And I'm just like, whatever, I mean, I try to get along with everybody. But we have found some very interesting stuff in the Bible about the earth. And it's just amazing stuff. It describes the earth so perfectly. There's no way it could be a ball. There's just no way. I mean, it talked about, the waters, hang on. Anyway, I don't know how deep obviously you've studied the Bible a lot. Martha. I know you have. I know you're obviously a very, Bible believing man. I think that's such a wonderful thing. Yeah.
In the chat, these are 3 verses from the Quran, and yeah, I studied all the books. I studied the Quran, the Bible, and the Torah, and yeah, they talk about the flat Earth.
Do you have anything about the face of the deep being frozen and a circle being carved in it?
I know that it says that the face of the great deep is frozen, and I
Yeah,
think
yeah, in the Bible it
I
does.
know.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
asking the guy about the Quran.
Oh.
What you said, I didn't hear the question.
Do you have anything in the Quran that says the face of the deep is frozen, and there's waters beneath it, and
It talks about
there's a
yeah,
space?
waters. It talks that there is the waters, the firmament, and that it divided the waters. We have a sea above, waters above us, and if there is ice under us, I don't know. It didn't talk about that in the Quran, but for sure there is ice above us. It talks
Well,
about
my
ice
opinion
above.
is that if the earth is on foundation and on pillars, the pillars go down into the great deep. Obviously, that's where they're going if they're underneath us. And then the pillars are into the face of the great deep, which is frozen. It's a pretty good reason why the earth doesn't move, because it's got pillars that are going down into a frozen mass of ice that are holding us firm and still. Absolute.
The most interesting part, I think, is it's all interesting, but I think the most interesting part about it is there's a circle carved into the face of the frozen deep.
You know
And
what I think caused that?
I posted another verse. It talks about when he separated the sky and the ground.
I think it's obvious why there's a circle of unmelted ice. It's because the circuit of the sun. The sun is local. It circles over the top of us, and it has melted the frozen great deep that's all around us beyond the firmament or whatever. I think that the circuit that the Earth travels on, it's on a circuit. It goes around the North Pole, a little bit wider, a little bit narrower, depending on the year or the season. Blah blah blah.
And here's
Most
another
people
one for
understand that.
another one about the creation.
And I think
How
that's why there's
he
a circle
created,
of water where we live.
how he created it, and how much time it took.
you know, speaking of that circle, really quick, that he carved in it, that was a circle he carved in it himself, and so that's the implication, and it was done at a specific time, like during the creation. Now, if that be the case, some people believe the firmament is solid structure, and some people believe it moves rather than the stars. So to me, it's like something that is like something that sits down into a track, right? Now it could move, or it could not move. It could just be sealed there, right? So it could just be perfectly sealed, like a snow globe, or perhaps it moves. I think we'll
Right.
find that out.
I can see both scenarios. Sure. Which it is, who knows? You're right. There's no way of knowing that right now. I think it's the stars that move myself, but I don't think that any part that's attached to the earth moves. But what you're saying is the firmament may not be attached. It might be in a track of some sort that rotates, right?
Yeah, well, if it's in that track is all the way in the deep.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a purpose for it, is what I'm saying. There has to be a purpose, or it wouldn't be carved into the face of the deep.
Well, if it's carved out initially, I think it might still my opinion that it's the sun that keeps it thawed out underneath the firmament. But I think the sun is below the firmament. There's no way it's above. You're not going to get heat from something behind a barrier. It's like trying to warm your hands on a fire through 3 feet of glass on the other side. It's not happening. Not going to get warm. The sun is under the firmament. It's very local. You can see the hot spot on the clouds. You can see the crepuscular rays. In order to make crepuscular rays, if you take a piece of cardboard and cut a bunch of holes in it, put a light bulb above it, blow smoke underneath it so you can see where the light rays come. You got to bring that light down within about 1.5 feet of that piece of cardboard before those rays become percussive, angled outwards when you blow smoke underneath the cardboard. Take a big sheet of cardboard, 3 feet by 3 feet, drill a bunch of holes in it, and then put a light above it. You just only have to raise that light up about 6 feet, and those light rays are pretty much straight. You got to bring it down pretty close to that plywood or that cardboard, and then blow smoke underneath it before those rays start being percuscular. So I think that the sun is extremely local. You can tell by the hot spot on the clouds. You can tell by the percuscular rays. That's just my opinion. Obviously, I can't prove any of this stuff. I'm not saying these are absolutes, but giving those scenarios where I've actually taken a light bulb and actually carved holes in a piece of cardboard to see how close I had to bring it down before the rays went out, became angled outward. And you got to get pretty close before that starts happening. So, that just was my little personal way of trying to figure out maybe what might be going on. I mean, obviously, I'm just a man just trying to figure things out, but, trying to use a little bit of common sense. But yeah, you got some good ideas, North. I like them.
Do you think any part of the sun, any aspect of it, is physical?
I don't know. I really don't.
If you if you do like reading the scripture, which is it's old reliable text, but I think it's
I
around
do like.
the fourth trumpet in Revelation. Sun is stricken. It means it's hit or pummeled or thumped, and that's when some things happen with the sun, the moon, and the stars. So yeah, look at that and consider that when
Okay.
you're thinking about it. Yeah, man.
All right. It very well could be. I mean, I don't know what it would be made of, where it could take a hit, be pummeled. I mean, it's just I don't know. I mean, there's nobody knows really what the sun's made of. Obviously, I mean, what they try to tell us is complete hogwash, obviously, but violates every natural law known to man. 7 gas laws, second law of thermodynamics, and everything else. For a gas ball to be in a vacuum, that's ridiculous. So I believe it's under the firmament. I believe that wholeheartedly. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get warmth from it. But anyway, yeah, and I don't know what the sun is and how it can take a hit. Whatever. Does it say how it gets pummeled? Does it say anything about give any clue to what might happen?
I don't think it tells you how it gets struck, but it tells you it gets struck, and it says I think the sun will lose a third of its light, the moon and the stars also. Now, you also have a point that corresponds with the fourth trumpet. You have the fourth vial, which I believe is the sun intensifying in heat so much. And I've compared it to like having a magnifying glass and kind of hitting it until I angle it the right way, and focus that light. Because the sun we see in the sky and what we feel the warmth from, and we watch it go across the sky, maybe the source is beyond the firmament. Maybe it's, some kind of projection. There's something else to it. Maybe there's some
Yeah,
physical aspect
I've
in
heard
it.
that.
Yeah.
I've
So
heard
if
that
it's
concept for sure.
so if there's some
Sorry.
kind of lens, so if there's some kind of lens maybe in the firmament and it gets hit, a certain amount of times, so it angles at a certain angle, maybe the light would intensify into a beam. Um, and maybe that would be the light that losing a third, but I'm not sure. I'd have to study it much more. I've been doing that for a
Yeah,
while now.
Personally, I think that's a little bit of a stretch because the sun moving across the sky, that means that this focusing of this lens would have to move with it and constantly be focused and moving the focused point. Like you're saying, that's beyond the firmament, there would have to be also something above the firmament that moves and along with it to keep it focused as it moves across the sky because the sun stays very consistent. It doesn't like get brighter or dimmer or change shape in any way. And so I don't, that seems a little unlikely to me, although God obviously can do anything way beyond our thinking about his capabilities. Obviously, he could probably just speak it done and it would be done. So, there's just anything is possible when you're going to bring God into the picture. Anything doesn't matter whether you think it's impossible or what. He wants it done; it's going to be done. Period.
Yeah, I
That's
know
my.
you've seen.
That's my. You know.
Yeah, I know you've seen like the bat signal and things of that nature, and people putting spotlights out and things.
Yeah,
But
yeah, of course.
so also think about this. There's a verse that says, "I saw an angel standing in the sun," and it kind of makes me think of the Batman projection. But we've seen an angel standing in the sun. Now some may say on, but that's still interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. But the angel that's standing in the sun could be basically able to cope with that. Maybe you know what I mean. Who knows what that angel's composition is, or what its purpose is, or whatever. It just might be. It's again, like I said, you bring God and one of God's angels into the picture, and anything is possible.
That's why I ask people what is a star, right? So what is a star and so if you look at it from the aspect that maybe you and I look at it, the hosts of heaven or the messengers or what people call angels are interchangeable with stars a lot of times. And so
Well,
is there
isn't it in the Bible that stars are sentient?
yeah, and so do you ever wonder if there's some kind of physical maybe some kind of stone or some kind of something in the firmament that each of these messengers are assigned to, and there's like a relationship between the two, or do you think it's that the stars are literally just angels? That's that
Well,
would be.
I know one thing that the wandering stars rebelled against God and didn't take on their first assignment to that they were supposed to do in the sky, and they'll be punished for that. That's also in the Bible. I think that because of that, they became I think they became corrupt in some way because if they hadn't done that, we wouldn't have a solar system. The appearance of a solar system. I think they're part of the deception. They followed Satan for some reason. Maybe they're part of the third of the hosts that followed Satan from heaven. I don't know how the whole thing scenario works out, but if they took on their own pathway, but they are all working together, the wandering stars, to give the appearance of a solar system. Well, that tells me that they became part of the deception from the very beginning. The solar system thing was something that was going to be used as a deception for everybody since the beginning. Does that make sense? Or no?
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
It does say they'll be punished for that, or not, for taking on their own course. I don't think it was their own. I think it was a course that was purposely done to give the appearance of a solar system. I mean, just, they had to be working together because they're all doing the same thing, pretty much, making it look like we got these other so-called planets rotating around us, rotating around the sun, rather, or whatever. Because that's a hell of a kicker for the solar system, Because without that, there wouldn't be any solar system. Without them wandering stars doing that, it just wouldn't exist. Not the way that we're told that it's supposed to be. Yeah, and when the Lord commanded the dry earth to come out of the water, it makes perfect sense to me because there's in the water. There's all kinds of everything's in it. You can find colloidal. Colloidal means floating in water, or just so small in particles that they float, and they're in water to the point to where they don't sink. Whatever, they're just part of the water. That's called colloidal gold, colloidal silica, which is rock, colloidal silver, colloidal. All the things that this earth is made of existed in the water and in the form of colloidal, I believe. And it's the only thing that makes any sense to me. And he commanded those things to come out of the water and to form together because they were there in the form of colloidal silver, colloidal gold, colloidal silica. And they came out of the water and gathered up together and formed the earth the way he commanded it to be. I mean, maybe that's not right, but that's what my mind tells me possibly happened and why. Because it was there. You can take a sample out of any river or any lake and analyze it. You'll find colloidal silver, gold, silica in all of it. Very, very fine, small amount. But when you're talking about the great deep and the amount of water out there, I mean, there could be enough water out there to drag out a million Earths out of it if you wanted to. I don't know.
Can I jump in real quick and ask Necros a question? Are you there, Necros?
Yeah, brother.
Am I remembering correct that you're Muslim?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
I can tell you that I'm submitting to the one God that the Muslims worshipped, and that the one Jesus worshipped, and the same one Abraham worshipped, and all the prophets. And I pray to God the same way Jesus did. I put my face on the ground and I pray to the greater.
Okay, well, very cool. So my question is, and maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't, and I would also be interested in like God Rockin' or North's
Yeah.
or any Christian's perspective. But what is the Islamic conception of God? I asked that because I came across this article recently and the sort of the extract of it says the most striking difference between Christian and Muslim theologies is that while for Christians God is a person, Muslims worship an impersonal deity. Despite the
I crashed. I didn't hear all what you said.
Well, what I'm wondering about is the Islamic conception of God. So basically, this article that I found is saying that the biggest difference between Muslims and Christians is that Christians recognize God as a person, and Muslims don't recognize God as a person, but as like an impersonal deity. Is that accurate, or what is the conception?
Try to read my profile, the note in my profile. Can you read it out loud?
1 second. People hate the truth. Luckily, the truth doesn't care.
No, not that one. The note. There is a note.
Okay, let me see here. I see no note.
Okay. So, God, for me, God is. It means commander. The word God, it means commander. For me, God must be independent, self-sufficient, and necessary for everything. Then we have he have attributes like he's powerful, he's wise, he's all-knowing, he's merciful, he's loving. All of that, those are his attributes. For me, God is the dimension zero, the creator of all the dimensions. For me, God is a singularity, not composed, and He's not from matter, not from energy. He's the dimension zero.
So you wouldn't describe him as a person as Christians typically would?
No, God is not a person and can't be person. So I'm worshiping the God that person was praying to. When he put his face, I'm washing this. I'm praying to God the same way Jesus did. I'm putting my face to the ground, and I pray to the same God Jesus prayed to.
So would the Islamic God be more analogous with like the governing rules of the universe? Would that be a appropriate way to put it?
The Muslims, I don't follow what the Muslims follow. I'm not Sunni, I'm not Shi'i, I'm not Sufi. I debate the Muslims because the Muslims doesn't follow they don't follow the Quran. They follow the Hadith, they follow the Sunnah, they follow what people say in the mosque. But they don't follow the Quran. They don't know the Quran. Sure, they remember the Quran. They remember all the Quran, but they never read the Quran to know what the fuck is the story in the Quran. What is the message? What is the real message in the Quran? So I am debating always the Muslims. I don't like the way they follow. In the Islam, killing people and doing those things, it's not in the Islam. In the real Islam, Islam is not. By the way, Islam, it is not a name for a religion. Islam, it means submitting to the one and only.
Yeah, so I kind of get that, and I have no bias for or against Muslims or, that way of thinking. I'm just trying to understand what God actually is, say, in the Quran. Is it like more akin to like a universal spiritual law of physics opposed to like a person, like Christians would say? Like we tend to anthropomorphize God as Christians say.
Exactly, it's in the Quran. It talks about God exactly like in the Bible, as God, the Father in the Bible. God, it's above everything you can imagine. Every logic you can have, He's above it. So you can't imagine God, how he is, what he is, because you have limits of knowledge, the number of matter and all existing matter, it's limited in your head. So you can't imagine something beyond that, and he is beyond that. So I can't tell you what is really God and how he is, because it's the abstract itself.
But so calling it a he is maybe uh, detracting from what it actually is. Would that be appropriate?
What?
Like to call God a he to me implies that it's a person, right? And I could just be stuck in the weeds on this, but like in your understanding, it's not actually a he, right? It's more
Yeah,
just a
for sure. I call him he because it's the way he talked to us about himself in the Quran. So when we humans in the stories in the Quran, when we talk about God, we say he, him, his. So and there is it's masculine. It's never talk about God as feminine. Even the angels in the Quran, they are masculine.
Yeah,
The clouds,
real
they are
quick,
all
brother.
masculine.
It's also like in Spanish, how like Spanish has like male and masculine terms. So it's like it's kind of like that too, also, right?
Yeah, probably.
That's actually really interesting. You say, yeah, I never thought of it that way. So it's like more of a way to conceptualize God in our limited understandings, but not like a literal thing like Christians typically take it to be.
Exactly. I can't materialize God. I
Well,
can't.
yeah, that's the distinction. Like if you think of it, like yeah, like the creator in the concept of like Judaism and Islam is like, you can't even fathom it. Like the Jews don't even say the word because out of like the almost awe inspiring thing of it. So like you would never like like even like take like prayer. Like people have this idea that like God needs your prayer or something like that. And like that's not like what Islam teaches. Like God doesn't need your prayer. Like the prayer is for you. You know what I mean? It's not like God needs you to pray to him 5 times a day. No, no, no. You praying to God 5 times a day is to help you out. Just something to think about too. But yo,
Yeah,
salam
definitely.
alaikum to the brother over there. Peace, bro.
Yeah, it almost sounds like kind of and I don't mean this in an offensive way, but like the hippie new age conception of quote unquote the universe. Like that's how
Yeah,
I'm interpreting
yeah.
it.
Even like before that, that's yeah. It's like it's all that. It's like, but then again, it's not created. The creator is not created. It's not a part. Like
Yeah,
I used to love
exactly,
this.
exactly. The
Like
creator
the guy who
can
made
be.
like the guy who made the VHS player doesn't have to become a VHS player to understand how a VHS player works.
Yeah.
Exactly, exactly. You said it. God can't be created. It can't fit on something. God, he's already omnipotent. So if you believe in the Bible, when he wanted to talk to Moses, did he? Can we call the three God? Is the tree when Moses talks to the tree, to the burning tree, the tree was God or just a vessel? So if we can imagine that God took a human body to talk with us with it, we can't say that vessel is God. No, it isn't. Just a human, and he's dead. God, God, like I said, God is subsufficient, and He is what is the word? Sorry for my English. Yeah, he is independent and self-sufficient. So he doesn't need to sleep to stay alive. Jesus did. He doesn't need to eat or consume his creation to stay alive. Jesus did. Jesus
Yeah,
needed to eat. He needed to drink. So he consumed his creation. It's impossible. So Jesus wasn't a God. He was just a man. For me, I consider Jesus. I love Jesus. I love all the messengers God sent. They were they were all great. Jesus, Muhammad, Solomon, Jacob, Joseph, all of them. I respect them fully, 100%, 1000%. But we can't consider something God, and we can't compare a thing to God because he's not a thing.
yeah. So that resonates with me a lot. I guess what I'm wondering now, from like any Christians in the panel, God Rockin' or North or whoever else, Rakia, like, why do Christians then personify God? Like, what is the
If you
justification
want,
for that?
if you want, I can send you two videos. One, the best one. It's the most logic guy I ever heard. It's the best video I ever watched. And if you know Smurfy, it's a guy that we people know here. He comes here sometimes. So he agreed that's the most logic thing you can ever hear. It's a person who was born in a Christian family, and he turned atheist. And when he got 28 years old, some guy or friend gave him a Quran. So he started to read the Quran, and he started to read the Quran as it was made by man. So like if Muhammad was the author of the Quran, and he was baffled. And for me, as a person who was raised in Islam, that person, and it isn't an Arab person. He speaks English, so he understood the book better than any Muslim I know, any sheikh, any imam in a mosque, any Muslim I know. He understood the Quran better than them, and he turned Muslim. And the second video is from a Christian guy. He's still a Christian, and it's just his idea about the Quran, because he also read the Quran and he understood the message, and he agreed with what's in the Quran. He understood that it was three versions of the message. The first one was the Torah. The second one was the Bible. And the third one, final version, is the Quran. So he sent three messages, many prophets, one God.
Yeah, man, I would watch them. I think the first video you're talking about, I listened to most of it today because I saw you posted in that other server, and so I'm about 15 minutes from finishing it, which is the reason why I popped on to ask you that. But the second one, I'd definitely be interested in.
And what is your feedback already?
Um, I thought it was not as moving as you made it out to be. Although I did think that the guy more or less just underlined the fact that the Quran is beautiful, and teaches a deep lesson. I thought the point that he was making about like the fundamental nature of existence sort of being suffering, but that the big conclusion that he came to is that like it's not just suffering, it's also beauty and pleasure, and part of being human is wrestling with the suffering aspect versus like the meaning aspect or the beauty and pleasure aspect. I thought that was uh, a very useful way to look at it, because it's easy to
I
go into nihilism and think like, well, existence is just suffering.
I just sent the second one. It's Gary Wills. He talks about the Quran, and this guy, he's Christian, and he's still Christian. But for him, he's like me, exactly like me. He's Christian. I'm considering myself Muslim, so for me, Muslim, it means submitting to the one and single God. He's doing the same thing. We just have the difference of the name.
Cool. Thanks, man. I'll definitely check it out.
It's been some really good conversations so far, guys. I'm very pleased at being here tonight. You guys have been great, which is abnormal a lot of times. So a lot of times there's all this weird bickering and
Is there a
arguing.
mod here? Is there a
Tonight's
moderator
been
here?
wonderful.
It's always good to see you around, God Rockin', for sure.
Is there a
Thank you.
moderator online here?
I don't know. Jeremy, Snacks, GL, maybe.
Do you allow kids in the server, Jeremy? I think he's not here. For me, Asko, the purpose of life is to preserve the creation of my creator. So I'm trying to spread good. It's the reason why I'm here in the Flat Earth servers. I'm trying to show people the truth halfway. They have to make their own research or they will never find the truth.
Hey, North, I got a question for you, if you don't mind. If you're listening.
Yeah, man. What's up?
In Philippians 2.8, it says, and being found in fashion as a man, he humbled himself even unto became he humbled himself and became a man even unto death and even unto the cross. So does that mean Jesus was God?
Yeah, the context of Philippians 2:6 is argued about for many, many years. You may have in your translation, the whole chapter is basically about putting others ahead of yourself, and not thinking too much of yourself. That's the whole
Right.
context. Now, most people they get mixed up in this equality doctrine, or the doctrine that Messiah is the Father himself. Now, my main issue with it is the equality. Now, in the text, it may seem like it says in the English, in the translation you have, it may say, "Who being in the form of God thought it not robbery to be equal with God," which means he was equal with them. However, in the Greek, it says the complete opposite. So in the Greek, it says, "Who being in the form of God, or existing in the form of God, thought, considered not equality with God something to be grasped." Now, to be grasped is to be robbed, to be taken by force, and that's the word harpagmon. So, the whole issue of the Messiah, the mediator between God and man, being God himself, or being equal to, always and forever, that's not taught in Scripture. Now, he was given authority to judge the quick and the dead and all of these things, but he was given that authority. So,
I'm sorry.
if you,
New perspective. I sent you a DM.
yeah, I'll check it out. And if you consider, 1 Corinthians 8:5-6, though there be many who are called gods and many who are called lords, in heaven or on earth, to us there is one God, the Father, of whom are all things, and we in him. and there is one master or one Lord, and that's, Jesus, as people call him. And we through him or by him. Now that's very important. To us, there is one God, the Father, right? And we have one mediator. We have a mediator between God and man. So the issue becomes equality. And it shows you in Philippians 2:6, he never considered it. The thought never entered his mind to grasp or to rob his Father of equality. Authority was given to him, but he never considered to grasp that or to take it by force. Only Satan has done that.
Okay. Well,
Amen.
so my next question is here then. With him being the mediator, as you say, then that's who all communication to God goes through, is through Jesus.
Amen.
When it comes to us, we will go through Jesus. We'll be on his shirt. We'll go into heaven on his shirt tails as children of Christ, so to speak. And does that sound right or no?
Well, we don't just to
I mean,
believe on him. To believe on him is to act as he acted, right? So he's the
yeah,
example, and so he followed his father's commandments, right? So
yes,
that's what we have to do. And it's not like we have to do it to gain salvation or anything. It's it's that's what expresses that he is working in your life. Is if
yeah,
you're doing those things, because they are righteous things. Yeah.
right.
But God the Father to you guys is an actual person. Is that correct, or is it more of a conception, like Necros was saying?
If you want my opinion, is I don't really know. All I know is he is God, and he is what he is. Whether I don't know that he's a man like we are. I mean, I just have a hard time with that. I think he's much more than a man. He's God. I mean,
Absolutely.
there's a difference there. Men are men, gods are gods, and God is God. Period. I don't know what I couldn't sit here and tell you that he walks around in a body like me. And I can't say that he don't. I mean, I just don't know. I don't think it says in scripture anywhere that he walks around in a human body. Does it, North? I don't think it does.
We don't have that in the Quran too. When he talk about himself in a verse, he said that we can't even see him. He is more powerful than the ability to see him. If we, we can't,
Can't even
he's
be in his
more
presence.
than
Language
yeah.
barrier.
But he is omnipresent. He's everywhere, always omnipresent, omnipotent.
He dwells
Well,
in unapproachable light. I think that's what it says. He dwells in unapproachable light. But he also hides himself too and covers himself with a cloud. And if you want to say is he a person? I mean, you got to think about what do you mean by person. Now, were men created in the image? And what is that, right? And do we have messengers of heaven that have faces of men, lions, eagles, oxen? So
When
if that's the case, then what are we really talking about?
when he talks about his image, he don't talk about a visible image, so a face or a body or something like that. No, he is like when he talk about his image, it's like he is merciful. We are merciful. He is creator. We are creators. We can create things. We can make things. He is powerful. We are powerful, but he is more powerful. He is wise. We are wise. He has knowledge, all the knowledge. We have knowledge. So this is the image. We are like God. We have attributes like God has, but He is the source of those attributes. We have a percentage, but He has the illimited.
Where's the accent from? Is that like Transylvania?
I don't know. I think when I say person, I mean like an individual, like with a mind, not necessarily in a body, but someone who's making a choice one way or the other. Where when I say a non-personal God, I mean more like algorithmic governing rules of the universe. You know what I'm saying? So it's like not like someone who is deciding to do something, but is just doing something because that's the way the algorithm of the universe works.
But how that work if, for example, water doesn't work like the any matter? Water is different of the matter. Water is a trinity. He's omnipresent. Water, he is in the three states at the same time, solid, liquid, and gas at the same time, in everywhere. So, how can we explain that? And water is creation.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I'm just saying that if God is a person, he could have decided to make the universe a different way. If God is impersonal and isn't a person, it's just the governing rules of the universe, he couldn't have decided to make the universe in any other way.
But what if it's his choice? For example, like a scientist. A scientist will make a mix of a liquid, and he will take some samples, some tubes as a samples from that liquid, multiple tubes, and he will put each tube in a different condition. He will put one tube in hot condition, and the other in cold condition. The other will put it in the vibrator motor, and the other one in rotation motor. And at the end, he will see which liquid will fit to the experiment he will do the after. And the other ones who didn't fit, who were broken or something like that, it will throw them to the rubbish.
Sounds like
When
the
you
Plaza
say you,
Daywalker or something.
A choice.
when you
Yeah, you have the
when you say
choice.
universe, what do you mean by universe? I'm curious.
I just mean like all of existence. Like I'm sort of just saying it as like a word to represent all of existence.
A choice requires a mind, and a mind to make up the mind of, to consider the choices and make the choice. And we got to think about those things and what a person or an individual is. I mean, if does a person have a mind? Yes. And is he a person? We're calling him he, right?
Well, yeah, that's kind of exactly what I'm getting at. Is like, did God make choices about the universe, or is it just like sort of destined to be because based on you know his
Yeah, I mean,
character or something like that? Like, could he have made the universe better or worse? You know what I'm saying?
If
he could have
It's
made
already
it in
perfect.
any.
if the angels are real, so I'm believer. I believe in the books, and I believe that the angels are real. So if the angels are like that, are perfect like that, they don't disobey, they don't sin. For me, in the Quran, they don't sin. I don't know about the Bible, but because in the Bible, I think it said that the the fallen angels did sin in the earth. So there is some contradictions in the messages, but he can make something perfect. And I think that we are an experiment for some beings who got choice. They have choice, and he created in this realm the evil and the good, and we have choice to follow the evil or the good he created. So we have the choice. So we are another creation. We can't tell that we are the only creation that exists. We don't know. We don't even know what is the sun. So we can't think about something else. If there is other realms, if he created something else other than us, of other or other worlds, we don't know that. So we can't assume something that. He could create something better and he didn't. We don't know if he did or he didn't. The thing, the only thing we are sure about, is that we are creatures that has a choice. We can choose between evil and good, and there is evil and good. There is bad and good in reality, not away from the philosophy. There is evil. A young kid know about what is bad and what is good. So we know those things that they are already programmed on us. We know the good, what is the good, and what is the evil. So we are creatures with choice. We are creatures with intellect. We can communicate. We can transmit knowledge. I am an Arabic. I just learned how to speak English recently. That's why I'm bad in English. I talk like that, and we communicate. We use math to communicate. We use words. Well, now we are communicating using zeros and ones. We can communicate using vibration directly from mouth to mouth. There is those things that exist in reality, and no one can deny them. So the being who
What are we
created.
talking about? Sorry, can't chocolate to interrupt you. What are we talking about?
We were just talking about the beliefs and the creator, and we tried to imagine the creator and how he is, who he is, where he is.
Yeah, this is Necros, by the way. I'm glad to have him here. He's been like a breath of fresh air from other servers I've heard of, and I'm glad you're here, Necros. Please come back and keep contributing because you got a lot of information. The electrostatic stuff that you were talking about and other stuff I've seen you post is
Oh, thank
totally
you.
on the money.
You're my brother. You're not my brother in your perspective.
Yes, for sure. We're brothers. Yeah, Dicelo, this is a good guy. He's totally down with Ken Wheeler's and yeah, Dicelo's like a Ken Wheeler, our local Ken Wheeler expert on a lot of the downward acceleration,
I love
diamagnetic stuff.
I love Kane Wheeler. He's my teacher. I love Kane Wheeler. Really, I learned so much from him.
Yeah, you guys would get along on that level for sure.
He's a real fucking monkey.
He's a real fucking awesome monkey. Yep, tattooed
Yeah,
monkey,
I
tattooed
love him.
monkey king, king of magnetism.
He's a real genius. When I watch
Yeah.
him, I feel it. I feel that I'm watching a real genius.
Yep.
I'm really fan of him. I watched all his videos. There's many videos that I watched many times. I'm
Yep.
still watching.
He talks so fast and he goes over people's heads, and I think he's got a bit of an ego to a certain degree, even though he seems humble at the same time.
He's so funny. He's so funny.
Yeah, he's funny. He's got all those things. People get annoyed because people attribute stuff that other people say to him when he himself, he'll tell you it comes from Oliver Heaviside and Steinmetz and all these other guys that he thanks for his start. He might have extrapolations that he's come to conclusions with, but it's all based on those guys' work, and it's ether polarization that they're talking about usually.
You know, the guy from the channel Globebusters, he's also a fan for Ken Wheeler, and he did some many videos in his channel from the videos from Ken Wheeler's channel.
Which guy are you talking about?
The guy from the channel called Globebusters.
Yeah, but the Globebusters is like some of them like are new, and there's like now it's Whitson and maybe even Allen and some
So in Globebusters, there's many people in there.
well, there used to be Bob, who died recently, was the big Globebuster. There used to be Bob and Jaron basically, and then Iro Landucci and some of those guys.
Did you watch the discussion when it was Ken Wheeler and
Oh yeah.
David Weiss and
Yeah, I did. I recorded part of that because he admitted that it's a plane, or because he's been kind of a central figure in whether, because people say he rides the fence, which he does, because he came out with a video the day after that interview and talked about black holes.
Yeah.
So like I don't know what he maybe that was trying to get his audience to not worry about his flat Earth admittance the day before, but.
Yeah, and the guy from Globebusters is the fourth one in the same discussion. It was the guy from Globebusters.
Jaron Campanella or Bob, who died recently, but it's an older video.
Yeah.
David Weiss is one of them. That was he was on that interview, and then he went on with, I think it was like a week later, where he was on with Santos Bonacci, and he was saying, "Oh, I've always said it's a plane of we live on a plane of I forget, a dielectric plane or something like that," or he was kind of like saying, "Oh, I've always said it that it's that," like as if he's always been a flat earther, but then he's not a flat earther in the way that he puts it out on his channel, because he thinks he affirms black holes and space and that kind of stuff sometimes. So he rides the fence, but I think it's also because he's got a mainstream audience already from his photography stuff, and he doesn't want to come out as like, I'm a flat earther, which is a label that a lot of people don't like for all the baggage that people try to place on that title.
I understood that a long time ago, and I still watch his videos. I'm flat earther surely, but when he do his experiment, it doesn't matter because it works. So I'm
he debunks the globe with all that. I mean, his magnetism.
Yeah.
I mean, he's debunking the globe all the time without having to say it directly, which is good.
Exactly.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, like I say, Geislow is like he's probably the biggest Ken Wheeler fan we have here, almost one of them at least.
And really, it's a pleasure for me to be here. I was here for a long time ago. I didn't speak. My English was really bad, so I tried to perform my English and try to.
Oh, it's great now. Yeah, you sound like my other friend Labette, who comes in now and talks. I thought you were French at first, but yeah, you're Moroccan, isn't that right?
Yeah,
Moroccan.
right. I speak French better than than English. So my mother language is the Arabic because I'm Moroccan, and I speak French.
That's impressive. It's impressive. You said, how long ago did you learn English? You said.
I think it took me 4 or 5 months.
4 or 5 months. Yeah, that's impressive. You're doing great. I don't have any trouble understanding it.
No, it's good.
But yeah, the funny part is that it's not about whether it's a belief in flat Earth, which is how they try to phrase it. I mean, we got to get over that whole you believe in flat Earth, even being said by anybody ever again. That's the one thing we can do. Just don't say believe in flat Earth if you're a flat earther or if you're not a flat earther. It's not about believing in a flat Earth. That's the most annoying thing I've ever heard.
I believe in reality. I believe that level is real. So those are my beliefs, and I can prove them.
Yeah, the incoherent dielectric acceleration thing's an interesting point that
Yeah.
Yeah, with the
Yeah,
static field.
I don't think the Earth can be objectified into any shape or any object whatsoever. So
Exactly.
calling it a flat Earth is ridiculous. I don't agree with that as well. It's the
No, but
Earth, and that's what it is. Obviously, the
Yeah, it's
water
just
finds
it's
always
plainer
get
in nature, and it's like the only way to people understand it is flat Earth. And if you don't understand that, it's just a way of referencing it without saying
right.
anything literal about it. That's the problem.
exactly
Right.
for me, flat Earth. The word flat Earth is just a banner. For me, it's just a banner. I don't think that flat is the Earth is flat. It's not flat. I can prove it.
It's a
It's not.
misnomer. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not flat. I can prove it to everyone. If you measure the water, that the water is level, the sea floor is not level. I can prove it.
Well, the problem is it creates a lot of deception with a lot of people that first come in. They think, oh, the flat Earth, and then they envision this pizza. They envision all these
Yeah,
weird things about the flat Earth, and that's just so. That's what I don't like about the word
no,
flat. The two words flat Earth is it
it's for
takes
that.
people's mind to
No, no,
places
no.
that it doesn't need to
Think
go.
about that with me. It's for that reason that I agree to use the name flat Earth, because the name flat Earth, it triggers them. It makes them to think about that disk, that pizza floating in the space, and that push them to come to question. This is why I accepted the word or the name flat Earth. I don't believe it. It's false idea. It's false belief. It's just the name that we found already there when we turned flat earthers, but it's not the reality. When they come and they start questioning, and they start knowing that we don't have any model, we don't know where is the edge that the question, the first question they come with, and we don't have any assumptions, then some people who try to think, because I knew some people who were glober, and I could turn them to flat earthers. They started researching, and they knew that the earth isn't a globe. So the first thing they should do is debunking the globe. That's my strategy with the globers, is starting to debunk the globe. Then you try to check your reality yourself. It doesn't matter for me.
Yeah, I'd say the only thing we all have in common is we're non-believers.
Yeah, non-globers.
Yeah,
Debunk the globe.
non-believers. Yeah.
And
Well,
you
the
check
ball
your
is a
reality. You
fantasy.
believe it's flat, you believe it's concave. I remove the idea of the heliocentric model from their heads, and the rest is for them.
Yeah, it's like belief is beliefs in general. If this is a movement at all, it's to not let beliefs be what it is that is. I mean, as far as like separating beliefs from what your knowledge is the most important thing. I mean, whether beliefs are good or not in whatever context is fine. But when it comes to like what we're trying to figure out, we're trying to have like some kind of like semblance of objective reality here, at least as far as what this isn't. It's not a spinning ball. We know that. Let's go from there.
And the worst thing is they start talking about science. What the fuck?
Belief in science. Yeah, that's the funny part. They'll say, "Oh, don't you believe in science?" Like that's a scientific thing to say.
I don't believe in pseudoscience. I believe
Yeah.
in science.
Yeah, it's about protecting science in the end. It's about protecting science from pseudoscience.
Yeah, it's real.
So yeah, we could just get that out of the way with some of these people that still come into the discussion talking about believing in flat Earth or believing in science. That's the real first hurdle.
Listen, there is some people who will never change. Doofus will never change. Matthew will never change. The guy with the eggs will never change. Those guys spent more than 1 year here in the server and there in the other servers. They heard about the flat Earth. They tried to debate the flat Earth. They listened to people talking and explaining the flat earth and the globe model is false, and they are still globe believers. So those guys will never change. If I don't know if they are agents
What?
or
Yeah,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
Who knows, right? Yeah.
Yeah, who knows? Someone who is flat Earth, a globe believer, and he heard about the flat Earth, and he's still around, sitting around the flat Earth, is talking about the flat Earth, and he's still more than 4 months a globe believer. It's no hope for him.
Yeah, it almost seems like it's more insulting to say that they just are not using their common sense rather than, maybe being paid to support a narrative. Almost like I'd almost have more respect for them if you're getting paid to like support the mainstream narrative rather than just denying common sense about some of these things that you act like
Those
just
people
don't
are not
exist.
those people are not researchers, are not scientists. They want research the thing themselves, so they want to be spoon fed the information, so they want to believe like they did for the globe. So they want to be indoctrinated, to have something to convince them to be indoctrinated like they had for the globe. But it doesn't work with reality. Reality isn't in indoctrination. It's verification. It's testing.
Yeah, exactly. It's not about convincing anybody. That's what the ball did. People became convinced by what people are saying that isn't verifiable. But yeah, the electrostatic stuff that you were talking about is interesting. You had some videos you were posting about that, and you did some of your own experiments, didn't you, for collecting
Yeah,
energy? Or yeah.
yeah, and it's so cheap to collect energy, free energy from the sky. It's so cheap. Just a rubber balloon. If you don't have a drone, a rubber balloon, long copper wire, helium, and you got your energy from the sky, free.
And you actually use the energy, or you're just doing like a small test to see if it's possible?
No, 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 just tests, just some
Yeah,
tests.
yeah, yeah. And on a larger scale, it seems like that is possible for sure. Yeah.
I don't really need it really. I don't pay electricity in here.
Oh yeah. What do you use?
I use common electricity, but because I work with them.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. You work for a place that actually provides you free energy?
yeah, I work in an agency for energy, so I don't pay.
Oh, interesting. Oh, that's good. That you live at the place, or you live like outside the place, and because you work there, they give you free energy.
In this city, but I work in
Uh-huh.
agency where they pay the bills and
Oh, that's
things like
nice. Hmm. And they're one of those regular industries that charge people for the energy that's free already anyway.
yeah, it's a French enterprise, or what
Hmm.
do you call it?
Are you an engineer, or what do you do for them? If you don't mind me asking, like kind of work?
No,
Uh,
I'm just now I'm just in the bills, making the bills and
oh, okay, clerical
check.
stuff.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
just in
Well, that's
garage.
nice. Well, that works. You said it's French, but you're not living in France, right?
No, no, those who got the society. What do you call it? I don't remember the name.
The society of like what? Like a French society of some sort?
Where I work, so
Oh,
the owners are French, so it's not a
okay,
Moroccan thing though,
okay.
where they
I get
collect,
it.
they make electricity, where they are they have the machines, so the owners are French.
I got you. Is it nuclear power energy, or is it like
Uh,
how do they
hydraulic,
make their energy?
hydraulic.
Hydraulic. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. It's
directly from them.
it's very profitable, isn't it?
What?
It's very profitable when people don't know that the energy is possibly able to be generated for
Oh
cheaper
yeah,
than, yeah.
And
That's
there
kind of
is
what this is all about. Like the reason they hide the ether and all that is probably about free energy more than anything.
I have a super PDF. I will send it to you. It's I think it's the 30,000 or 40,000 pages. All things that you have to know about the free electricity, all the
Oh, cool.
ways
Yeah,
you
send it.
can use it.
Put it in the chat for everybody if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, did you get a chance to look at any of the Brenner? I think I might have sent you some. But yeah, I told you that the comps that I made up of Michael Brenner's works in the server here under Brenner comps. He talks about ether and all kinds of stuff that's interesting. It's all about ether polarization. Dicelo, what's up? Or anybody else wants to talk? It's my birthday, by the way. Say happy birthday to me.
Oh, dang. Happy birthday.
I'm
Thanks.
sorry I couldn't talk because I have the push to talk. I'm using the phone. I was searching for the PDF. I put it in the chat in live stream text.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man.
It's full of information. Really, it's paradise.
Sweet. Check it out. I'm about to go do some stuff so I don't waste my birthday online. Not that this is a waste. It's been good to talk. Interesting.
Your
I
birthday?
feel like yeah, it's my birthday, so I feel like I should go do something. There's a
Happy
bar
birthday.
right behind me. I'm gonna go check out.
I wish for
Thanks,
you a
man.
happy birthday, man.
Think about this when you go, man. When we talk about the word believe, and if someone were to ask you, were you convinced that the earth is not a ball? And, you know, if you're honest, you may say, yes, I was convinced, whether it be by your own conviction or someone else persuaded you and gave you actually, you know, evidence.
Well,
Now,
it technically can't be because if planes can't technically land on a spinning ball, then it technically can't be a spinning ball.
right. So you did believe otherwise at one point, right?
Well, I assumed. I don't know if it was belief. I assumed because I never checked into it. I just assumed I was
Well,
being told the truth.
yeah, when I look at the word believe, I think of being fully convinced or persuaded. And, you know, to me that relies upon reliability, of course. So I may have not seen my seventh arrow, you know, go from my bow, but I seen 1 through 6 go through my bow. So I have faith the seventh one will go just like the first 6, right? It may be something I haven't seen, but I can rely on it, right? I can rely on the evidence that I've had, you know, the experience and the history I've had with the bow and the arrow. So I would say the word believe is being persuaded or fully convinced, and there's a lot of evidence and experience that goes along with that. So I hear the word believe and faith and all these things get bashed all the time, but you know, I have faith that, you know, the stove's going to burn my hand if I touch it. And that's from experience. It's something I can rely on is my experience and my senses, right? So that's what I would say. People take these words in different ways and different definitions.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's why it's a trigger word because it's like we're always like blaming each other or calling each other out for having a religious idea about the shape of the earth or the objectivity about our reality, and then like separating that from like more of a spiritual belief that has its own confirmations, which is, you know, I think a separate type of belief than when we're talking about, you know, pseudoscience versus science.
And when you think about that word believe, right? People, action and their beliefs go hand in hand. You can't separate a man from what he believes. You can't separate his actions from it, because if you do, then he really doesn't believe it, right? But if a man really believes something, if he really believes that if he walks in the furnace, he's going to get burned, then he doesn't do it. You know, he acts upon that. So it's something very hard to separate from your experience and your senses, whether it be spiritual senses or your physical senses. So I wouldn't poo-poo on the word believe or the word faith so much because I don't think people fully grasp what's being said. If you take my illustration about the arrows, of course I have faith that the seventh arrow is going to go out, and I have not seen it go out yet. But I shot the first six, and I'm pretty sure, I'm persuaded the seventh will do the same.
Yeah, and then it has to, like there's so many fine lines, as far as like, whether you start with blind belief or then whether it's, based on some kind of context of experience or, like if it's a spiritual experience, then you have to like, it's a whole nother realm of like validation that may have, real life confirmation. And then whether that's real life for someone else's interpretation, it's hard to cross that line with them and make them know that it's an actual experience rather than something that you just think is an experience. So it's like then we're talking about like the Earth, where it's like, okay, either planes can or they can't land on a ball. Is it technically possible? Then it's like a whole other thing. It's not like I have to believe they can because they just can't technically. And then that's like where we're getting to the nitty gritty of like this conversation being about belief or not believing.
Well, the word believe and the word what's that other word you just used?
Blind belief or
Yeah, blind. The word blind and the word persuaded really don't go together in the sense of what I'm trying to say, because
I'm
I
not
don't
saying
think
anything about what
anyone.
you're saying though. Yeah, don't get me
And I
wrong.
don't. Yeah, I don't think people ever started out with blind belief. If they're being honest with themselves, I mean, if they're going to be indoctrinated, sure, but to act upon blind belief, I mean, that's pretty dangerous territory. I don't think anyone would cross the road and cover their eyes, right? So the expectation or the faith in being hit by a car, the expectation of being hit by the car that you can't see is there. But yeah, I think people take the words different ways, man, and it's
yeah,
kind of weird.
Well, it is. Well, I mean, it's important though. It's cool to have this kind of relaxed, objective conversation about the word and how it pertains to either a spiritual type of thing, or if it's more literal type of thing for as far as like the experience we all share on our literal ground that we all walk on. And that it may be very like the same to some people and very different to others. So it's interesting. But new people coming into this, their assumptions about the flat Earth being a belief is kind of what I was getting at. Like they've been indoctrinated, regardless of the actuality of anything. They've been indoctrinated to think that flat Earth contains a lot of these beliefs that are just straw man propaganda, and that's kind of like the first hurdle. And what is belief, and then what is objectivity, and can we actually determine something about this environment we're in a literal sense without belief being a part of it.
When I was a bowler, I was thinking that the idea that the Earth is flat, it was an old idea. Came from people who didn't have the ability to think fully and to do experiments. They were inferior people. I didn't think that I would think that it was stupid to think that the Earth can be something flat or have
Yeah.
a flat surface. It was stupid to think that it can be like that. Then when I understood the thing, I'm understanding now that it is stupid. to think that the Earth can be a globe, and I was a
Yeah,
stupid person.
that's that's the funniest part about it, and why we keep interested and humored by the conversation, because we're like, well, so you're telling me that the most obvious thing is the thing that we were taught is the stupidest thing? Wow, doesn't that say a lot? We were taught to automatically assume the most obvious thing is stupid to assume, or stupid to even consider.
Yeah, I don't deny it now. I say to people that, yeah, I was a donkey. I was the most stupid person that the earth have ever took on his back, on her face. I
Yeah.
was stupid, yeah, to think that the earth can be a globe spinning at 1,000 mile per hour, and
Right.
in the vacuum of space without a container, without a second Gaussian surface. What the fuck?
Yeah. That's what keeps us here, I guess, because even though it's like we could move on and start talking about electrostatics and some of the things that make a lot more sense on the stationary plane, that we realize it must be something of the sort too. That's kind of where the conversation tends to lead for the people that are over the whole ball idea. But it's entertaining though that people still come in, like on some of those political servers, that the normies that have an education that are still assuming some of these things. That stays entertaining to some degree. Like the guy you were talking with just like yesterday, I heard some of that where the guy was just like laughing as he's talking about like, oh, obviously you just don't know what you're talking about. Why would they lie about that? And like it's just so funny
At one
because
time, we all were.
his tone changed. Go
We
ahead.
all were one time the same fool on the hill, seeing the sun
Yeah.
going down, but the eyes under his head, in the earth spinning around.
Yep. Yeah, the truth in music's interesting, isn't it? The stuff we've looked back on now, and we see that they must have been talking about this to some degree. I recently made up a playlist, like a master playlist of like every flat Earth song I could find. I'll put it in the chat for anybody that wants to look through it.
Isn't the Fool on the Hill by the Beatles kind of saying you're a fool to believe that the Earth's a globe too?
It kind of seems like it, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's a good interpretation of those lyrics.
Yeah.
Because the eyes in his head see the world spinning around, right? So the fool on
Yep.
the hill sees the world. What is it? The sun going down, right? And the eyes in
Yep.
his head. So it's like you're seeing the sun move, out of your view, going down. But even to describe the sun as moving is not what you see in your head, because in your head you see the world spinning and that the sun's stationary. It's like the pointing out the contradiction.
Yeah.
So who do you think
That's
wrote
what I
that
think.
song? Do you think that was the
Yeah.
Beatles that wrote that song, or someone wrote it for them?
I don't know. It could have been
Um,
Tavistock or Tavistock, whatever.
yeah. Seems like the Beatles are a mystery, my man. Definitely
Yes, they
seems like
are.
there's a lot of propaganda there. Even the people that were playing the Beatles at different times, right?
Yeah, I don't know about all that. You know what I mean? This thing about Paul being replaced and stuff. I mean, he looks like. I mean, it's an identical twin. I mean, I don't know. It sounds.
I don't think we're
I
trying
don't
to
know.
go there in this conversation, because I think that
Good. Let's not.
the original Paul and the original John Lennon are in Liverpool. As far as I looked deep into it, and I think the original Paul and the original John are in Liverpool as we speak.
Really?
Yeah, the pictures seem to show that that's the case. But whether the guy that plays Paul is Paul McCartney, he was Paul McCartney. He wrote. He had whatever he had to do with his songs, and that's who we know as Paul McCartney. Whether it was always the same person or not, maybe he isn't important. I don't
Yeah,
know.
maybe not.
By the way, happy birthday, huh?
Thank you.
Cheers, man. How old are you now? Or how young are you now?
51.
Boom, you've passed the big 50.
Yep. 51's kind of like, oh, well, the 50 was the big one. So 51's kind
So
of
are you, sorry, are you Libran then? You'd be
Libra.
still,
Yep.
yeah, you'd still be
Libra
just,
on the cusp.
Yeah, mine was the 3rd of October, and I turned 51 as well.
Ah, very nice. Another Libra. Lots of Libras. A lot of Libra flat earthers, it seems.
Just
I'm
we're
still the
balanced,
grandpa.
man. We know how to weigh things up.
Yeah, there you go.
We weigh up the options,
Right. Like on one side you have all of the propaganda from NASA and everything that quote unquote science says, and then on the other side you have planes can't even land on a spinning ball, so that kind of outweighs all of the possibly questionable NASA footage.
Yeah. I think I'm still the grandpa in the room, though.
Yeah, you're like 105, right?
Close.
Perspective, look in the chat.
Okay.
Oh god, does God Rockin' still have me muted?
I couldn't hear you talk either if you were talking.
Take a look in the chat, Perspective.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, Michael Jackson. I heard you talking about Michael Jackson on the other server. Yeah, Michael Jackson's another one who I don't think actually died when they say he died. But that's a whole other story.
Prince, yeah, Prince.
Prince, same thing. Yeah, Prince seems like he was playing the part of his, or at least wearing a fat suit as the sister Tyka, no less. Who
I'll tell
came
you
out with
what,
an
though,
album? The last tweet
Prince was
that
shit
Prince,
talented.
the last tweet that Prince sent out to his fans was, I've transformed. And then his sister inherits all of his money and his house, and it seems like it's Prince in a fat suit, and she comes out with an album called A Brand New Me. And she's never been a singer before. She was supposedly a crack addict. So you go figure.
Well, wouldn't a crack addict that becomes a singer have a story for Brand New Me?
That could be the indication, sure, if you want to interpret that way.
I mean, better than guessing somebody faking their death.
Oh, it wasn't really a guess. It's more like the facial comparisons, and then like another woman that is supposedly the sister not looking anything like the person they're saying is Tyka now. None of the brothers and sisters getting any of their inheritance. The face, it looks like Prince in a fat suit, like very much so. And then she sings at a tribute for him. And there's another one where she sings badly on purpose, it seems. But the one that I'll post in the video in the side chat, if you like, you can tell it's like the Prince talking after she gets done singing in this like really high falsetto voice, which could be a combination. Yeah, it seems like ridiculous. Yeah. But I mean, if we're just going to believe everything that we see and there's no possibility that I'm right about this, that's fine. You just want to assume that. But if you actually look into it, you might not assume I'm wrong.
Do you not have any siblings?
Who is this?
Do you not have any siblings?
Trying to figure out who this is talking.
It's Solaris. Do you not
Oh,
have
Solaris.
it doesn't matter who's talking. The question is, do you have any siblings?
I got triggered Solaris.
I mean, it just goes to show, like, siblings are similar to each other in many ways.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, of course, you can sit there and see similarities between one dead sibling to one living sibling.
That is true. You're right about that.
So then how do you make the jump?
Well, you have to look into it to even but you wouldn't, would you? You wouldn't even consider it enough to take the time to look into it, would you? You just assume that I must be wrong.
No, it's like all the people saying, Michelle Obama's a guy, and it's actually Barack Obama's brother. It's
That's
like
not what they're saying,
kind
but
of bullshit.
No one said it was Barack Obama's brother.
Yes, that's exactly what they say.
Who said Michelle was Barack Obama's brother?
Do you have Gab?
Somebody said it was the brother.
Do you not?
It's his boyfriend from college.
Do you not use Gab? Do you not use Gab?
Got pictures of him
No, I
in
don't use
college with him.
I mean, there's plenty of people that like Gab is the, freaking conspiracy theorist version of Facebook, and
Oh, okay. So there's a lot of shills in there putting out fake stories to make the real stories look fake.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's what they
Okay,
do. Have you ever heard
yeah.
of the word subterfuge?
Oh
You ever heard
yeah.
of the word subterfuge? Do you know what subterfuge is?
Yes.
Do you know that subterfuge exists? Do you have a sister that knows the word subterfuge exists?
Yes.
Well, then there you go.
It's a bit of a leap.
Could be.
It's a bit of a leap.
Yeah, a lot of these things are amazing, huh? But you think that we're on a spinning ball and planes can't even land on a spinning ball. So I don't know what your opinion really means to me.
They can and do regularly.
Oh, how do they? Really? How do planes land on a spinning ball?
The same exact way they land every day.
By treating the Earth as stationary and level?
I'm sure that there is probably a plane landing right now, which
Right.
is landing on a spinning ball.
And the pilot was taught to assume it's stationary and level. Go figure.
Nothing wrong
Imagine
with
what
it.
the landing gear would have to be
Nothing wrong
like
with that.
in order to land on a spinning ball. It would have to be,
Yeah.
it would have to just spin and oh my God.
At the very least, it would need Dyson ball wheels. At the very least, it would need Dyson ball
At the
wheels
very
and a
least,
bigger and a
exactly.
bigger runway.
Yeah, much bigger.
But you don't get it. Yeah.
Wider, longer.
But I mean, if
Yeah,
you'd have to look into the particulars and actually look into it. But you don't do that, do you? You just assume it must work because they land every day.
I see them landing every day.
There you go. Must be that it's on a spinning ball then, because that's what we were told it was. So they must land on a spinning ball.
Right.
Are we going over the basically the definition of a reification fallacy right now?
Seems like it, yeah. I see him doing it, and we're on a ball, so there you go. Proof.
It is, Mum. I seen it, Mum. I seen it.
They're landing, and then we're spinning, so there you go.
Whatever,
Yeah, I remember when I was
whatever helps you sleep at night.
I remember when I was a kid. I remember looking up at the sky, and it was the clouds moving, but in my brain I was telling myself, "Oh, that's the Earth moving. That's because the Earth's spinning." But I was only like 6 years old or something. It's part of the indoctrination, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of assumptions.
Kids at 6 years old think a lot of things. I mean, even at 6 years old, they still believe in Santa Claus. It doesn't make Santa Claus real.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And people at your age think that you can land a plane on a spinning ball. It doesn't mean that we're actually on a spinning ball.
But we are.
Very good point.
Ball.
Oh, really? Why do you think that?
Plenty of reasons.
Okay, what's your top three?
Our top reason right off the bat, if it was flat, the 60th parallel north to the 60th parallel south would be dramatically different, and they're not.
What?
Well, we have a guy in here that's called Model Builder who just came in with some information recently where he plotted out all the GPS information from all the 5 million plane flights that he downloaded and then plotted it out and shows that they're reporting a 3-hour difference in the amount of time that it takes for these southern flights.
Don't have to use planes. I particularly
Okay, how do you do it?
I particularly speak of the 60th north versus 60th south, because flat earthers, like to talk about how things in the north are exactly the same on like an AE map. And even though I understand many flat earthers don't attribute that, but every flat earther is different. But the 60th south, on the other hand, you have the Golden Globe race, and that is actually mapped out and plotted for the nautical miles actually traveled. So if you have someone who can actually map out the nautical miles traveled during the Golden Globe race and see that it matches in circumference around the 60th south to the 60th north, you'd understand why. But in order for it to be flat, it would have to be 5.8 times larger in the 60th south for circumference than the 60th north. And that's not the case. So boom.
We've gone through
It's
debunking the
close.
Golden Globe race, that
Yeah.
whatever that we've gone through that in detail before.
Oh,
brother.
I'm sure you have.
What's
Yeah,
the
somebody
how many
"It's
how many
all a
days did they do it
lie.
in?
It's all a
How many
lie. Yeah, it's all a
how,
lie."
No, there's a
how
lot of
many days,
discrepancies.
buddy? How many days did it take them to do that race?
It depends if you're talking about the person who wins or the person who is in last.
What was the fastest time? How many days has it been done in?
The fastest? I'm not entirely sure. The fastest.
Okay, it's 90 days. How fast do you think those boats can go?
I wouldn't figure exactly very fast, considering they only have one main.
Top speed of those boats is around 30 knots, 30
Yeah,
nautical
yeah.
miles per hour.
They only have one main and a subsail, so I wouldn't figure
Yeah.
it would be very fast.
Well, top speed's around 30 nautical miles per hour. How many nautical miles per hour do you think they did to do the trek in 90 days?
Well, you just said that their top speed is 30, but you can't figure they're doing their top speed the entire time. I mean, I'm not going to do the math right here, right now, but I would
Yeah.
figure we could probably average it out.
What would you assume if you've got a boat that can do a top speed of 30 nautical miles? Even if it was definitely going slower than its top speed, we can't expect it to be at a top speed the whole time.
If I
But
was
what would you think?
If I was to top of my head throw a guess at it, 18.
Okay, so what do you think the actual number is? Would you like me to tell you how fast they went on average?
No, I just said
They went about.
I don't know.
Okay, so on average for that entire thing, they went an average of 6 nautical miles per hour. So you have a boat that can do 30 nautical miles, and then averages 6 nautical miles.
Okay, and
you have a what's the current there? The current that they can catch is 2 to 3 nautical miles.
Okay.
And then what do you think that so in the north, around the 60th parallel, there's a difference of 200 nautical miles in one day difference of speed. So in the north, the speed is
How do you
200
figure
nautical
that?
miles.
How do
The
you
world
figure
record
that?
is 200 miles more.
How are you
than it
figuring
is
that?
in the
Because
south.
the 60th South is the only point on the earth that you can go around the world by boat and following one line. But
Well,
in
the
north,
record.
you can't do that in the north.
Sorry.
So I don't know how you
Okay,
come
sorry.
to that.
The distance record in the north is 200 miles more than the supposed distant record in the south.
But
Of sailing for
can't
24
go
hours.
around the world in the north without hitting landmass. You
Okay.
can
Yeah.
in the south.
How about you just sort of like, let's just retract what I just said about that part. But the actual distance traveled in 24 hours is 200 nautical miles in a day further in the north than it is in the south.
Okay, and
But you just said that everything's the same.
no, the circumference is the same. I didn't say the travel speed is. I said the circumference.
But then why would there be such a discrepancy?
Well, there's many reasons why there would be a discrepancy. Weather patterns at the time, current speeds at the time. I mean, there's many reasons why that would change, but the distance traveled is the same.
So then why do you think that a boat only did 6 mile an hour or nautical miles per hour when it's more than capable of doing up to 30? You yourself even thought that even 18 would be a good average.
Would be a good average, sure. But I mean, sure, is there a chance that they could go 6? Sure. I don't go against that. That's fine.
Averaging for the whole trip?
They don't average that for the whole trip.
Well, no, that's the average speed that it would have had to have gone to have done the 90-day journey. And that 90 days is the world record, by the way. It was 100 days before that, which meant that they would have been going more like 4 nautical miles per hour in boats that can do 30. You're trying to say that they're the same conditions, but what do we have in the south? Don't we have like the roaring 40s and the 60, you know, like on the 60th parallel, isn't the seas are completely different than they are in the north? They're much larger seas, there's much bigger winds being blown. They're not the same conditions.
I just did a quick Google here. They're far off of the winner of the Gold Globe race on average from 90 days. Far off of that. So
Maybe I'm thinking of a different race, but the person who has the world record for traveling around supposedly Antarctica, which they're still, you know, hundreds to thousands of miles away from Antarctica, the record is 90 days.
They're not that far from Antarctica.
Yeah, they are. The 60th parallel can sometimes be well over 1,000 miles away. There's a couple of spots where the 60th parallel is close, probably closer to South America there. But apart from that, it could be thousands of miles away. Hundreds to thousands.
Hundreds, I would say, sure. Thousands? No.
Probably close to 1,000. But either way, you have the world record of traveling around that
I
at 90 days.
I already can't take your word for it because you say the world record at it is 90 days, and yet I'm looking here at the world record being 233 days. So
233 days to go around.
I don't follow you at all. By a South African named Kirsten. I ain't even gonna try to say the last name, but yeah,
Well, that means that would just be even more ridiculous, don't you think? 233 days. So now what were they doing? 1 nautical mile per hour?
What?
So, maybe the race.
Are you just coming up with wild numbers? Half a mile an hour, 5 miles an hour. What the hell? Are you coming up with random numbers here? Come on, dude. You said 90. You said 90. I do a Google search for fastest time for Golden Globe race, and I get 233 days. And you're saying 90. You know, so you're obviously wrong.
That's why I also said to you, maybe that race isn't the one that I'm talking about. I'm actually
so
talking
then why
about.
are you continuing?
Why are you over talking me, bro? Dude, you're just literally cutting me off. What I'm trying to say to you is maybe I wasn't talking about that then. Maybe what I was technically referring to was the fastest time around the Antarctic.
So you're talking about something completely different than I am. So why do you continue to talk about it?
Why are you being a condescending ass?
I'm not being a condescending ass. I'm being
You are.
straightforward with what I'm talking about, which is the Golden Globe race. And you happen to mention 90 days, which is something that is not related at all to what I'm talking about.
Okay, then I already acknowledged the fact that maybe I got that part wrong and I'm referring to something different.
Okay, granted, you're talking about something different. We're talking about two different things. There we go.
So I'm just looking this up. This is the. So how far actually is the journey that you're talking about then? How far do they travel?
Well, considering that they also travel from France down through the Atlantic to get to the 60th, and then once they finish, they have to go back up to France. So it is about 20,000 kilometers ish.
Okay, so why don't you just do this then? 20,000 kilometers. It's probably more than 20,000 kilometers. But anyway, why don't you just do this as a personal little thing for yourself? Why don't you find out how far they went, find out what kind of boats they were in, and then actually look at the kind of speeds that they would have had to have done over 230 whatever days you said it was. And then think to yourself, well, hold on, we have a boat that can do 25 nautical miles per hour, and it seems like it only did 3 nautical miles per hour for an average of the entire journey. That doesn't seem right. Maybe they went
Paul,
further.
hey, Paul, there's a great, and Solaris, there's a great breakdown of this supposed Vendy Globe race I just put in the chat. But I got to go, guys. But nice talking with you. Talk to you soon.
Hey, man, take it easy.
Yep.
The Vendy Globe, isn't that the one that isn't it there's a flat earther who's done the Vendy Globe? Isn't he the guy that did all the time zone stuff? Can anyone else confirm that? I'm pretty sure. Isn't that the one that Taboo Conspiracy released the video of?
Specifications for the Golden Globe race, according to the website for the Golden Globe race, is 21,600 miles, 600 kilometers. Sorry.
Okay, so then we can just do this then. Let's go 21,600.
You got to remember that is not
divided by
that is
how many
not,
days?
That is not the distance around the 60th parallel. That is the distance between going from the northern hemisphere by France and traveling down the Atlantic to the 60th parallel, then hanging a left, following the 60th parallel around, and then hanging another left and going back up the Atlantic back to France.
Okay, cool. So how many days was it done in?
200, and the fastest was 233 days. The average is 235 days.
Okay, so let's go 235. 233 would be the fastest, you mean?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 92 kilometers per day. All right, so now let's divide that by 24. So you're telling me that to do that journey, those boats traveled at 3.86 kilometers per hour on average for that entire journey?
Wouldn't doubt it, considering the type of boats they're in. I mean, that's the whole idea. That's the whole idea of the race. I mean, the whole origin of the race is based on using a boat that was from the late 1960s, early 1970s. I mean,
Okay, what kind of boats were they?
I
So
can't.
what's it called? What's it called? The Golden Globe race. Golden what race?
The Golden Globe race, yes, and it's based off of a boat that was used at the time the first person did it, right? And which we have. There's faster boats that could do it today. There's faster boats, but the whole idea of them doing it is that it is a single person on a boat by themselves, and it is a boat that is similar to the one used at the first time it was ever done. That's why they do this race. It is an solo endurance race. That's why there's a lot of people that don't finish it. They end up in trouble. They end up needing help.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at what kind of boat they use.
I mean, if they were to use more modern technology in a multi-crewed vessel, they could probably do it in way, way, way less time. Especially like those main sailboat races that happen in the Great Lakes, that those boats are crewed by 8 to 10 people at a time, but we're talking about a boat that is crewed by one.
Yeah, and obviously that person has to sleep. That's fair enough.
Yeah, they have to sleep and they can't use GPS. That's why if you would actually follow the tracker, which there's a GPS tracker on each of these boats, and if you would look at the tracker, you'll see that they don't follow the 60th exactly. They are kind of back and forth across the 60th. They don't follow it straight like a straight line. They cross it over several times when you look at the tracking. Because they have to use a sextant in order for them to be able to guide themselves. That's the whole point of the race. Like, the whole point of the race is to go prior to GPS, old school technology, old school boat, the whole thing. That's what makes it difficult. That's what the whole race is about.
It's okay. We can still have a look at what kind of speeds those boats do. So let's just have a look at one of them. It's called a West Sail 32. It's not small. It's not a small boat. The West Sail 32 is not a small boat. That's for sure.
I mean, I'm even looking up the fastest speed in that race is 9.8 knots. The
9.8 knots.
Hold on.
11 miles per hour.
The best 4-hour speed on that race is 9.8 knots.
You're assuming that the GPS data is right over the ocean.
Yeah, I would assume the GPS data is correct, considering GPS can get everything down to within 6 meters.
Sorry, I'm getting a phone call. I got to drop.
I mean, I think GPS gets it down to, even nowadays, we could get it down to even 2-meter difference. I mean, it ain't like driving a car.
Aims to recreate the spirit of the 90s. I think it's a great concept. It's getting back to what you said. It's because of the length of time of the race, the hardest thing is.
Hey, real quick, not that it matters, and God rockin' though, you're hot mic, and just so you know, sweetheart, we can hear your TV in the background.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Sorry, thank you.
You're all good, sweet pie.
Yeah, I knew somebody was hot micing.
I can't. Oh, just give me a second.
Good, honey.
Sorry, guys.
Don't hurry.
Sorry.
It's not like these people are that important. I'm just kidding. Nobody in here is that big headed, I don't think.
I went to watch a stupid video on that race that this guy's been talking about. I was going to watch a video on exactly what's going on there, but Yeah, I forgot to mute my mic like an idiot.
You're all good, honey. And I really was just kidding when you two were speaking about stuff. You guys are important. Just playing.
Well, nothing is that important. So
Exactly. In reality, though, it's not that big of a deal.
it really isn't. I only attribute my family to being the most important thing ever. So
Amen.
everything else is just, colored bubbles.
Yeah. Family is super important.
Yeah,
However you look at that.
my family comes first over everything else. So
Absolutely. Same here, sweetheart.
well, that's why I have 3 grown children, and I can't be a prouder father.
I'm so jealous. I got one kid. He's 36 and he's having no children. He doesn't want any children. So I have to share my sister's kids as my grandchildren. And I'm just not very happy about it.
You never know. I mean, they might pump out kids eventually. I mean, there are people that
Maybe.
people that are
I'm
still
getting
having
pretty old.
people that are
Hell,
still
I'm
having
getting
children
pretty
in
old.
their
I don't know. We
40s.
better do it soon.
Well, people are still having children in their 40s, so you never know. You're going to be called grandpappy one day.
I sure hope so.
Like
Thought about the same thing. I'm about to turn 41 in January, and I still don't have a child, but I still want to have one. I've had some problems right along the way, so there's still that hope. But then I started thinking about my age. I'm like, oh my God, when I am 50 something, my child's gonna be what? Like when you start doing the math at 40, you're going, I don't know if I really want a child right now, because you're like, I'm a grandparent basically, also at the same time I'm a parent, kind of age.
Wait, Stacy, do you have kids now?
No, I do not. I've lost 2 children to miscarriages. So for me, I'm like, there's still some hope, maybe, but at the same time, if it happens, it's up to God. I'm not gonna worry about it,
Yeah, I mean, you might be in a pickle because I mean, you're coming up on the time. I mean,
Yeah.
I just want to be. Let's just be frank. I mean, you're coming up on a time where you're not going to be able to have kids.
Exactly. Yep.
Well, look,
It's like a choice of either now or never,
Look, I don't be ashamed of it or anything. Like I personally can't have children, but yet I got with a woman who already had 3 kids when we got together, and that was a little over 18 years ago. And those 3 boys are my boys.
Absolutely.
I am a proud stepfather.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, honey, and you should be, Ain't about necessarily when I said family earlier, I was thinking the same thing because people can call family. They don't have to be blood. So when I was saying that, I meant in general the people that you keep close, your loved ones, so
Exactly.
it doesn't matter about if it's your same blood or any of that stuff. It doesn't matter.
The
DNA.
ones you'd take a bullet for.
Yep. Yeah. I take a bullet for a lot of people though, to be honest, even strangers. That's crazy, but yeah. I do stupid things sometimes where I see somebody in danger and I'm like, I got you. Like I'm super, superwoman or something. No, you're not, Stacy.
Hey, you know what? Even though you might not be a superwoman type thing, still people need that superhero.
So yeah, we all do need. We need that sometimes. Someone to show up. Just to be there. Yeah.
Yeah, someone. People need someone to just step in because I mean the world is fucked up, and people need others to step in, and it's just so sad that nowadays the people, the vast majority of people that could step in would rather break out their phone and record than step in.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? When you see that, you see something real full on going on, and it's just nothing but a bunch of people standing around filming.
Yeah,
like no one's running in to do anything.
That's asinine to me. I don't understand it. I don't understand that at all. I guess I might be just an old soul,
Yeah.
type thing. But I don't understand this. Let me record this, freaking bullshit happening in front of them. I don't understand that. I have this just natural desire that if I see some fucked up shit going on, I'm going to try to stop it, regardless if I know who it is, who's involved or not. I'm going to try to stop it.
People don't have that
Yeah,
same mentality anymore. It's a very short time that has changed. I was talking to someone that I know. It's kind of stranger in a way, but I know him. I met him a couple of times in my life, and we just had a conversation today. And he's about the same age as me, maybe a little older. He's like, that generation of humanity is gone. Like, I mean, we have few, far in between, like ourselves. But when you look at that as a whole, that caring community is not here anymore. No one shares sugar. Nobody cares. You're gonna get shot. You're knocking on somebody's door nowadays. I mean, it's just not everyone, but a majority of people. They don't even trust their family. They don't care about their family. They're on their own because they feel like they don't have anyone to trust.
And that's
It's actually
sad.
quite sad. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
quite
that's
sad.
sad.
Yeah.
I agree. Like, I think I mean, I'm 40,
Yep.
and I feel like we are the last generation that will actually step in
Yeah.
to a total stranger. We're the last generation that will take up for a total stranger.
It reminds me of being on the phone call with Sven from England, and he was walking one day. This is like 3 years ago, and there's a guy on the street. Everybody just kept walking over him, right? And this was in England. Just kept walking over him, and literally just stepping over like he was not even there. Didn't know if he was alive or nothing. And he walks up to him. Are you okay, sir? Now, yes, he's drunk on the ground, and he's not okay. He ends up getting him up, helping him up, and walking his butt home, so he doesn't get in trouble, doesn't go to jail or nothing. Make sure he made it home safe. In fact, when he got him there, his door had been busted in. He didn't know if it was about drugs. He didn't know what it was about, but he wanted to make sure it was his house, address and all, and got him home. That doesn't happen in reality anymore. They let those people walk. I mean, even 3 years ago, walking right over him, right over him. Like, how do you walk over somebody in the middle of the walkway and not even care? In my time, and I still now, I would have been like, sir, are you okay, honey? Nobody cares.
Yeah,
They actually more care about calling the police on them instead of, are you okay? Can I help you?
it's like empathy died.
Yeah.
Empathy just died at some point. And personally, I blame it on social media.
Yeah.
I completely blame all of society. I won't say all of society's problems, but most of society's problems. I blame on social media. Like,
Absolutely.
I started watching the downfall of how we treated each other when MySpace came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure you're old enough to remember,
Oh,
when
yeah, I was on MySpace, and I wouldn't even go to Facebook when everybody was going to Facebook. I remember all that.
yeah,
It's so long ago, but yeah.
Yeah, but you could see, like, back then when
Uh-huh.
MySpace came out, like, the empathy people had towards each other and how we treated each other just started to die at that point.
And then the silly thing is, have you seen the I don't know if it was like full-blown studies or whatever, but I'll just use the term studies. Studies done on actually, so when someone goes and does a good deed of sorts, the person who does the good deed gets a particular endorphin rush by doing the good deed. And then what they've actually shown is that if there are people there who actually see and watch that good deed, those people get the exact same endorphin rush by seeing a good deed being done as the person who does the good deed. So it literally makes everyone around you feel better by seeing you do something good.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the videos that you see nowadays of that are titled, now you've got the clickbait titles for videos, but it's like what do they call it? Faith in humanity restored type things. Where they see people doing things for strangers, and they title the video Faith in Humanity Restored. It's like, wait a minute, what? Like, why is the faith in humanity gone in the first place?
Yeah, and then even those videos bother me because I know a lot of these people are making, like, they're handing out money, right? Here's $5,000. In reality, some of
Oh
these
no,
are
those
set
are,
up.
yeah, they're
You know what I
fake.
mean?
Oh, that's
So
fake. Yeah, they're so
ridiculous.
fake. Yeah, those are so fake. Yeah,
And it's not,
no,
you're also doing
yeah.
it to get a video or get a view from your social media platform. Look at me. I mean, just do a good deed to do a good deed. So for me, it's like it's hard to even look at those and say, "Hey, good, humanity's out there still." I'm like, stop recording it. Why do you even
No,
care to record it?
yeah, I only care about the videos that show about, you know, faith and humanity restored when it's showing from security camera footage, you know,
Yeah.
outside of a
Yeah.
business or something, you know, and you see some
Agreed.
random person, you know, jump in and save someone else or help someone else. You know, that's the only time that I feel like, okay, now I do have a little bit more, you know, faith in humanity restored by seeing other people that would do the same thing I would do.
Just the words alone that we've accepted, that we've actually allowed a time where we go, hey, guess what, guys? Faith in humanity restored. Excuse me? We should never be in these times where we even have to say that.
Exactly. You're right.
My goodness.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck has happened to us? What
It's not.
what have we become? What have we really become? This is crazy.
When being nice to someone is like, oh my God, look what a great act. He was nice to someone. If she was nice to someone, they helped someone. Oh my God, they're a hero. It's like, well, no, helping people is what you should just do.
Yeah, it's
Or if
not
you're
a
just out
hero
in
thing.
public, it's the same thing. When you do something nice, you find somebody you have a great conversation with. You're like, man, there ain't many people out here like us. And you're both just sitting there going, yeah. And in the store. And that's ridiculous. Two people are finding each other in a grocery store and actually saying that there isn't this happening in the world. Like, what? We've lost it, guys. Honestly.
Yeah,
It's
you
not like
know,
that globe, or no offense, guys, between globe or flat earth, but you know the argument, how we fight back and forth? That is what, and then no care of each other's respects or feelings or personal, relationship as humanity out here. We are losing touch with relationships, right, of each other. Regardless, there shouldn't be a side with what beliefs are because we should actually have care for humanity and a whole. So when there's conversations like this where we can all get along and talk and we love each other at the end of the day because we're human beings and we can respect one another, that's where the humanity gets restored back. But if we can't even come to that conclusion together, then we've all fucked up in life. Like, sincerely.
yeah, you know, I may disagree with you guys about the shape
Yeah.
of the earth, you know, but at the end of the day, if I come across you in public and you are in distress, I'm not thinking about what your opinion is on the shape of the earth. I'm thinking you're a human in need. And
See, this good one's out there still.
I go even further because I'm an animal lover too. So
Me too.
you know, I even jump in and for animals, you know, like dogs and cats and shit. You know, specifically the videos of dogs that you see where, like, oh God, I watched this one video of this guy. He beat a dog that was literally tied to an iron post on a 2-foot length of rope, and he beat a dog to death with a 2x4. And I found out where the video was from, and I almost booked a flight to just go find this man.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, and then I dug deeper into the story and found out that the locals that were like me had already found out who this man was, and they threw him off a 5-story roof.
Holy shit.
Yeah. The locals had seen the video of him beating a dog to death with a 2x4, and they had tracked him down, saw the video, tracked him down, and then drug him up on top of a 5-story building and threw him off the roof.
Yeah, it's probably a little extreme, but you can understand why they did it. I mean, you can tell.
Right.
I would
You
have
know,
done
the
it.
emotion of why they did it.
I would have thrown him off the roof too. I would have been right there. So there was no reason for him to ever have done that to a dog. So yeah, if your mentality is to think that this is okay, I don't need to be sharing oxygen with you.
Oh yeah, no, it's a disgusting thing to do. It's like I don't know where it was, but I'm not sure if the guy's in America somewhere or if he's in Canada somewhere, where apparently a guy from a local town he goes and deliberately does crimes when he finds out pedophiles get put in jail near him. So then he goes into the jail and absolutely beats the living fucking shit out of them. And then the judges and so forth, apparently they know who this guy is, so they're quite lenient on him. And they kind of like he doesn't really ever do much time.
Oh yeah,
But
I remember a court case actually about a guy who went around and he hunted pedophiles. Like that was why he was jailed, was because he hunted and tortured pedophiles. But he only hunted and tortured pedophiles that were released from prison under the weirdness of the law, where they only spent, like 100 days, 90 days, 100 days in jail after raping and brutally, raping and molesting a child. And they only got to spend 100 days in jail and they get out, and they're all, oh, you're watch or some shit. Some bullshit like that. No. If you have the mentality to think that it is okay to brutally rape and molest a child, you deserve to die, in my opinion. Like there's no reason you should be continuing to the gene pool.
yeah, I think it should just be like, okay, see you later, buddy. Reset, come back for the next try.
Yeah, there's no reason the person like that should be contributing to the gene pool after that. Like they're gone.
It's really, I don't mean to get into the subject to that deep level, but myself, when I've been very open about this, was molested at 5 years old, right? I ended up being someone in my own family. And when you start thinking about the
They're
stories
dead
that I've
now, I
heard
hope.
from talking, they are, no, actually, they're still around. The fact that it happens to so many people, even back in the past, and it happens to families. I've heard story after story, even from some truthers who don't necessarily say it online, right? We've had conversations about this stuff. This shit's been going on for years, even before this generation, all that. It was happening in our grandparents' generation. Something's in this life, right, that I don't even understand how it got there, right? I don't know, but it's been accepted somehow in our society, right, for a long, long time, that it's acceptable. I don't know where it started, but somehow we've got to change that, because this shit's been going on for so long and in families, and it destroys families. It destroys people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's something that I'll never ever get over. But thank God that through my, problem, my journey, I can maybe help others. However, the toll that it does on people, it's unreal. So just to think that's going on a constant basis now, man, that's what's sick. And it's just sick. Yeah, I can't wrap my mind around it either, but this has been going on for a long time. I can't even blame this generation. And when I think about the pedophiles, usually the abuser is someone who's been abused at one point in time. And it's sick because we got to make it stop somehow. Yeah.
Well, I gotta say
Yeah.
though, when it comes to child abusers, when we talk about it like that, I would say that our current society has gotten better about being able to punish those, or being able to find out of who they are. Our,
Yeah.
our current generation's gotten better at it with our technology, because it's been going on for decades and decades and decades. But previous generations, prior to us and even our own generation, when we were children, it was hard to try to track these kind of people down back in the 80s. It was kind of hard to track them down. But with technology today, you can show people one picture of someone and they'll freaking give you their name, address, social security number. I mean, they get the whole 9 yards.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of it's still protected, though. It really is. I mean, you start looking. I can't remember what it's called, York Tree, something like that. There was a operation like this, and you start seeing the stuff that went on, and I believe it was over Europe, more area and stuff. That this sex trafficking, these kids being used, right, for all this stuff has been happening by our state, our cities, our officials, and all this stuff. And a lot of those people get protected, right? TV people and everything. This has been going on for so damn long. If you don't know about York Tree, I think it's called, look into that too. It's some sick ass shit, but we've got to stop allowing these people to be protected.
The
Somehow
problem is that
stopping
a
it.
lot of these people, yeah, for sure. A problem is a lot of these people are police, they are judges, they are lawyers. You know, I mean, of all things to be watching, I was watching this many years ago. I was watching an Oprah show, and she had a guy come on in there, and he was an investigator with the police for pedophilia type things. And he told a story about a young boy who, this kid, his mum had got him like a webcam thing. So he started doing, you know, this was many years ago. So he was just being a normal kid, having his webcam, doing his things. And next thing you know, he started having these people talk to him. And then eventually these people, you know, convinced this kid to take his top off. And then this kid started charging them money for it. They were all paying him through credit cards, etc. His mum ended up finding out and like sort of like stopped him from doing that. But then the kid went and lived with his dad, and then his dad ended up literally saying, "Oh, how can we do this?" So his dad started getting women for him and bringing them back, and they were making thousands and thousands of dollars. And then this investigator, police officer, whoever he was, ended up finding out about the case, like found this kid, and then started investigating what was going on. By the time they finished, I think they busted almost 15,000 people, and many of them were teachers, lawyers, doctors, judges, police officers. You know, like when they went right through it all. And then this guy made the comment, he's like, how is some kid meant to counteract 15,000 people who many of them actually are in conversations with each other, and they're all trying to work out how they can manipulate children to do what they want them to do. And that's what happens on the internet.
Yeah, but you see the power that, you know, the elite have when you look at that new movie that everybody was talking about not too long ago. I'd say like 6 months ago. Y'all remember it was talked about pretty regularly, called The Sound of Freedom. It was a movie.
I did hear about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So The Sound of Freedom finally got put into theaters and put out into the public eye about 6 months ago. The only problem is that they filmed it back in 2018. And it is about saving sex trafficked children. And it was scrubbed and shoved down so low where no one knew of it. No theater was picking it up, nothing, until just 6 months ago. I mean, it took 4 years.
Yeah.
To break through the elite stranglehold on awareness of sex trafficked children.
They don't even like us to still talk about this stuff very much on YouTube and everything else. You got to be, well, you don't have to be careful, but they just tend to shut these things down because they don't like people to hear about it. You know, it wasn't just long ago, 2 weeks ago, there was a shooting supposedly at a hotel up north in a nicer area. And literally, it wasn't just they were there for that. They also there because they found 14 or 15 people supposedly related to sex trafficking that was going on. I'm like, dude, in my own state up north, it's just happening. It's happening everywhere. We just don't hear about it that much, you know? Not really. I think we'd be appalled if we actually knew how much was happening. I mean, we already are, our skin crawls and everything else, but if we really knew the numbers and really knew the understanding of it all, hon, I don't know if we sleep well at night, you know, truly.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, I might have been in the same boat as the guy from The Sound of Freedom, because it's based on a true story. Um, you know, where he was firsthand encountering, sex trafficking of children, and that's what drove him to do what he did, right? And I gotta say that if I ever had that kind of firsthand accounting to it, even though I appall it wholeheartedly, but if I had that firsthand account like he did, I probably would have had a switch in my brain flipped, and I would probably be spending every dollar I have to go off into these countries and just undercover my way in to these organizations where I could end up grabbing up all of these kids and setting them free. Like what he did there. I mean, my
Absolutely.
hat's off to the guy. When I found out that story was actually based on a true story, like, my hat's off to the dude. Like, he spent his own money. He tried to get the government to help. Government wouldn't do it, so he had to do it on his own. And he spent his own money to set himself up, get himself into these organizations, and free these kids, get them on airplanes, get them back. Fucking hats off to you, guy.
See, this is why I like hearing you talk sometimes, because it's like, even though we don't agree on the shape of the earth, right? There's still this open-minded to you that you actually understand that this world's corrupt. You understand that there's a lot of bullshit and you're being lied to on many levels from these same elites and people, So at least you're there. That's the biggest point that I guess you can reach to people on, and then they could find their own beliefs or system, whatever, on that later on. Maybe that you might look at flat earth differently later. But in this moment, at least we can have the same understanding that, hey, we agree that this world's fucked up. We agree that we're being controlled. We agree the elites have it right now.
Oh, I
And
mean, I could
yeah,
agree with you. I could agree wholeheartedly with you all night long, over this particular topic, right? But when it
yeah,
comes to the shape of the world, I mean, come on.
yeah, yeah.
That's a whole nother story, and it's obviously a globe. Come on. There's no debate there. Like, we don't
I've
have
always enjoyed talking to you.
that is that, like, with the sex trafficked children, yeah, you do have the elite involved and all that, but when it comes to the shape of the world, the elite aren't involved with that. So
We'll just agree to
Sorry,
disagree on this one, and it's okay.
I think he just started talking a different language. I'm not sure if I understand what he's saying.
He's like, different language do not compute.
Yeah, it's like
But
how I didn't hear your whole story then because I had to jump off to go to a phone call. But yeah, it sounded like a similar thing. Have you guys ever heard of he's a YouTuber named Mark Rober, and he's an engineer. Have you heard of that guy?
Mark Rober, I love his channel, and I've been actually trying to get my brother to go in halves with me on getting my nephews in on the summer engineering project that he does. It's like, but it costs like $300 a kid, and we're talking like three kids. We're talking three kids to do this. So
yeah, Well, he did one where he basically did a sting on the call centers. Did you see that one?
Oh, dude, that was brilliant. Yes, it was
call centers in India or whatever.
Oh my god, it was brilliant.
That just got me thinking, though. Like, I mean, if this guy, who's just a random dude, I'm sure he's got some money, but he's basically just a random guy, can literally go into another country and do a sting and catch a whole bunch of people from a call center. Why can't the cops do that? How are they just allowing people to get blindly ripped off by these people when just some random dude can just, Go over to another country and catch them. It blows my mind.
Well, I mean, it goes even further. I mean, yeah, he went in and did it one way, but I mean, there's a ton of other videos of hackers literally like hacking in and getting the camera footage of the people they're talking to in these call centers, you know, and calling them out by their real names.
Yeah. So
You
then
know,
what are the cops doing? You know, like
nothing.
they're too busy worried about, you know, some dude who's got freaking 1 gram. I mean, let's say in America, they're too busy worried about some guy who's got 1 gram of freaking marijuana
Well,
illegally,
they
throwing
don't
that dude in the jail.
that level of police that deals with that type of thing, they don't deal with the international stuff like that. Like
Oh, of course, yeah.
the call center stuff like that. That's not dealt with by the same organizations. So I can't put them together in that. I can't combine it.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, like, you know, I mean, if just some random guy can just fund this thing and go catch a whole bunch of people and bust them, don't you think that our governments, with obviously endless amounts of money, should be able to do the same pretty easily?
Oh, yeah, I mean, absolutely. Do I think our government our tax dollars that go to the government is being misused? Yeah, absolutely. You know, could we solve a lot of the problems, you know, with the tax dollars that we put forward? I mean, just in America, I don't know about your country, you know, but just in America, the tax dollars that they collect, I mean, could that all be put to better use? Absolutely. You know, I'm not even for the money that we've been funneling over to Ukraine and now starting to funnel over to Israel. You know, I'm not for any of that. And we've put
No.
we've put $100 billion worth of cash and assets to Ukraine, and yet
Exactly, but yeah.
our infrastructure is crumbling around us.
Yeah, and then you look at, I mean, God knows how many videos I've seen of people just driving down the road in whichever states they are, and it's just nothing but homeless people just lining the streets. And you're sending billions of dollars to some other country. Look after your own people first, then worry about other people.
Those are all right. So the states that you see, like when you see videos like that, I just want you to know, I mean, as a you know U.S. citizen, that is really only a handful, like less than a handful of states. All right. And it's states that get called out all the time for who they have as their senators and congressmen. It's one of those things where these states keep electing the people that to be in office that aren't doing anything to help them. That's the biggest thing. You know, so it's not the whole country, and in the slightest when you see that kind of thing. It's really just a small handful of states that the governors of the states, the senators, the congresspeople of that state don't do anything, don't do what they're paid to do. And they keep getting reelected for these positions. But I blame that on our election system. Most people that vote in our election system don't have a fucking clue who they're voting for. They are only going off of name recognition, the name they've heard on the radio and on TV ads and whatnot. They're going name recognition, and that's who they vote for, is the name that they recognize. And they're not voting for policy changes.
Yeah, or a lot of time they're generally voting for the people that they know and hang around with, you know, those types. So obviously, if all your friends are left leaning, well, then you're left leaning. If all your friends are right leaning, you're more than likely right leaning. Not always, but you know,
Yeah,
in general.
in general. Yeah, most people aren't voting intelligently. They're not voting for their own principles and their own needs and wants in their government. They're voting off a popularity contest.
Yeah, well, or the anti-popularity contest. Like, I mean, look at the whole thing to do with Trump and Biden. Like, I mean, how could anyone ever have actually think voting for this poor old man that can barely string a sentence together was a good idea?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest headline has been what flavored ice cream he likes.
Yeah, but then and all they did pretty much was go, well, we don't want Trump, so we're just gonna put him in. You know, it wasn't that they were voting him because technically they wanted him; they were just voting him because he wasn't Trump.
Exactly.
Sorry, am I hot micing at all? Because I'm moving around now.
I don't hear you.
All right, cool.
Yeah, now a lot of people complain about Trump, but I gotta say, like, me and my family, we benefited under Trump, like, big time. Like, I can only say a couple of things negative about when Trump was president, because I look at our president differently. You know, who they are as a person, I don't give a shit. Like, they could be a complete dickhead. I don't give a damn. Right? I give a damn about what they do with their job. Their job is to be the president. Now, are they going to put in good policies or bad policies? Are they going to benefit me and my family, or are they going to hurt me and my family? I don't care who they are as a person. And too many people, when Trump was in office, cared about who he was as a person. As a person, was he a dickhead? Sure. But as a president, he actually did some good shit.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you know, that whole, you know, grab her by the pussy thing came out and stuff, and
Yeah.
everyone's
Oh
like,
my God.
you know, all in uproar about it. And sure, that's not a nice thing to say, okay? But you know, he's just being a retarded alpha male, just saying stupid alpha male shit, you know.
Exactly.
But you know, I had friends who were sitting there going, "Oh, that's so disgusting." I'm like, dude, I have heard you personally say things 10 times worse than that.
Exactly.
And that doesn't mean that you mean it. Doesn't mean that you mean it, or that you would do any of those things or whatever, you know, like, now, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't put it past Trump at some stage to probably actually do that, because when you're a billionaire, you think you can just do whatever you want. So it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise
But a
me
lot of
either.
women,
Yeah.
but then that also comes down to the fact that, like, you know, there actually is also a lot of women out there who would allow a billionaire to just do that to them.
Exactly.
You know, it's not just black and white.
Especially nowadays, where more and more women are all about the money.
Yeah, 100%. Of course.
I mean, there's
You know,
plenty
I
of
mean,
women that try to hang around, you know, that try to put themselves in positions where they're in front of people, you know, men that are worth millions and millions, if not billions of dollars. And they try to put themselves in front of them just to make a payday.
yeah, for sure. And you can't blame them in some ways, obviously, you know, like, you know, I'm not sort of having a go at anyone for whatever they do, but let's just say you're the kind of woman who has no problem doing sex work. Well, then why would you care about then trying to find some billionaire guy and then putting yourself in front of that person to maybe get pregnant or something along those lines, you know? Like, you know, there's plenty of people out there who they just don't care. They'll do anything that they possibly can for money.
Oh, dude, we had a guy who was an MLB star, Major League Baseball, right? He's an MLB star, and he goes out with this woman and has a night with her. And then next thing you know, she's posting videos and pictures of her just beaten to shit. I mean, black eyes, fucking busted up, and saying that he did it to her. Right? He loses his position. He loses his job on the team. He gets slammed by the public court, the court of public opinion. Gets totally slammed, canceled, whatever you want to call it. Only months later did it ever come out that there were other photos that she posted of herself laying in bed next to him, talking about having such a good night with him. That day that she says that she got beat to death, like nearly beat to death.
Yeah, well,
Totally
again,
ruined.
people would do
Totally
anything for
ruined
money.
this man. She was only after
Yeah,
it
and
for
then,
money.
yeah,
As a matter of
exactly. And
fact,
then what kind of compensation did he get? Did he get compensated for that, or was it just like, okay,
no, it's
move
over.
on? Yeah, move on. Same
Yeah,
as
just
like, do you
move on.
remember there was that case where there was a, I don't know if it was in America or Canada, but there was a girl who claimed that she had been raped, and so she decided her own protest was to walk around the campus with a mattress on her back everywhere she went. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it came out later. All her friends said, "Yeah, no, she wasn't raped. She lied." But yet she literally did her own personal protest for something like a year of walking around with a mattress on her back because she supposedly got raped, but she never got raped.
Yeah, I was telling, I was talking to my wife about this the other day, where I was saying that men, we only have to be accused of rape, and that it completely ruins our careers, our livelihoods, everything about us. But then when it comes to when the truth comes to fruition, that the women who are accusing the men are lying, nothing happens to them. Why? They ruined someone else's life. Why isn't something happening to them for lying?
Yeah, that's insane, isn't it? Yeah,
I mean,
it should never be like that.
Yeah, I mean, I
If you
say
destroy
that's
someone's
why.
life like that, there should be some kind of repercussions.
Yeah, that's why I say like half the reason why most of the modern men today are single is because they don't even want to take the chance that even asking a woman out can be construed as them stalking or being creepy.
Yeah, there was a really funny video I saw, and it was about it was like modern day dating, and it was like two young kids, I don't know, a guy and a girl, like 16 or 17 or whatever, and they're like about to get it on or whatever, and he goes, "Oh, hold on, is it okay if I touch you here?" And she's like, "Yeah, of course." And then they're about to do something, and he says, "Oh, is it okay if I kiss your neck?" She's like, yes, just do it. And he's like, "Okay." And then it's like, "Oh, is it okay if I kiss your lips?" And she's like, "Oh my God, will you just fucking do it?" And it was just the parody of just how stupid it is of having to ask for consent of every little move you make. It just destroys the entire moment. And what woman actually wants that, like.
Yeah, it's so stupid. I just like, what have we turned into, man? What have we done?
Yeah. It's a hilarious video. I don't know where it is anymore, but it's pretty funny just to see the look on the girl's face when he keeps stopping and asking, "Oh, is it okay if I do this?" And you can see her just, obviously the whole thing is set this way, but you can see her just looking, going, "Oh my God, will you just shut up and do it?"
Yeah, it's like if it was in our position, right? Like we're as guys, and the girl sits there and asks, "Is it okay if I take your belt off? Is it okay if I open up your pants?" Like every step of the way to just get a BJ. It's like, no, woman, shut up and get to work. You know.
I think the difference is a guy would recognize that straight away and go, "Look, I just give you permission. Just do it. Whatever you're going to ask, the answer is yes."
Yeah, exactly.
Until she takes it too far.
That's why you never hear women, even in like marriages and later relationships, right? You never hear women complain about not having enough sex in their relationship, and that's simply because when a woman in a relationship says, "Hey, you want to go upstairs or go to the bedroom or whatever, to go get it on," that the answer is always from the guy, yes, right? But when it's initiated by the guy, the husband or the boyfriend or whatever like that, it's always a gamble on whether or not they say yes. That's why men are the only ones that consider it with the term "getting lucky." You never say
Yeah,
that.
well,
You never say that term to a woman, right? A woman doesn't, talk about getting lucky. Men talk about getting lucky because if a woman asks, there a man's going to go through with it, But when men ask, it's not so clear cut. You get lucky.
yeah, well, and that's where it's the funny thing as well that within a relationship at the end of the day, we know that within most relationships, it's the woman that has the power. And that's why, you have those standard. There's a joke. I'm not too sure if you've heard this joke before, but I think it was a bumper sticker I saw one time. And it said, "I'm the boss of the house because my wife says so."
Exactly.
And it's like, at the end of the day, the women have always had far more say in what goes on within a household and even financially and many different things. Forever, they've had the bulk of the power there.
Yep. And yet we still have feminists.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have the saying "happy husband, happy life." We have the saying "happy wife, happy life." It's all about trying to keep her happy.
Or the saying, "It's cheaper to keep her."
It's cheaper to keep her. Yeah, I had a friend who went through that a little while ago, where basically, he's with the business that they had, they're worth quite a few $1 million, and he was like, well, he didn't want to leave her because he had basically done most of the work to build the business. She had definitely worked in it too, so don't get me wrong there, but he had done the bulk of the work, and he's just like, if I leave her, she's gonna take at least half of everything, which was millions of dollars. I still think he should have just left her back then, but that's his decision.
I heard that that the Will Smith finally came out and said the reason why he hasn't left Jada is because they didn't sign a prenup. So she's going to end up like taking tons of his money, and that's the reason why he hasn't left her about all her bullshit.
But then if she leaves him anyway, can't she still just do that and take
No.
half his crap?
If a woman leaves the relationship, she has to prove infidelity on his part. But if she leaves willingly and can't prove any infidelity, then there's no alimony involved. But if the man leaves, he doesn't have to prove infidelity. The woman is still entitled to alimony, but alimony is, at least in America, alimony is based on the main factor being that the wife has stayed home for at least 5 years. Some states go even less. Some states even go down to 3 years, where they have been a homebody, home, raise the family, raise the kids, stay home and clean the house, da 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 da. At that point, they say, okay, you're entitled to alimony. But the
Fair enough.
man doesn't have to prove infidelity. but the woman has to show, if she leaves, she has to prove infidelity, and then she gets the money.
Yeah, here in Australia, I think a woman can just leave and decide to take half your stuff and go to court over it. They can even turn around and actually ask for more than that.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. There's certain states here in America that are that way. Like they can end up with up to, I think it's like 65% of your income.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, it's completely fair enough if that a woman did give up her career to have children and do all these things, and then the man kept working and he was the one making the money. Like clearly they're both doing their own individual jobs within that relationship. So obviously she's entitled to it. Obviously.
Yeah, but if a woman has her own job, and her own career, along with the man having their own job and own career, and then they decide to leave, why should they get alimony?
Yeah, it's like, do you remember, what was it? Eddie Murphy Raw? Do you remember that one?
No.
Okay, so Eddie Murphy, when he did his comedy show Raw, his comedy skit Raw, where he was talking about that, and I can't remember the exact situation, but there was obviously some woman over there, and I think it was in America, and she had got with a guy, and he was worth something like, $500 million or whatever, and when she left, she was going to get $300 million or something ridiculous. It's like, oh my God, as if anyone would leave a relationship like that and then need $300 million. How on earth could a judge allow her to take $300 million of this man's money who he already had that kind of money in the first place? And she did not.
Hey,
that's insane.
That's why they say it's cheaper to keep her.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it's fucked up. Like the whole system is fucked up.
Yeah, I'm going to drop off because I got 3% left of my battery. So take it easy, man. Nice chat.
Yeah, nice chat, Ben. Even though we don't agree on the shape, we can at least agree on a lot of other things.
Yeah, that's all right, man. I don't care what anyone else says about you. I think you're all right.
All right, appreciate that, man. You too.
Even though you're a Glober, but whatever. It's all right. All right, take it easy.
Yeah, you
I better
too.
charge my phone. See ya.